Preface of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones, being a description of their sentiments and folklore, superstitions, symbolism, mysticism, use in medicine, protection, prevention, religion, and divination, crystal gazing, birthstones, lucky stones, and talismans, astral, zodiacal, and planetary, by George Frederick KUNZ. With heartfelt appreciation of the noble spirit that conceived and founded the Morgan Tiffany collection of gems and the Morgan Bement collections of minerals and meteorites of the American Museum of Natural History and the Morgan collection of the Musée d'Histoire Naturelle of Paris, and whose kindly advice and encouragement have done so much for the precious stone art, this volume is respectfully dedicated to the memory of the late J. Pierpont Morgan. Preface. The love of precious stones is deeply implanted in the human heart, and the cause of this must be sought not only in their coloring and brilliancy, but also in their durability. All the fair colors of flowers and foliage, and even the blue of the sky and the glory of the sunset clouds, only last for a short time, and are subject to continual change. But the sheen and coloration of precious stones are the same today as they were thousands of years ago, and will be for thousands of years to come. In a world of change, this permanence has a charm of its own that was early appreciated. The object of this book is to indicate and illustrate the various ways in which precious stones have been used at different times and among different peoples, and more especially to explain some of the curious ideas and fancies that have gathered around them. Many of these ideas may seem strange enough to us now, and yet when we analyze them, we find that they have their roots either in some intrinsic quality of the stones, or else in an instinctive appreciation of their symbolical significance. Through manifold transformations, this symbolism has persisted to the present day. The same thing may be said in regard to the various superstitions connected with gems. Our scientific knowledge of cause and effect may prevent us from accepting any of the fanciful notions of the physicians and astrologers of the olden time. Nevertheless, the possession of a necklace or a ring adorned with brilliant diamonds, fair pearls, warm, glowing rubies, or celestial-hued sapphires will today make a woman's heart beat faster and bring a blush of pleasure to her cheek. Life will seem better worth living to her, and indeed this is no delusion, for life is what our thought makes it, and joy is born of gratified desire. Hence nothing that contributes to increasing the sum of innocent pleasures should be disdained, and surely no pleasure can be more innocent and justifiable than that inspired by the possession of beautiful natural objects. The author, who possesses what is believed to be the most comprehensive private library on this subject, has obtained many references from material which he has been gathering during the past 25 years. Many of the types exist in the collection of folklore precious stones exhibited at the World's Columbian Exposition in 1893, and now in the Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago. Other types are drawn from the Morgan collection, exhibited at the Paris Expositions of 1889 and 1900, which, with additions, is now in Morgan Hall, in the American Museum of Natural History, New York City. Other prominent references are the collection of precious stones in the California Midwinter Memorial Museum in Golden Gate Park, San Francisco, the Tiffany collection of precious stones exhibited at the Atlanta Exposition of 1894, now in the National Museum in Washington, the collection exhibited at the Pan American Exposition and presented to the Musée d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris by the late J. Pierpont Morgan, the collection exhibited at the Exposition held in Portland, Oregon in 1905, and the collection of gems and precious stones exhibited at the Jamestown Exposition, 1907. All of these collections, either entirely or very largely, have been formed by the author. Some references to sentiment connected with precious stones are embodied in the little work, now in its 21st edition, entitled Natal Stones, Sentiments and Superstitions Associated with Precious Stones, compiled by the writer, who has examined nearly all the principal collections in the United States, Europe, Mexico, Canada, and Asiatic Russia. For courtesies, information, and illustrations, I am indebted to the following, to whom my thanks are due. Professor Ta Sain Ko, Superintendent of the Archaeological Survey of Burma. Dr. T. Wada of Tokyo, Japan. Dr. G. O. Clerc, President of the Société Aurélienne des Amis des Sciences Naturelles, Ekaterinburg, Russia. Dr. Charles Braddock, late Medical Inspector to the King of Siam. Sir Charles Hercules Reed, Curator of Archaeology, and Dr. Ernest A. Wallace Budge, Egyptologist, British Museum, London. A. W. Feveryear, Esquire, London. Dr. Solomon Reinach, Director of the Archaeological Museum of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, France. Professor Giuseppe Bellucci of the University of Perugia. Dr. Peter Jessen, Librarian of the Kunstgewerbe Museum of Berlin. Miss Belle de Costa Green, Dr. Frederick Hirth, Chinese Professor, Columbia University, New York. Dr. Clark Whistler, Curator of Archaeology. Dr. L. P. Gradacap, Curator of Mineralogy, American Museum of Natural History. Dr. Berthold Laufer, Oriental Archaeologist, and Dr. Oliver C. Farrington, Curator of Geology and Mineralogy, Field Museum of Natural History, Chicago. Hereward Carrington, Esquire, Psychist, New York. Dr. W. Hayes Ward, Archaeologist and Babylonian Scholar. Mrs. Henry Draper, New York. H. W. Kent, Esquire, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York City. Consul General Moser, Colombo, Ceylon. W. W. Blake, Mexico City, who has done so much to encourage Mexican archaeological investigation. The late A. Damour of Paris, the great pioneer of mineralogical archaeology. The late Dr. A. B. Meyer of Dresden, who, more than anyone else, proved that the Nephritfrage, or the jade question, was to be solved by chemical and mineralogical investigation. The late Raja Sir Surindro Mohan Tagore of Calcutta, and Dr. A. M. Lithgow, Egyptologist, Metropolitan Museum of Art. GFK, September 1913. End of preface.
Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Dustin Thomas. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 1. Superstitions and Their Sources. From the earliest times in man's history, gems and precious stones have been held in great esteem. They have been found in the monuments of prehistoric peoples, and not alone in the civilization of the pharaohs, of the Incas, or of the Montezumas invested these brilliant things from nature's jewel casket with the significance beyond the mere suggestion of their intrinsic properties. The Magi, the wise men, the seers, the astrologers of the ages gone by found much in the matter of gems that we have nearly come to forgetting. With them, each gem possessed certain planetary attractions peculiar to itself, certain affinities with the various virtues, and a zodiacal concordance with the seasons of the year. Moreover, these early sages were firm believers in the influence of gems in one's nativity, that the evil in the world could be kept from contaminating a child properly protected by wearing the appropriate talismanic, natal, and zodiacal gems. Indeed, folklorists are wont to wonder whether the custom of wearing gems in jewelry did not originate in the talismanic idea instead of in the idea of mere additional adornment. The influence exerted by precious stones was assumed in medieval times without question, but when the spirit of investigation was aroused in the Renaissance period, an effort was made to find a reason of some sort for the traditional beliefs. Strange as it may seem to us, there was little disposition to doubt that the influence existed. This was taken for granted, and all the mental effort expended was devoted in finding some plausible explanation as to how precious stones became endowed with their strange and mystic virtues, and how these virtues acted in modifying the character, health, or fortunes of the wearer. When the existence of miracles is acknowledged, there will always be a tendency to regard every singular and unaccountable happening as a miracle. That is to say, as something that occurs outside of, or in spite of, the laws of nature. We even observe this tendency at work in our own time. As regards visual impressions, for instance, if a child of lively imagination enters a half-lighted room and sees a bundle of clothes lying in a corner, the indistinct outline of this mass may be transferred to his mind in the form of a wild animal. The child does not really see an animal, but his fear has given a definite outline and character to the indefinite image printed on the retina. The writer has always sought to investigate anything strange and apparently unaccountable which has been brought to his notice, but he can truly say that he has never found the slightest evidence of anything transcending the acknowledged laws of nature. Still, when we consider the marvelous secrets that have been revealed to us by science, and the yet more wonderful things that will be revealed to us in the future, we are tempted to think that there may be something in the old beliefs, some residuum of fact, susceptible indeed of explanation, but very different from what a crass skepticism supposes it to be. Above all, the results of the investigations now pursued in relation to the group of phenomena embrace under the designation of telepathy, the subconscious influence of one's mind over the absent or distant mind, and the wireless transmission of power in wireless telegraphy and telephony, may go far to make us hesitant before condemning as utterly preposterous many of the tales of enchantment and magical influence. If the unconscious will of one individual can affect the thoughts and feelings of another individual at a great distance and without the intervention of any known means of communication, as is confidently asserted by many competent investigators in the domain of telepathy, their claims being supported by many strange happenings, perhaps the result of coincidence, but possibly due to the operation of some unknown law. Does that not give a color of variety to the statements regarding the ancient magicians and their spells? Autosuggestion may also afford an explanation of much that is mysterious in the effects attributed to precious stones. For if the wearer be firmly convinced that the gem he is wearing produces certain results, this conviction will impress itself upon his thought and hence upon his very organism. He will really experience the influence, and the effects will manifest themselves just as powerfully as though they were caused by vibrations or emanations from the material body of the stone. All this may serve to explain the persistence of the belief in magic arts. A few hundred years ago, a Hungarian woman was accused of having murdered 200 or 300 young girls, and at her trial she confessed that her object was to use the blood of her victims to renew her youth and beauty, for the blood of innocent virgins was supposed to have wonderful properties. In some parts of England today, there is a superstitious belief that an article of clothing worn by a person, or anything he has habitually used, absorbs a portion of his individuality. Therefore, it sometimes happens that a handkerchief, for instance, will be stolen and pinned down beneath the waters of a stream on a toad, the pins marking the name of the enemy, the belief being that this cloth wasted away. So will the body of him who had worn it. In medieval and later times, this was a common practice of the sorcerers, although they frequently composed a wax figure rudely resembling the person against whom the spell was directed, and then thrust pins into this figure or allowed it to melt away before a slow fire. The enchantment of the sorcerer was supposed to have caused some essence of the personality to enter into the image, and therefore the living and breathing being felt sympathetically the effects of the ill treatment inflicted upon its counterfeit. The persistence of the most cruel and unnatural practices of the old-time sorcery is illustrated by the fact that only a few years ago, in the island of Cuba, 3 women were condemned to death for murdering a white baby so as to use the heart and blood as a cure for diseases. 4 other women were sentenced to from 14 to 20 years imprisonment as accomplices. When such things happen in Cuba, it is not surprising that in half-civilized Haiti similar crimes are committed. Here the voodoo priest and priestesses, papalos and mamalos, papa kings and mama queens, require from time to time a human sacrifice to appease their serpent god. One strange case is related where a stupefying potion inducing a state of apparent death was secretly administered to a sick man. When the attending physician pronounced him dead, he was duly interred, but 2 days after, the grave was found open and the body had disappeared. The voodoo worshippers had carried the man away as to revive him and then sacrifice him at their fearful rites. In a poem addressed to Marguerite de Velos, La Marguerite des Marguerites, as she was called, by Jean de la Taille d'Abandroy, we read of the diamond that it came from gold and from the sun, but we are told that not only are precious stones endowed with life, they also are subject to disease, old age, and death. They even take offense if an injury be done to them, and become rough and pale. The sickness of the pearl had been a theme for centuries, and in many cases is also fancied. It is but a subterfuge or deception for a lady to remark that her pearls have sickened. By referring to this sickness, her friends are naturally led to believe that at one time her pearls were fine, perfect ones, when in reality they may never have been so. The opinion given in 1609 by Anselmus de Boot, court physician to Rudolf II of Germany, regarding the power inherent in certain precious stones, embodies the ideas on this subject held by many of the enlightened minds of that period. The supernatural enacting cause is God, the good angel and the evil one, the good by the will of God and the evil by his permission. What God can do by himself, he could do also by the means of ministers, good and bad angels, who, by special grace of God and for the preservation of men, are enabled to enter precious stones and to guard men from dangers or procure some special grace for them. However, as we may not affirm anything positive touching the presence of angels in gems, to repose trust in them, or to ascribe undue powers to them, is more especially pleasing to the spirit of evil, who transforms himself into an angel of light, steals into the substance of the little gem, and works such wonders by it, that some people do not place their trust in God, but in the gem, and seek to obtain it, what they should ask of God alone. Thus it is perhaps the spirit of evil which exercises its power on us through the turquoise, teaching us, little by little, that safety is not to be sought from God, but from the gem. In the next chapter of his work, De Boot, while extolling the remedial power of a certain group of stones, insists upon the falsity of many of the superstitions regarding these objects. That gems or stones, when applied to the body, exert an action upon it, is so well proven by the experience of many persons, that anyone who doubts this must be called overbold. We have proof of this power in the carnelian, the hematite, and the jasper, all of which, when applied, check hemorrhage. However, it is very necessary to observe that many virtues not possessed by gems are falsely ascribed to them. Paracelsus, the gifted and brilliant thinker, scientist, and, we must properly add, charlatan of the 16th century, whose really extraordinary mental endowment was largely wasted in the effort to impress his followers with the idea that he had a mystic control over supernatural agencies, was the owner of the talismanic jewel, which he asserted to be the dwelling place of a powerful spirit named Azoth. Some old portraits of the philosopher, or pseudo-philosopher, figure him wearing this jewel, in whose virtues we may fairly doubt that he himself believed, but which furnished a part of the paraphernalia he freely employed to gain influence over the credulous. The following passage from the faithful lapidary of Thomas Nichols, who wrote in the middle of the 17th century, illustrates the prevailing opinion in England at that time as to the virtues of precious stones. Perfectium effectus concinere in causa. But it cannot truly be so spoken of gems and precious stones, the efforts of which, by Lapidus, are said to be the making of rich men and eloquent, to preserve men from thunder and lightning, from plagues and diseases, to move dreams, to procure sleep, to foretell things to come, to make men wise, to strengthen memory, to procure honors, to hinder fascinations and witchcrafts, to hinder slothfulness, to put courage into men, to keep men chaste, to increase friendship, to hinder difference and dissension, and to make men invisible, as is feigned by the poet concerning Gaius Rink, and affirmed by Albertus and others concerning the Ophthalmus Lapis. And many other strange things are affirmed to them and ascribed to them, which are contrary to the nature of gems, in which they, as they are material, mixed, inanimate bodies neither nor can affect by the properties and facilities of their own constitutions, because they, being natural causes, can produce none other but natural effects, such as are all the ordinary effects of gems, that is, such effects as flow from their elementary matter, from their temper, form and essence, such as are the operations of hot and cold, and of all the first qualities, and all such accidents as do arise from the commixation of the first qualities, such as are hardness, heaviness, thickness, color, and taste. These are all the natural faculties of gems, and these are the known effects of the union of their matter, and of the operation of the first qualities one upon another. The long-continued concentration of vision on the objects tends to produce a partial paralysis of certain functions of the brain. This effect may be noted in the helplessness of a bird when its gaze is fixed upon the glittering eyes of a serpent, or in the unwilling obedience yielded by a lion or some other wild animal when forced to look into the intent eyes of its trainer. In the same way, those who gaze for a long time without interruption on a crystal or glass ball, on an opal, a moonstone, a sapphire, or a cat's eye, may become partially hypnotized or even fall into a profound sleep. The condition induced, whether it be that of semi-trance or hypnotism, or simply due to the imaginative workings of the brain, is believed to give an insight into the future. This hypnotic effect is probably caused by some gleam or point of light in the stone, attracting and fixing the beholder's gaze. The moonstone, the star sapphire, and the cat's eye are all gems which possess a moving light, a moving line, or 3 cross lines, and they are believed by the Orientals to be gems of good luck. Indeed, it is supposed in the East that the living spirit dwells within these stones, a spirit potent for good. Superstitions fancies bear the same relation to truth that the shadow of the form does to the form itself. We know that the shadow has no substantial existence, and yet we know equally well that it is cast by the same real body. In the same way, we may be sure that, however foolish a superstition may appear to be, it has some foundation in fact. Indeed, superstition is associated with the highest attribute of the human mind, imagination. The realities about us gain much of their charm from sentiment, and all that is great in art and literature owes its being in the transforming energy of pure imagination. Morbid imagination, on the other hand, distorts and degrades the impression it receives and produces only unlovely or ignorable forms and ideas. Sentiment may best be expressed as a feeling of one who, on a warm summer's day, is rowing along a shady brook or resting in some sylvan dell, with nothing to interfere with his tranquil mood or nothing to spur him to action. Thus he has only suggestions of hope and indulges in rosy views of life. Reality, on the other hand, may be likened to a crisp winter's morning which is filled with exhilaration, conscious of the tingle of the cold, but comfortable in the knowledge of wearing a tightly buttoned garment which will afford protection should the elements become disturbing. Superstition, lastly, can be said to resemble a dark, cold, misty night when the moon is throwing malevolent shadows which are weird and distorted, while the cold seems to seize one by the throat and arouse a passionate desire to free oneself from its grip in some way, to change a horrible nightmare into a pleasant dream. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Recorded by Dustin Thomas.
Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 1, Superstitions and Their Sources, Part 2. In the early part of the last century, a series of very interesting experiments designed to demonstrate the effects produced on a sensitive subject by the touch of precious stones and minerals were made in the case of the seeress of Preface, Frederica KUNZ, born 1801, a woman believed to possess remarkable clairvoyant powers. When pieces of granite, porphyry, or flint were placed in her hand, she was not affected in any way. The finest qualities of fluorspar, on the other hand, had a marked action, relaxing the muscles, causing diarrhea, and producing a sour taste in the mouth. Occasionally, a somnambulistic state was induced. This latter condition was also produced by Iceland spar and by the sapphire. While the substances so far noted depressed the vital energy, sulfate of barium stimulated the muscles, produced an agreeable warmth of the body, and made the subject feel as though she could fly through the air. If the application of this material was long continued, the pleasurable sensation found expression in laughter. In the case of witherite, a carbonate of barium, This effect was produced to an even greater degree, for if water in which this mineral had been dipped were swallowed, spasms of laughter resulted. Rock crystal also was found to possess a strongly stimulating influence, for if put in the hand, it aroused the subject from a half slumber, and if placed on the pit of the stomach, it had the power to awaken the seeress from a somnambulistic trance, while at the same time an aromatic odor was diffused around. When, however, the application was continued for some time, the muscles stiffened, until finally an epileptic state ensued. Indeed, the rigidity produced was so great that the limbs resisted all attempts to bend them. The same effect, in a much less degree, was caused by glass, even by looking at it, or by the tones emitted by a glass object when struck. All colorless silicates, the diamond, and even gypsum had a similar effect, as did also heliotrope and basalt, either of which caused a bitter taste in the mouth. The most powerful action was that exerted by hematite, the oxide of iron in this substance, inducing a kind of paralysis, with a sensation of inner chill. This condition could only be relieved by the application of a piece of witherite. Octahedrons of magnetite, or lodestone, caused a sensation of heaviness and convulsive movements of the limbs, even when the material, wrapped up in paper, was brought near the subject. Spinel, in whose composition oxide of chromium enters, caused the same symptoms as lodestone, except in this case the force seemed to exert itself from the hand upward along the arm, while with the lodestone the action was downward along the arm to the hand, owing to the attractive quality of the magnetic iron. Ruby called forth a sensation of coldness in the tongue, and rendered this member so heavy that only incoherent sounds could be emitted. The fingers and toes also became cold, and the body was agitated by a violent shivering. But to all these bad symptoms succeeded a sense of elasticity and well-being, not, however, without a vague fear that the stone might cause a renewal of the physical depression. When chrysoprase was used, chills and shivering resulted, beginning at the breast and spreading thence over the whole body. We have touched upon the hypnotic influence exercised by gems, but there can be no doubt that the subject has not been as carefully studied as it deserves to be. That the hypnotic state can be induced by gazing fixedly upon a bright object held just above the eyes is a well-known fact, but quite probably a similar, though not so pronounced effect, results from gazing on a bright object just before the gazer's eyes. In the case of colored precious stones, the effects of the various color rays combine with the light effects and strengthen the impression upon the optic nerve. All this, however, concerns only the purely physical impressions, but we know that very often the hypnotic state is produced by a mental impression, by the belief, or the fear, that the state will supervene. With precious stones as hypnotizing agents, the mental impression is widely different, for here the physical impression is heightened by the consciousness of the value and rarity of the material. The fascination that a fine set of jewels, with all their sparkle and color, exercises upon the mind of a woman who sees them in their glorious radiance on the neck, the arms, and the head of another woman, is not only due to the beauty of the spectacle, but is largely owing to the consciousness that they are rare and valuable objects, and are perhaps eloquent witnesses of the power of love. A dash of envy sometimes serves to render the emotion more complex. The names of precious stones and semi-precious stones are frequently used as adjectives, and when so employed, convey something more to the mind than do the corresponding adjectives of color. We may instance the following expressions: the Emerald Isle, and emerald meadows, sapphire seas and sapphire eyes, ruby wine, ruby lips, and in Shakespeare, the natural ruby of your cheeks, coral lips and coral ears, pearly teeth and pearly skin, turquoise skies, amethystine locks, and in Roman times, amber hair. In all these cases, the name of the precious mineral is really used as a superlative of the adjective, suggesting the choicest variety of the color or shade. The phrases hard as adamant, and clear as crystal, show a similar use of the name of a precious or ornamental stone to express the highest grade of a given quality. Before the introduction of the point system in topography, 3 of the grades of type bore the names of precious stones, namely diamond type, agate type, and emerald type. This latter designated is employed only in England, where agate type is called ruby type. Another size was denominated pearl type. A fanciful tale written not long ago treats of the practical inconveniences which would result, could such metaphorical expressions find a realization in fact. At the birth feast of a certain princess, one of the fairies was not invited. She, nevertheless, made her appearance. After the other fairies had endowed the child with many good qualities, the neglected fairy said, "I will give her vanity, and her vanity shall change her beauty to the things it is said to resemble." However, a friendly fairy came to the rescue, saying, "I will give her unselfishness, and by it she shall turn her beauty back to what she wishes it to be." The result can easily be imagined. As the little princess grew up, those who wished to flatter her vanity spoke of her teeth of pearl, of her golden hair, of her coral lips, and of her sapphire eyes. Upon this, her teeth changed to pearls, her hair to spun gold, her lips to coral, and her eyes to 2 magnificent sapphires. However, beautiful as these were, they did not grant the power of sight, so that the unhappy princess became blind. Not long after this, a revolution deprived the king and queen of their throne, and they were reduced to great poverty. In these straits, the daughter sacrificed her gold hair to relieve their wants, and immediately the spell was dissolved, and she regained all her natural beauty. Shelley, who saw the world illumined by the rainbow hues of poetic fancy, wrote of diamond eyes, an emerald sky, the emerald heaven of trees, the sapphire ocean, sapphire tinted skies, the sapphire floods of interstellar air, and the chrysolite of sunrise. For some reason, he does not use the ruby, a favorite stone with many poets, and psychologists might find in this a proof that red appeals less strongly to the idealist than do the other colors. The principal literary sources for the talismanic and therapeutic virtues attributed to ornamental stones may be divided into several groups, at first more or less independent of each other, but combined to a greater or lesser extent by later writers. Pliny gives, sometimes rather grudgingly, a number of superstitions current in his time, but the Alexandrian literature of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Christian centuries provides a much richer field for these superstitions, as shown in the Orphic poem Lithica, the Cyrianides, attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, the little treatise On Rivers, which bore the name of Plutarch, and last but not least, in the work by Damigeron, which purported to be written by an Arab king named Evax, and sent by him to Tiberius or Nero. The influence exerted by the legends surrounding the stones of the high priest's breastplate and those chosen as foundation stones for the New Jerusalem will be treated elsewhere. In the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries, a new literature on this subject made its appearance, probably in Asia Minor. Some of the works were originally written in Syriac and later translated into Arabic. Others were composed in the latter language. This source was drawn upon for the production of the Lapidarium of Alphonsus X of Castile. This compilation, although dating in its present Spanish form from the 13th century, is based upon a much older original in Chaldee, or Syriac. There can be little doubt that many Hindu superstitions, no longer preserved for us in the literature of India, are reproduced in these Syro-Arabic works, wherein we also have much that is of Alexandrian origin. This indeed is easily explained by history, for the Arabs, through their widely extended conquests, were led to absorb and amalgamate the data they secured, directly or indirectly, from the East and the West. While this literature was developing in the Mohammedan world, the tradition of Pliny and Solinus was translated to the Christian world of the 7th and succeeding centuries by Isidorus of Seville. This brings us to the remarkable poetical treatise on the virtues of precious stones by Marbodus, Bishop of Rennes, a work written at the end of the 11th century and often quoted as that of Evax. Indeed, it purports to be by him and really contains a good part of the material composing the treatise of Damigeron or Evax. At the same time, Marbodus drew freely upon Pliny, either directly or through Isidorus. For the Middle Ages, this poem of Marbodus, already translated into Old French in the 12th century, became known as Lapidario par excellence, and furnished a great part of their material to medieval authors on this subject. Soon, however, extracts from the Arabic sources became available, and the whole mass of heterogeneous material was worked over and recombined in a variety of ways. This complex origin of the traditions explains their almost incomprehensible contradictions regarding the virtues assigned to the different stones, and also the fact that the qualities of one stone are frequently attributed to another one, so that, in the later works on this subject, it becomes quite impossible to present a satisfactory view of the distinguishing qualities and virtues of the separate stones. The habit of copying, without discrimination or criticism, whatever came to hand, and the aim to utilize as much of the borrowed material as possible, is scarcely less a characteristic of the 17th and 18th century writers than it is of those of later date. This is in part an excusable and even an unavoidable defect, but it should be minimized as much as possible. The treatise known under the title Syrianides was, as we have noted, a product of the Alexandrian school. It was asserted to be the work of Hermes Trismegistus, the name given by the Greeks to the Egyptian god Thoth. Here we have a specimen of the species of magic known as literomancy, or divination by means of the letters of the alphabet, since a stone, a bird, a plant, and a fish, each beginning with the same letter and signifying the 4 elements, are given for each of the 24 letters of the Greek alphabet. These 4 objects were to be grouped together to form a talisman, the bird being usually engraved on the stone, while a portion of the fish and of a plant was placed in the bezel of the ring in which the stone was to be set. Another, almost contemporary work is the exceedingly curious and interesting treatise by Saint Epiphanius, Bishop of Constantia, on the 12 gems of the breastplate of judgment of the high priest. Exodus chapter 28, verses 15 to 21. This unique production is in the form of a letter addressed to Diodorus, Bishop of Tyre, and it is peculiarly valuable as the first of a long series of attempts to elucidate the question as to the identity of the 12 stones. The special virtues of each stone are also given, and this treatise may be regarded as the prototype of all the Christian writings on the symbolism of stones. A most interesting medieval treatise on the virtues of precious stones forms part of the De Rerum Natura of Thomas de Cantimpré, 1201–1270, who was a pupil of Albertus Magnus and composed his work between 1230 and 1244. The Latin text has never been printed, but the book was translated into German by Conrad von Megenberg about 1350. Strange to say, the translator did not know the name of the writer and supposed when he began to translate the book that it was by Albertus Magnus. In many cases, Thomas de Cantimpré merely copies the statements of older authors, but occasionally he gives us new material, or at least a new version of his originals. The renowned medieval philosopher and theologian Albertus Magnus, 1193–1280, for a short time Bishop of Ratisbon, and who later taught theology in the University of Paris and had the great St. Thomas Aquinas for a pupil, was not altogether free from the superstitious notions of his time, traces of which appear in certain of his numerous writings. Many years after his death, some of this material was extracted from his works, and amplified by additions from other sources, was published under the title Secrets des Vertus des Herbes, Pierres et Beasts. Of this there are 2 versions, one being an epitome of the other and termed respectively Les Grands Albert and Les Petits Albert. These little books were often reprinted and widely circulated, and eventually enjoyed great popularity among the French peasants. Indeed, even to the present day, they may still be met with in out-of-the-way parts of rural France. Among literary deceptions, one of the boldest was that practiced in the early part of the 17th century by Ludovico Dolce. This writer made, in 1565, a literal translation into Italian of the Speculum Lapidum of Camillo Leonardo, printed in Venice in 1502, and he had the courage to issue it as his own work, under the title Trattato delle Gemme che produce la Natura. In view of the general familiarity with Latin among the better classes of that period, and the numerous fine libraries existing in Venice at the time, it seems almost extraordinary that Dolce should have been successful in palming off this work as his own, but even today citations are made from Dolce's Tratto delle Gemme and from Leonardo's Speculum Lapidum, as though these were distinct works. End of chapter 1, part 2.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 2, On the Use of Precious and Semi-Precious Stones as Talismans and Amulets, Part 1. The use of precious stones in early times as amulets and talismans is shown in many ancient records, and several scholars have assumed that the belief in the magic efficacy of stones gave rise to their use as objects of personal adornment. It is, of course, very difficult either to prove or to disprove such a theory, for, even in the case of the oldest texts, we must bear in mind that they do not in the least represent primitive conditions, and that many thousands of years must have elapsed before a people could attain the grade of civilization necessary for the production of even the simplest literature. For this reason, certain investigators have preferred to seek for a solution of this problem in the customs and habits of the so-called uncivilized peoples of our own time. But we must not forget that conditions which seem to us very rudimentary are, nevertheless, the result of a long process of development. Even if this development was arrested many centuries or millenniums ago, it must have required a very considerable period of time to evolve such usages and conventions as are found even among the lowest races. Indeed, many uncivilized peoples have very complicated rules and observances, testifying to considerable thought and reflection. Fetishism in all its forms depends upon an imperfect conception of what constitutes life and conscious being, so that will and thought are attributed to inanimate objects. We can observe this in the case of animals and very young children, who regard any moving object as endowed with life. In the case of stones, however, it seems probable that those supposed to be the abode of spirits, good or evil, were selected because their natural form suggested that of some animal or of some portion of the human body. On the other hand, the wearing of what we call precious stones is more likely to have been due to the attraction exercised by bright colors upon the eye of the beholder, and to the desire to display some distinguishing mark that would command attention and admiration for the wearer. This tendency runs through the higher animal kingdom, and its workings have served as a foundation for the theory of natural selection. It seems likely that we have here the true explanation of the motive for the gathering, preserving, and wearing of precious stones. Since these objects are motionless, they can scarcely have impressed the mind of primitive man with the idea that they were alive. They were not imposing by their mass, as were large stones, and their crystalline form scarcely figured any known living shape. Hence their chief, we may even say their only attraction, was their color and brilliancy. What effect these qualities had on the visual sense of primitive man may be safely inferred from the effect such objects produce upon infants. The baby has no fear in regard to a small and brilliantly colored object which is shown to it, but will eagerly put out its hand to seize, hold, and gaze upon a bright colored stone. As the object is quite passive and easily handled, there is nothing to suggest any lurking power to harm, and therefore there is nothing to interfere with the pleasurable sensation aroused in the optic nerve by the play of color. In this naive admiration of what is brilliant and colored, the infant undoubtedly represents for us the mental attitude of primitive man. Probably the first objects chosen for personal adornment were those easily strung or bound together. For instance, certain perforated shells and brilliant seeds. The softer stones, wherein holes could be easily bored by the help of the simplest tools, probably came next, while the harder gems must have been hoarded as pretty toys long before they could be adjusted for use as ornaments. Unquestionably, when these objects had once been worn, there was a disposition to attribute certain happenings to their influence and power, and in this way there arose a belief in their efficacy, and finally the conviction that they were the abodes of powerful spirits. In this, as in many other things, man's first and instinctive appreciation was the truest, and it has required centuries of enlightenment to bring us back to this love of precious stones for their aesthetic beauty alone. Indeed, even today, we can see the power of superstitious belief in the case of the opal, which some timid people still fear to wear, although until 3 or 4 centuries ago this stone was thought to combine all the virtues of the various colored gems, the hues of which are united in its sparkling light. A proof that bright and colored objects were attractive in themselves, and were first gathered up and preserved by primitive man for this reason alone, may be found in the fact that certain birds, notable the Chlamydera of Australia, related to our ravens, after constructing for themselves pretty arbors, strew the floors with variegated pebbles, so arranged as to suggest a mosaic pavement. At the entrance of the arbors are heaped up pieces of bone, shells, feathers, and stones, which have often been brought from a considerable distance, this giving evidence that the birds have not selected these objects at random. It is strange that the attraction exercised upon the sense of sight by anything brilliant and colored, which is at the same time easily portable and can be handled or worn, should be overlooked by those who are disposed to assert that all ornaments of this kind were originally selected and preserved solely or principally because of their supposed talismanic qualities. The theory that colored and brilliant stones were first collected by men because of their beauty rather than because of their talismanic virtues is corroborated by the statement made that seals select with considerable care the stones they swallow, and observers on the fishing grounds have noted this and believe that pebbles of chalcedony and serpentine found there have been brought by the seals. The popular derivation of the word amulet from an Arabic word hamalat, signifying something suspended or worn, is not accepted by the best Arabic scholars, and it seems probable that the name is of Latin origin, in spite of the fact that no very satisfactory etymology can be given. Pliny's use of amuletum shows that with him the word did not always denote an object that was worn on the person, although this latter became its meaning. The old etymology given by Varro, 118-29 B.C., who derived amuletum from the verb amolere, to remove, to drive away, may not be quite in accord with modern philology, but still has something to recommend it as far as the sense goes, for the amulet was certainly believed to hold dangers aloof, or even to remove them. Talisman, however, a word not used in classical times, undoubtedly comes from the Arabic tilsum, this being in turn derived from telsoma, used in late Greek to signify an initiation or an incantation. It has been remarked that in the earliest Stone Age there is no trace of either idols or images, the art of this period being entirely profane. In the later Stone Age, however, entirely different ideas seem to have gained the ascendancy, for a majority of the objects of plastic art so far discovered have a religious significance. This has evidently proceeded from the conception that every image of a living object absorbs something of the essence of the object itself, and this conception, while a primitive one, still presupposes a certain degree of development. This rule applies more especially to amulets, which were therefore fashioned as beautifully as primitive art permitted, that they might become fitting abodes for the benevolent spirits believed to animate them and render them efficacious. A curious idol or talisman from Huailu, New Caledonia, is in the collection of Signor Giglioli. This is a stone bearing naturally a rude resemblance to the human form. We can easily understand that such an object was looked upon as the abode of some spirit, for similar strange natural formations have been regarded with a species of superstitious awe by peoples much more civilized than the natives of New Caledonia. For the Middle Ages, and even down to the 17th century, the talismanic virtues of precious stones were believed in by high and low, by princes and peasants, by the learned as well as by the ignorant. Here and there, however, a note of skepticism was sometimes apparent, as in the famous reply of the court jester of Emperor Charles V to the question, "What is the property of the turquoise?" "Why," replied he, "if you should happen to fall from a high tower whilst you were wearing a turquoise on your finger, the turquoise would remain unbroken." The doctrine of sympathy and antipathy found expression in the belief that the very substance of certain stones was liable to modification by the condition of health, or even by the thoughts of the wearer. In case of sickness or approaching death, the luster of the stones was dimmed, or else their bright colors were darkened, and unfaithfulness or perjury produced similar phenomena. Concerning the turquoise, the prosaic explanation can be offered that this stone is affected to a certain extent by the secretions of the skin. But popular superstition saw the same phenomena in the ruby, the diamond, and other stones not possessing the sensitiveness of the turquoise. Hence the true explanation is to be found in the prevailing idea that an occult sympathy existed between stone and wearer. The sentiment underlying the conception is well expressed by Emerson in the following lines from The Amulet. "Give me an amulet that keeps intelligence with you, red when you love, and rosier red, and when you love not, pale and blue." A Persian legend of the origin of diamonds and precious stones shows that in the East these beautiful objects were looked upon as the source of much sin and sorrow. We are told that when God created the world, he made no useless things, such as gold, silver, precious stones, and diamonds. But Satan, who is always eager to bring evil among men, kept a close watch to spy out the appetites and passions of the human mind. To his great satisfaction, he noted that Eve passionately loved the many-colored flowers that decked the Garden of Eden. He therefore undertook to imitate their brightness and color out of earth, and in this way were produced colored precious stones and diamonds. These in after time so strongly appealed to the greed and covetousness of mankind that they have been the cause of much crime and wretchedness. The present age could afford us nearly as many examples of faith in talismans and amulets as any epoch in the past, if people were willing to confess their real beliefs. However, they are half ashamed of their fondness for such objects, and fail to see that, back of all the folly and superstition that may find expression in this way, there is a deeper meaning in these talismans than we at first perceive. We may be disposed to smile when we are told that many of the soldiers in the Austro-Prussian War of 1866 carried amulets of some kind upon their persons, and that the great Marshal Canrobert trusted to the protection of an amulet in the Crimean campaign. Of course, the Russian army, during the Russo-Japanese War, was amply provided with amulets, religious medals, or pictures to which a special virtue had been given by a priestly blessing. In all these cases, however, it is not the object itself, but the idea for which it stands and which it incorporates, that gives confidence to the wearer, and in this sense the wearing of a talisman is no more a proof of blind superstition than is the devotion to a flag, in itself only a few square feet of silk or bunting, but, nevertheless, the symbol of the noblest ideas and feelings, of patriotic devotion to one's native land and to one's fellow countrymen. The tendency to give a substantial visible form to an abstract idea is so deeply rooted in humanity that it must be looked upon as responding to a human necessity. It is only very rarely that purely intellectual conceptions can satisfy us. They must be given some external, palpable, and visible form to exert their greater influences. Although it may bear a certain superficial likeness to fetishism, this use of signs and symbols is something entirely and radically different, for the idea is never lost sight of, it is only strengthened and vivified by the contemplation of the symbol. Hence, while we know quite well that the symbol is nothing in itself, we know just as well that it has a real power in its relation to the idea it typifies, and we can no more be indifferent to its injury or destruction than we could be indifferent to the injury or destruction of a cherished memento of one whom we have loved and lost. What supersubtle sense is it that enables some women to endow their gems with a certain individuality, and leads them to feel that these cold, inanimate objects partake of human emotion? A French writer, Madame Catulle Mendès, gives expression to this when she says that she always wears as many of her rings as possible, because her gems feel slighted when she leaves them unworn. She continues, "I have a ruby which grows dull, 2 turquoises which become pale as death, aquamarines which look like sirens' eyes filled with tears when I forget them too long. How sad I should feel if precious stones did not love to rest upon me." End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 2, Part 2. A very beautiful and curious object was found in the Australian opal fields in 1909. This is a reptilian skeleton resembling a small serpent that has become opalized by natural processes. Perfect in all its details, which are rendered more striking by the splendid display of color, this specimen of nature's handiwork possesses a beauty and an interest exceeding those to be found in any work of man. As an amulet, it certainly is sui generis, and in ancient times would have been valued at an immense sum, for the figure of a serpent was a favorite symbol of medical science. Even today there is little doubt that this strange object will be eagerly sought for by collectors, and will appeal more especially to all who are interested in occult science, and to all who appreciate the poetic and perhaps mystic significance of form, sign, and symbol. It is impossible to overestimate the effect of color in determining the supposed influence of gems upon the fortunes or health of the wearers. When we gaze upon the beautiful play of light emitted by a fine ruby or sapphire, we are all conscious of the aesthetic effect produced. But in earlier times, when scientific ideas were not yet prevalent, many other considerations combined to give a peculiar significance to these brilliant gems. Rare and costly as they were supposed to possess mystic and occult powers, and were thought to be the abode of spirits, sometimes benevolent and sometimes malevolent, but always endowed with the power to influence human destinies for weal or woe. Coupled with this was the instinctive appreciation of the essential qualities of certain rays of light, and modern science, far from doing away with these ideas, has rather seemed to find a good reason for them. We all know the therapeutic value of the ultraviolet rays, and when the uninstructed mind saw therein the embodiment of purity and chastity, it perhaps realized this health-giving and beneficent function. In the same way, the idea of passion was associated with the red and radiant ruby, another concept the relative truth of which has been demonstrated by spectrum analysis, since the red rays are heat-giving and vivifying. But this was not the only source of these primitive ideas in regard to color. The therapeutic effect was often sought and found in some fancied analogy between the color of the gem and the character of the malady or infirmity to be cured. Thus yellow stones were supposed to be especially efficacious in cases of jaundice, an instance of instinctive homeopathy based on the dictum similia similibus carantur. Following out this train of thought, the red stones were endowed with the power of checking the flow of blood. Especially the so-called bloodstone was prescribed for this use, and it was supposed that by its mere touch it could stop the most violent hemorrhages. Green was regarded as the color most beneficial for the sight, and to the emerald and other green stones was ascribed great curative power in this respect. Here, however, the simple influence of the color was later combined with its symbolical significance. In heathen mythology, this showed itself in the ascription of the emerald to Venus, as the exponent of the reproductive energies of nature, while in the Christian conception, these stones became typical of the resurrection, of the birth into a new and purer life. Nowhere can we find a better illustration of the transforming effect of distinct and diametrically opposite concepts upon the impressions made by natural objects. The pure and colorless and yet brilliant stones, such as the diamond and all other white stones, were naturally brought into connection with the moon, although the diamond, because of its superior qualities and exceptional brilliance and value, was frequently looked upon as the gem of the sun. All gems associated with the moon partook of its enigmatic character. Illuminating the witching hour of the night, when malevolent and treacherous spirits were supposed to hold sway, the moon was sometimes regarded as baleful, as may be seen in the idea that associated lunacy with exposure to the bright rays of the moon. At other times it was supposed to have the power to conjure these evil influences and to drive off the powers of darkness. The symbolical significance of the colors of precious stones is treated at considerable length by Giacinto Gima, who has gathered together a great quantity of material on the subject. Yellow worn by a man denoted secrecy, and was appropriate for the silent lover. Worn by a woman, it indicated generosity. Golden yellow was, of course, the symbol of the sun and of Sunday. The precious stone was the chrysolite or the yellow jacinth. The animal connected with the color was the lion, doubtless from the association of the zodiacal sign Leo with the midsummer sun. Of the 7 ages of man, yellow typified adolescence. Roman matrons covered their heads with a yellow veil to show their hope of offspring and happiness. Because garments of this color were a sign of grandeur and nobility, a golden vestment is assigned to the Queen of Heaven as a sign of her preeminence, as we read in Psalm 45:9. Upon thy right hand did stand the Queen in gold of Ophir. Jima's explanation of this as referring to the Virgin Mary is in accord with the Catholic exegesis of his time. White signified for men friendship, religion, integrity; for women, contemplation, affability, and purity. It was associated with the moon and with Monday, and was represented by the pearl. The animal having an affinity with white was quite naturally the ermine. The mystic number was 7, and white was the color of infancy. Among the ancients, white was a sign of mourning and sadness, and the Greek matrons attired themselves in white on the death of their husbands. Jima states that in his time, in Rome, widows used to wear white as mourning for their husbands, while throughout Italy a white band worn around the head was a sign of widowhood. Red garments on a man indicated command, nobility, lordship, and vengeance. On a woman, pride, obstinacy, and haughtiness. This was the color of the planet Mars and of Tuesday. It was represented by the ruby. Why the lynx should have been selected as the animal for red is rather difficult to understand, but, as the most vivid color, the choice of red as a type of full manhood need not surprise us. Its number was the potent 9, 3 multiplied by itself. The ancients covered with a red cloth the biers of those who had died valiantly in battle, as Homer shows when he relates that the brothers and companions of Hector covered the urn containing the hero's ashes with soft purple, scarlet robes. Plutarch asserts that the Lacedaemonians clothed their soldiers in red to strike terror into the hearts of their enemies, and to manifest a thirst for blood. We might perhaps say much the same of the English redcoats today. The Italian Code of Criminal Laws, known as the Digesto Nuovo, was bound in red to signify that a bloody death awaited thieves and murderers. Blue on a man's dress indicated wisdom and high and magnanimous thoughts. On a woman's dress, jealousy in love, politeness, and vigilance. Friday and Venus were represented by blue, and the celestial-hued sapphire was the stone in which this color appeared in all its beauty. Blue was a fit symbol for the age of childhood, but it is less easy to understand the choice of the goat as the animal associated with the color. The significant number was 6. Natural science, the contemplation of the heavens and of the heavenly bodies, and the study of stellar influences were all typified by blue. Green signified for men joyousness, transitory hope, and the decline of friendship. For women, unfounded ambition, childish delight, and change. The early verdure of spring might be regarded as at once a symbol of hope and of eventual disappointment, for it must soon pass away. Mercury and Wednesday, the day of Mercury, were both typified by green. The sly fox being selected as the animal is sympathy with the wily god. The typical green stone is the emerald. Youth is the age of man represented by the color, and 5 the magic number of expressing it. In ancient times, green was used in the case of those who died in the flower of youth, an emerald being sometimes placed on the index finger of the corpse as a sign that the light of hope was spent, for the lower part of the torches used in religious ceremonies was marked with green. Fulvius Pellegrinus relates that, in the tomb of Tullia, the dearly beloved daughter of Cicero, there was found an emerald, the most beautiful that had ever been seen. This passed into the hands of the Marchesana di Mantova, Isabella Gonzaga de Este. In Italy, the graves of young virgins and of children were covered with green branches. When the Codex Justinianus was rediscovered and added to the other pandects, it was bound in green to signify that these laws were rejuvenated. Black for men means gravity, good sense, constancy, and fortitude. For young women, fickleness and foolishness, but for married women, constant love and perseverance. The planets Saturn and Saturday were denoted by black. Strange to say, the diamond, the white gem par excellence, was selected to represent this somber hue. Perhaps to offset this, the animal chosen was the hog. As black was a mourning color, we need not be surprised that it typified decrepitude. The number 8, the double square, was supposed to have some affinity with black. Black is a symbol of envy, for the thoughts which aim at another's injury cloud the soul and afflict the body. The Book of Laws treating of dispositions made in view of death was bound in black. The sinister significance of black is well illustrated by what is told of the ruthless Tartar Tamerlane. When he attacked a city, he caused a white tent to be pitched for himself on the first day of the siege, as a sign that mercy would be shown to the inhabitants if they immediately surrendered. On the second day, a red tent was substituted, signifying that if the city yielded, all the leaders would be put to death. On the third day, however, a black tent was raised, an ominous signal that no mercy would be shown, and that all the inhabitants would be slaughtered. Violet for a man denoted sober judgment, industry, and gravity. For a woman, high thoughts and religious love. It was the color of the planet Jupiter and of Thursday. As with blue, the sapphire was conceived to represent violet most attractively. That the bull should be selected as the animal represented by this color probably arose from some mythological connection with Jupiter, possibly the myth of Europa and the bull. Violet was the color of old age, and was associated with the number 3. The influence of color upon the nerves has been noted by some of the leading authorities on hypnotism. For example, Dr. Paul Ferez, finding that red light is stimulating and blue-violet calming, suggests that those who treat patients by means of hypnotism should have 2 rooms for their reception. In one of these rooms, the curtains, wallpaper, chair coverings, etc., would be red, while in the other they would be of a violet-blue hue. Those suffering from a lack of willpower or from lassitude and depression are to be received in the red room, and those who are a prey to overexcitability are introduced into the blue room. Moreover, according to Dr. Ferez, the sedative qualities of the violet blue can be utilized in inducing the hypnotic state. For this purpose, he recommends a violet blue disc, which is to be rotated rapidly before the eyes of the patient, the movement serving to attract and hold his gaze better than any immovable object would do. Red stones such as rubies, carbuncles, and garnets, whose color suggested that of blood, were not only believed to confer invulnerability from wounds, but some Asiatic tribes have used garnets as bullets, upon the contrary principle that this blood-colored stone would inflict a more deadly wound than would a leaden bullet. Such bullets were used by the rebellious Hanzas in 1892 during their hostilities with the British troops on the Kashmir frontier, and many of these precious missiles were preserved as curiosities. In his Colloquy on Pilgrimages, Erasmus makes one of the speakers ask, "Dost thou not see how the artificer Nature delights to represent all things by colors and forms, but more especially in gems?" He then proceeds to enumerate the various images of natural objects in stones. In the Ceraunia appeared the thunderbolt, in the pyrope, living fire. The chalazia, rock crystal, preserved the form and coldness of the hailstone even if cast into the fire. In the emerald were shown the deep and translucent waves of the sea. The carcinia imitated the form of crabs, the echites of vipers, the hieracites of hawks, the geranites of cranes. The etites offered the image of an eagle with a white tail. The taos had the form of a peacock, the chelonites of an asp, while the myrmecites bore within the figure of an ant. The stones bearing this latter name were probably specimens of amber containing ants. The Greek names of these stones enumerated by Erasmus signify their real or supposed resemblance to certain natural objects, or to something characteristic of such objects. Many of them were fossils, preserving the form of some living organism. A few were entirely fabulous. Still others owed their names to some legend or myth illustrating their fancied therapeutic virtues, as in the case of the Ettites, eagle stone, said to be found in the eagle's nest. Evidently this was a quartz pebble. The oldest magic formulas that have been preserved for us are those of the Sumerians, the founders of the ancient civilization of Babylonia. Some of them contain references to the use of precious stones as amulets, as appears in the following specimen. Cords of light-colored wool, offered with a pure hand, for jaundice of the eye, bind on the right side of the patient. A lululti ring, with sparkling stones brought from his own land, for inflammation of the eye, on the little finger of his left hand, place. A curious Babylonian mythological text represents the solar deity Ninib, the son of Bel, as determining the fate of various stones by pronouncing a blessing or a curse upon them. For instance, the dolomite was blessed, and declared to be fit material for the statues of kings, while a substance called the Elu stone was cursed, proclaimed to be unfit for working, and doomed to disintegration. Alabaster was favored by the god, but chalcedony aroused his anger and was condemned. In these Sumero-Assyrian inscriptions, there is also mention of two stones, the Aban Rame and the Aban La Rame, the stone of love and the stone of hate, literally non-love. Evidently these stones were believed to excite one or other of these contradictory passions in the hearts of the wearers, and they may be compared with the stones of memory and forgetfulness in the Gesta Romanorum. In an ancient Egyptian burial place at Sheikh Abd el-Qurna, excavated by Pasalakwa, was found the mummy of a young woman. Not only was it evident from the rich ornaments adorning the body that she had been of noble birth, but it was also apparent that she must have been exceedingly beautiful in form and feature, and must have died in the flower of her age. The hair was artistically braided and adorned with 20 bronze hairpins. About her neck was a remarkably beautiful necklace composed of 4 rows of beads with numerous pendants representing divinities and sacred symbols. There were also 2 smaller necklaces with beads of gold, lapis lazuli, and carnelian. 2 large jeweled earrings hung from her ears, and on the index finger of her right hand was a ring set with a scarab. A gold belt garnished with lapis lazuli and carnelians was round about her waist, and a gold bracelet adorned with semi-precious stones encircled her left wrist. In the sarcophagus was a beautiful mirror of golden yellow bronze, and 3 alabaster vases, one still containing some balm or perfume, and another some galena, native lead sulphide, to be used as a cosmetic for the eyes, as well as a little ebony pencil for its application. All these objects are now in the Egyptian collection of the Berlin Museum, and they probably belong to the period of the 18th dynasty, about 1500 B.C. The principal necklace was undoubtedly regarded by the fair Egyptian as an amulet of great power, but it failed to protect her from an untimely end. Perhaps, however, its virtues may have aided her soul in its passage through the trials and tests imposed in the underworld. Of the numerous pendants which lent to the necklace its peculiar quality as an amulet, 3 in carnelian figure the god Bes, 7 also in carnelian the hippopotamus goddess Tauris, of whom there are besides 2 representations in lapis lazuli. Then we have a heart of lapis lazuli, a cat of lapis lazuli, 4 falcons of carnelian, 1 crocodile of carnelian and 2 of lapis lazuli, 4 fish of carnelian, as well as 2 others of a blackish white and of a green stone, respectively, and 2 scorpions of carnelian, and 7 flower forms of the same stone. The greater part of the beads in this necklace are of annular form, of gold, electrum, ivory, or lapis lazuli. There are a few larger annular or spherical beads of carnelian, chrysoprase, and malachite, and measuring up to 3.5 centimeters in diameter. End of Chapter 2, Part 2.
Chapter 2, Part 3 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. A necklace from the time of the Old Empire, circa 3500 BC, and having for its chief adornment a turquoise pendant rudely fashioned into the form of an ibex, was found by the German Orient Gesellschaft at Abusir el-Melek in 1905. This necklace, the parts of which were found about the neck of a body, presumably that of a young man, was composed of rounded and annular beads of carnelian and shell, as well as of flat, perforated fragments of turquoise and almandine garnet, and an approximately lozenge-shaped bead of amethyst, 1.7 centimeters long and 1.4 centimeters broad. The chief adornment was the turquoise ibex, 1.7 centimeters in length and 0.9 centimeters high. This figure suggests a comparison with the animal and bird forms fashioned out of turquoise that have been found in Indian graves in Arizona and New Mexico, and it probably had the quality of a fetish, or at least that of a talisman, intended to guard the wearer of the necklace from harm. That there was in Egypt a strong inclination to use a certain particular stone for a given amulet will be noted in the case of those inscribed with special chapters of the Book of the Dead. This is also true of amulets of certain forms. For instance, the headrest amulet is usually of hematite, as is also the carpenter's square. Of the heart amulets numbering 47 in the rich collections of the Cairo Museum, 9 are of carnelian, 4 of hematite, 2 of lapis lazuli, and 2 each of green porphyry and green jasper, carnelian being thus the most favored among the more precious materials. Amulets of animal form are plentifully represented in this collection, figuring a large variety of members of the animal kingdom such as the hippopotamus, crocodile, lion, bull, cow, hare, dog-headed ape, cat, dog, somewhat doubtful, jackal, hedgehog, frog, hawk, cobra and fishes, to which list may be added a 4-headed ram and a ram-headed sphinx. One of the special uses of amulets was for seafaring people. All who went down to the sea in ships were greatly in need of protection from the fury of the elements when they embarked in their small sailing vessels. A fragment of a Greek lapidary, probably written in the 3rd or 4th century of our era, gives a list of 7 amulets peculiarly adapted for this purpose. The number might suggest a connection with the days of the week, and the amulets were perhaps regarded as most efficacious when used on the respective days. In the first were set a carbuncle and a chalcedony. This amulet protected sailors from drowning. The second had for its gem either of 2 varieties of the adamas, one, the Macedonian, being likened to ice, this was probably rock crystal, while the other, the Indian, of a silvery hue, may possibly have been our corundum. However, the Macedonian stone was regarded as the better. The third amulet bore the beryl, transparent, brilliant, and of a sea-green hue. Evidently the aquamarine beryl. This banished fear. The fourth had for its gem the druops, white in the center, probably the variety of agate so much favored as a protector against the spell of the evil eye. A coral was placed in the 5th amulet, and this was to be attached to the prow of the ship with strips of sealskin. It guarded the vessel from winds and waves in all waters. For the 6th amulet, the Ophiocalus stone was selected, most probably a kind of banded agate, for it is said to have been girdled with stripes like the body of a snake. Whoever wore this had no need to fear the surging ocean. The seventh and last of these nautical amulets bore a stone called opsyanos. Apparently a resinous or bituminous material, possibly a kind of jet. This came from Phrygia and Galatia, and the amulet wherein it was set was a great protection for all who journeyed by sea or by river. The ancient treatises on the magic art show that the use of amulets was considered to be indispensable for those who dared to evoke the dark spirits of the netherworld. For without the protection afforded by his amulet, the magician ran the risk of being attacked by these spirits. One of these texts gives directions for preparing an amulet or phylacterion for the undertaking. For this, a sweet-smelling lodestone should be chosen, and should be cut heart-shaped and engraved with the figure of Hecate. A costly Chinese amulet consists of the diamond, the ruby, and the emerald, to which are added the pearl and coral. Oriental sapphire and topaz are classed with the ruby. An amulet containing these 5 substances is thought to combine the protecting influences of the different deities presiding over them, and is supposed to lengthen the wearer's life. Sometimes these 5 princely gems are wrapped up in a paper bearing the names of the respective divinities, to which is added the name of the moon and those of the 27 constellations or houses of the moon. Such an amulet, suspended at the entrance of a house, is believed to afford protection to the inmates. In the language of the ancient Mexicans, blood was called chalchihuatl, or water of precious stones, as the quintessence of what were regarded as the most costly things. Although such poetic designations are in modern times mere figures of speech, among primitive peoples they are more significant, and it is highly probable that with the Aztecs, as with other peoples, the wearing of precious stones was believed to enrich the blood and thus to promote health and vigor, for the blood is the life. That gems had sex is asserted by the earliest writers as well as by many of those of a later date. While this must usually be understood as a poetic way of indicating a difference in shade, the darker varieties being regarded as male and the lighter ones as female, Theophrastus, the earliest Greek writer on precious stones, clearly shows that this sexual distinction was sometimes seriously made, for he declares that, wonderful as it might seem, certain gems were capable of producing offspring. This strange idea was still prevalent in the 16th century, and ingenious explanations were sometimes given of the cause of this phenomenon, as appears in the following account by Royce of germinating diamonds. It has recently been related to me, by a lady worthy of credence, that a noblewoman, descended from the illustrious house of Luxembourg, had in her possession 2 diamonds which she had inherited, and which produced others in such miraculous wise that whoever examined them at stated intervals judged that they had engendered progeny like themselves. The cause of this, if it be permissible to philosophize regarding such a strange matter, would seem to be that the celestial energy in the parent stones, qualified by someone as vis adamantifica, first changes the surrounding air into water or some similar substance, and then condenses and hardens this into the diamond gem. The pearl fishers of Borneo are said to preserve carefully every 9th pearl they find, and place them in a bottle with 2 grains of rice for each pearl, believing, in spite of all evidence to the contrary, that these particular pearls have the power to engender and breed others. Custom and superstition require that each bottle shall have the finger of a dead man as a stopper. Talismanic influences are taken into account in the wearing of jewelry by Orientals. 2 bracelets being frequently worn lest one member should become jealous of the other, thus disturbing the equilibrium of the whole organism. The piercing of the ears for earrings has been attributed to a desire to chastise the ear for its indiscretion in hearing secrets not intended to be heard, while costly and ornamental earrings are set in the ears to console those parts of our anatomy for the suffering caused by the operation of piercing. In the case of necklaces of brilliant metal, adorned with pendants of glittering stones, the talismanic purpose is to attract the beholder's gaze and thus ward off the mysterious and dangerous emanations set forth by the evil eye. The necklace, or its ornaments, are supposed to perform a similar service to that rendered by the lightning rod in diverting the electric charge. At an early date, the Christian Church registered its opposition to the practice of wearing amulets. At the Council of Laodicea, held in 355 AD, it was decreed in the 34th canon that priests and clerks must be neither enchanters, mathematicians, nor astrologers, and that they must not make what are called amulets, for these were fetters of the soul, and all who wore them should be cast out of the church. This emphatic condemnation of the prevailing usage was not so much a protest against superstition per se as against pagan superstition. For almost if not all the amulets in use in the early centuries of our era bore heathen or heretical symbols or inscriptions. In later times, the invincible tendency to wear objects of this character found expression in the use of those associated with Christian belief, such, for instance, as relics of the saints, medallions blessed by the priest, etc. The amulets of the Jews differed in many respects from those used by Christians. The Mosaic prohibition of representations of human or animal forms imposed great restrictions upon the employment of engraved gems, and the Jew was only permitted to wear or carry those bearing merely characters of mystic or symbolic significance. In Talmudic times, amulets were sometimes hidden in a hollow staff, and they were believed to have more power when concealed from view in this way. They were like concealed weapons, and it was said that, as a father might give such an amulet to a son, so God had given the law to Israel for its protection. In the old French didactic poem, the Roman de la Rose, composed in the 12th century, appear traces of the belief in the magic properties of the precious stones. Chaucer translated this poem into English in the 14th century, and we quote the following lines from his version. They describe the costume of the symbolic figure, riches. Richesse a girdle had they upon, the buckle of it was a stone, of virtue great, and of machel of might. That stone was greatly for to love, and till a rich manes behove, worth all the gold in Rome and Fries. The mordaunt wrought in noble wise, was of a stone full precious, that was so fine and virtuous, that whole a man it could make, of palace and of toothache. At the trial, in 1232, of Hubert de Burgh, chief justiciar, one of the charges brought against him was that he had surreptitiously removed from the English treasury an exceedingly valuable stone, possessing the virtue of rendering the wearer invincible in battle, and had given it to Llewellyn, King of Wales, the enemy of his own sovereign, Henry III of England, 1207 to 1272. This must have taken place about 1228, when Henry was engaged in war with the Welsh. The precious stones could, under certain circumstances, lose the powers inherent in them was firmly believed in medieval times. If handled or even gazed upon by impure persons and sinners, some of the virtues of the stones departed from them. Indeed, there were those who held that precious stones, in common with all created things, were corrupted by the sin of Adam. Therefore, in order to restore their pristine virtue, it might become necessary to sanctify and consecrate them. And a kind of ritual serving this purpose has been preserved in several old treatises. The subject is sufficiently curious to warrant here the repetition of one of these forms. The stones which required consecration were to be wrapped in a perfectly clean linen cloth and placed on the altar. Then 3 masses were to be said over them, and the priest who celebrated the 3rd mass, clad in his sacred vestments, was to pronounce the following benediction. The Lord be with us, and with thy spirit. Let us pray. Almighty God and Father, who manifestedst thy virtue to Elias by certain senseless creatures, who orderedst Moses, thy servant, that among the sacerdotal vestments he should adorn the rational of judgment with 12 precious stones, and showedst to John, the evangelist, the famous city of Jerusalem, essentially constituted by the same stones, and who hadst the power to raise up sons to Abraham from stones. We humbly beseech thy majesty, since thou hast elected one of the stones to be a dwelling place for the majesty of thy heart, that thou wilt deign to bless and sanctify these stones by the sanctification and incarnation of thy name, so that they may be sanctified, blessed, and consecrated, and may receive from thee the effect of these virtues thou hast granted to them, according to their kinds, and which the experience of the learned has shown to have been given by thee, so that whoever may wear them on him may feel the presence of thy power, and may be worthy to receive the gift of thy grace and the protection of thy power. Through Jesus Christ, thy Son, in whom dwells all sanctification, benediction, and consecration, who lives with thee and reigns as God for all eternity. Amen. Thanks be to God. Conrad of Megenburg also gives this benediction in his Buch der Natur. Luther tells the following humorous tale of a Jew who was a vendor of amulets. There is a sorcery among the Jews, and their sorcerers think, if we succeed, it is well for us. If we fail, a Christian is the sufferer. What care we for that? But Duke Albert of Saxony acted shrewdly. When a Jew offered him a button, inscribed with curious characters and signs, and asserted that this button gave protection from cuts, thrusts, and shots, the Duke answered, "I will test that upon thyself, O Jew." Hereupon he led the man to the gate, hung the button at his neck, drew his own sword, and thrust the fellow through the body. "The same fate would have happened to me," said the Duke, "as has happened to thee." Ruskin, with his keen poetic insight into the working of natural laws, saw in the formation of crystals the action of both force of heart and steadiness of purpose. He thus found himself, consciously or unconsciously, in agreement with the old fancies which attributed a species of personality to precious stones. Just as the Hindu regarded an imperfectly shaped crystal as the bringer of ill luck to the owner, so Ruskin sees in such a crystal the signs of an innate immorality, if we may use this expression. Of a crystal aggregation of this type, he writes as follows: opaque, rough-surfaced, jagged on the edge, distorted in the spine, it exhibits a quite human image of decrepitude and dishonor. But the worst of all signs of its decay and helplessness is that halfway up, a parasite crystal, smaller but just as sickly, has rooted itself in the side of the larger one, eating out a cavity round its root, and then growing backwards or downwards, contrary to the direction of the main crystal. Yet I cannot trace the least difference in purity of substance between the first most noble stone and this ignoble and dissolute one. The impurity of the last is in its will, or want of will. There is established a very pretty custom of assigning to the various masculine and feminine Christian names a particular gem, and such name gems are often set together with natal and talismanic gems, and with gems of one's patron saint. It is considered an exceedingly good omen when it happens that all three gems are of the same sort. Gems for feminine names: Adelaide, Andalusite; Agnes, Agate; Alice, Alexandrite; Anne, Amber; Beatrice, Basalt; Belle, Bloodstone; Bertha, Beryl; Caroline, Chalcedony; Catherine, Cat's Eye; Charlotte, Carbuncle; Clara, Carnelian; Constance, Crystal; Dorcas, Diamond; Dorothy, Diaspore; Edith, Eye Agate; Eleanor, Aleolite; Elizabeth, Emerald; Ellen, Essonite; Emily, Euclid; Emma, Epidote; Florence, Fluorite; Frances, Fire Opal; Gertrude, Garnet; Gladys, Golden Beryl; Grace, Grossularite; Hannah, Heliotrope; Helen, Hyacinth; Irene, Iolite; Jane, Jacinth; Jessie, Jasper; Josephine, Jadeite; Julia, Jade; Louise, Lapis Lazuli; Lucy, Lepidolite; Margaret, Moss Agate; Martha, Malachite; Marie, Moldavite; Mary, Moonstone; Olive, Olivine; Pauline, Pearl; Rose, Ruby; Sarah, Spotamine; Susan, Sapphire; Therese, Turquoise. Gems for masculine names: Abraham, Aragonite; Adolphus, Albite; Adrian, Andalusite; Albert, Agate; Alexander, Alexandrite; Alfred, Almandine; Ambrose, Amber; Andrew, Aventurine; Archibald, Axonite; Arnold, Aquamarine; Arthur, Amethyst; Augustus, Aglematolite; Benjamin, Bloodstone; Bernard, Beryl; Charles, Chalcedony; Christian, Crystal; Claude, Cyanite; Clement, Chrysolite; Conrad, Crocidolite; Constantine, Chrysoberyl; Cornelius, Cat's Eye; Dennis, Demantoid; Dorian, Diamond; Edmund, Emerald; Edward, Epidote; Ernest, Euclid; Eugene, Essonite; Ferdinand, Felspar; Francis, Fire Opal; Frederick, Fluorite; George, Garnet; Gilbert, Gadolinite; Godfrey, Gagotes; Gregory, Grossularite; Gustavus, Galactides; Guy, Gold Quartz; Henry, Heliolite; Herbert, Hyacinth; Horace, Harlequin Opal; Hubert, Heliotrope; Hugh, Heliodore; Humphrey, Hypersthene; James, Jade; Jasper, jasper. Jerome, jadeite. John, jacinth. Joseph, jargoon. Julius, jet. Lambert. This was read for you by Mr. Mike Lawrence, 79, lapis lazuli. also known as Mike Leo, Golchinsky, lepidolite. from Lowell, Leonard, Michigan, lodestone. United States of Mark, America. malachite. Thank you. Matthew, moonstone. Maurice, moss agate. Michael, microcline. Nathan, naturalite. Nicholas, nephrite. Oliver, onyx. Osborne, orthoclase. Osmond, opal. Oswald, obsidian. Patrick, pyrope. Paul, pearl. Peter, porphyry. Philip, praise. Ralph, rubellite. Raymond, rose quartz. Richard, rutile. Robert, rock crystal. Roger, rhodonite. Roland, ruby. Stephen, sapphire. Theodore, tourmaline. Thomas, topaz. Valentine, vesuvianite. Vincent, verd antique. Walter, wood opal. William, willemite. End of Chapter 2. This was read for you by Mr. Mike 79, also known as Mike Golchinsky, from Lowell, Michigan, United States of America. Thank you. Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 3, on the Talismanic Use of Special Stones. Agate. The author of Lithica celebrates the merits of the agate in the following lines. Adorned with this, thou woman's heart shall gain, and by persuasion thy desire obtain. And if of men thou aught demand shalt come, with all thy wish fulfilled, rejoicing home. This idea is elaborated by Marbodus, Bishop of Rennes in the 11th century, who declares that agates make the wearers agreeable and persuasive, and also give them the favor of God. Still other virtues are recounted by Camillo Leonardo, who claims that these stones give victory and strength to their owners and avert tempests and lightning. The agate possessed some wonderful virtues, for its wearer was guarded from all dangers, was enabled to vanquish all terrestrial obstacles, and was endowed with a bold heart. This latter prerogative was presumably the secret of his success. Some of these wonder-working agates were black with white veins, while others again were entirely white. The wearing of agate ornaments was believed to be a cure for insomnia, and was thought to ensure pleasant dreams. In spite of these supposed advantages, Cardano asserts that while wearing this stone he had many misfortunes which he could not trace to any fault or error of his own. He, therefore, abandoned its use, although he states that it made the wearer more prudent in his actions. Indeed, Cardano appears to have tested the talismanic worth of gems according to a plan of his own, namely, by wearing them in turn and noting the degree of good or ill fortune he experienced. By this method he apparently arrived at positive results based on actual experience, but he quite failed to appreciate the fact that no real connection of any kind existed between the stones and their supposed effects. In another treatise, this author takes a somewhat more favorable view of the agate and proclaims that all varieties render those who wear them temperate, continent, and cautious. Therefore they are all useful for acquiring riches. According to the text accompanying a curious print published in Vienna in 1709, the attractive qualities of the so-called coral agate were to be utilized in an airship, the invention of a Brazilian priest. Over the head of the aviator as he sat in the airship, there was a network of iron to which large coral agates were attached. These were expected to help in drawing up the ship, when, through the heat of the sun's rays, the stones had acquired magnetic power. The main lifting force was provided by powerful magnets enclosed in two metal spheres. How the magnets themselves were to be raised is not explained. About the middle of the past century, the demand for agate amulets was so great in the Sudan that the extensive agate-cutting establishments at Idar and Oberstein in Germany were almost exclusively busied with fulfilling orders for this trade. Brown or black agates having a white ring in the center were chiefly used for the fabrication of these amulets, the white ring being regarded as a symbol of the eye. Hence the amulets were supposed to neutralize the power of the evil eye, or else be emblematic of the watchfulness of a guardian spirit. The demand for these amulets has fallen off greatly, but when it was at its height, single firms exported them to the value of 40,000 thalers, $30,000, annually, the total export amounting to hundreds of thousands of thalers. Even at present, a considerable trade in these objects is still carried on. That there is a fashion in amulets is shown by the fact that, while red, white, and green amulets are in demand on the west coast of Africa, only white stones are favored for this use in northern Africa. Alexandrite. There are a few talismanic stones which have gained their repute in our time, notably the alexandrite. The discovery of this variety is stated to have been made in 1831, on the day that Alexander II, then heir apparent, reached his majority, and it was therefore named alexandrite by Nordenskjöld, the mineralogist. The stone, as found in gem form, rarely weighs over from 1 to 3 carats and is characterized by a marked pleochroism of a splendid green changing to a beautiful columbine red. But in Ceylon, much larger gems are found, some few weighing 60 carats each, although rarely of more than 1 or 2 carats. The color is of a darker and more bottle-like green, and the change by night renders them darker and more granitized than the Russian stones, which are extremely rare. As red and green are the Russian national colors, the alexandrite has become a great favorite with the Russians, and is looked upon as a stone of good omen in that country. Such, however, is its beauty as a gem, that its fame is by no means confined to Russia, and it is eagerly sought in other lands as well. Amber. Amber was one of the first substances used by man for decoration, and was also employed at a very early period for amulets and for medicinal purposes. More or less shapeless pieces of rough amber, marked with circular depressions, have been found in Prussia, Schleswig-Holstein, and Denmark in deposits of the Stone Age. These depressions are sometimes regularly disposed, and at other times irregularly, and seem intended to imitate similar depressions found in large stones and rocks, often the work of man's hand, but occasionally the result of natural causes. In Hornis's opinion, they marked the resting place of the spirit or spirits believed to animate the stone, and hence it is probable that the amber fragments were used as talismans or amulets. For the ancient Greek poets, the grains of amber were the tears annually shed over the death of their brother Phaethon by the Heliades after grief had metamorphosed them into poplars growing on the banks of the Eridanus, the modern river Po. In a lost tragedy of Sophocles, he saw the origin of amber in the tears shed over the death of Meleager by certain Indian birds. For Nicias, it was the juice or essence of the brilliant rays of the setting sun, congealed in the sea and then cast up upon the shore. A more prosaic explanation likened amber to resin and regarded it as being an exudation from the trunks of certain trees. Indeed, the poetic fancy we have just noted is the same idea clothed in a metaphorical or mythological form. Another fancy represented amber to be the solidified urine of the lynx, hence one of its names, Lincurius. The brilliant and beautiful yellow of certain ambers, and the fact that this material was very easily worked, served to make its use more general, and it soon became a favorite object of trade and barter between the peoples of the Baltic coast and the more civilized people to the south. Schliemann found considerable amber from the Baltic in the graves of Mycenae, and frequent allusions to it in the works of Latin authors of the first and succeeding centuries testify to its popularity in the Roman world. Perhaps the very earliest allusion in literature to the ornamental use of amber appears in Homer's Odyssey, where we read, Eurymachus received a golden necklace richly wrought, and set with amber beads that glowed as if with sunshine. To Eurydamas there came a pair of earrings, each a triple gem, daintily fashioned and of exquisite grace. 2 servants bore them. Amber, ingeniously carved into animal forms, has been discovered in tumuli in Indersone, Norway. These curious objects were worn as amulets, and the peculiar forms were supposed to enhance the power of the material, giving it special virtues and rendering it of greater value and efficacy. Pieces of amber with singular natural markings were greatly esteemed, especially when these markings suggested the initials of the name of some prominent person. Thus, we are told that Frederick Wilhelm I of Prussia paid to a dealer a high price for a piece of amber on which appeared his initials. The same dealer had another piece on which he read the initials of Charles XII of Sweden. When he received the news of this king's death, he bitterly lamented having lost the opportunity of selling him amber for a high price. But he was cleverly consoled by Nathaniel Sendall, the realtor of the story, who easily persuaded the dealer that the markings could just as well signify the initials of some other name. Sendall adduces that this is a proof that the letters read on such pieces of amber were as much the product of the observer's imaginations as of the markings on the material. Those who secured amber so mysteriously marked by nature's hand probably felt that they had obtained a talisman of great power, especially destined for their use. Amethyst. While the special and traditional virtue of the amethyst was the cure of drunkenness, many other qualities were attributed to this stone in the 15th century. For Leonardo, it had the power to control evil thoughts, to quicken the intelligence, and to render men shrewd in business matters. An amethyst worn on the person had a sobering effect, not only upon those who had partaken too freely of the cup that intoxicates, but also upon those overexcited by the love passion. Lastly, it preserved soldiers from harm and gave them victory over their enemies, and was of great assistance to hunters in the capture of wild animals. The amethyst shared with many other stones the power to preserve the wearer from contagion. A pretty legend in regard to the amethyst has been happily treated in French verse. The god Bacchus, offended at some neglect that he had suffered, was determined to avenge himself, and declare that the first person he should meet, when he and his train passed along, should be devoured by his tigers. Fate willed it that this luckless mortal was a beautiful and pure maiden named Amethyst, who was on her way to worship at the shrine of Diana. As the ferocious beast sprang toward her, she sought the protection of the goddess and was saved from a worse fate by being turned into a pure white stone. Recognizing the miracle and repenting of his cruelty, Bacchus poured the juice of the grape as a libation over the petrified body of the maiden, thus giving to the stone the beautiful violet hue that so charms the beholder's eye. From the various descriptions of this stone given by ancient writers, it appears that one of the varieties was probably the purple almandine or Indian garnet, and it is not improbable that we have here the reason for the name amethyst and for the supposed virtue of the stone in preserving from drunkenness. For if water were poured into a vessel made of a reddish stone, the liquid would appear like wine, and could nevertheless be drunk with impunity. Beryl. Arnoldus Saxo, writing about 1220, after reciting the virtues of beryl as given by Marbodus, after Evax and Isidorus, reports in addition that the stone gave help against their foes in battle or in litigation. The wearer was rendered unconquerable and at the same time amiable, while his intellect was quickened and he was cured of laziness. In the old German translation of Thomas de Cantiperis de Proprietibus Rerum, we read that the beryl reawakens the love of married people. Hat auch die das alut liab widerspringt. Bloodstone. The heliotrope, or bloodstone, was supposed to impart a reddish hue to the water in which it was placed, so that when the rays of the sun fell upon the water they gave forth red reflections. From this fancy was developed the strange exaggeration that this stone had the power to turn the sun itself a blood red, and to cause thunder, lightning, rain, and tempest. The old treatise of Damigeron relates this of the bloodstone, adding that it announced future events by producing rain and by audible oracles. Probably the conjurers, before proceeding to use the stone for their incantations, watched the heavens and waited until they noticed the signs of an approaching storm. Then they interpreted the sounds of the wind and thunder in various ways, so as to give apt answers to the questions addressed to them touching future events. It is well known that the sighing of the wind and indeed, all of those natural sounds which constitute the grand symphony of nature were interpreted by prophets and seers into articulate speech. Damigeron also declares that the bloodstone preserved the faculties and bodily health of the wearer, brought him consideration and respect, and guarded him from deception. In the Leyden Papyrus, the bloodstone is praised as an amulet in the following extravagant terms. The world has no greater thing. If anyone have this with him, he will be given whatever he asks for. It also assuages the wrath of kings and despots, and whatever the wearer says will be believed. Whoever bears this stone, which is a gem, and pronounces the name engraved upon it, will find all doors open, while bonds and stone walls will be rent asunder. Carbuncle. The carbuncle was recommended as a heart stimulant. Indeed, so powerful was its action that the wearers were rendered angry and passionate, and were even warned to be on their guard against attacks of apoplexy. The blood-red hue of the stone also suggested its use as a symbol of the divine sacrifice of Christ on the cross. However, not only in Christianity was this stone used to illustrate religious conceptions, for the Quran affirms that the fourth heaven is composed of carbuncle. In mythical fantasies, too, this stone played its part, for dragon's eyes were said to be carbuncles. Rumphius states that in 1687 he was told by a chirurgeon that the latter had seen in the possession of one of the rulers of the island in Amboin a carbuncle said to have been brought by a serpent. The story ran that this ruler, when a child, had been placed by his mother in a hammock attached to 2 branches of a tree. While there, a serpent crept up to him and dropped a stone upon his body. In gratitude for this gift, the parents of the child fed and cared for the serpent. The stone is described as having been of a warm yellow hue, verging on red. It shone so brightly at night that a room could be illuminated by it. It eventually passed into the possession of a king of Siam. Carnelian. Carnelian is a talisman. It brings good luck to child and man. If resting on an onyx ground, a sacred kiss imprint when found, it drives away all evil things, to thee and thine protection brings. The name of Allah, King of Kings, if graven on this stone indeed, will move to love his doughty deed. From such a gem a woman gains sweet hope and comfort in her pains. The wearing of carnelians is recommended by the Lapidaro of Alfonso X, to those who have a weak voice or are timid in speech. For the warm-colored stone will give them the courage they lack, so that they will speak both boldly and well. This is in accord with the general belief in the stimulating and animating effects produced by red stones. On a carnelian is engraved in Arabic characters a prayer to keep away evil and to deliver the wearer from the tricks of the devil and from the envious. The inscription reads in translation, "In the name of God, the just, the very just, I implore you, O God, King of the world. God of the world, deliver us from the devil, who tries to do harm and evil to us through bad people, and from the evil of the envious." Throughout all the East, people are afraid of the envious. They believe that if you envy a person for his health or his wealth, or any good thing he may have, he will lose it in a short time, and it is the devil who incites the envy of some people against others. So it is supposed that by wearing this stone, bearing this prayer against the envious, their envy will cease to do you harm. The popularity of the carnelian as a talismanic stone among Mohammedan peoples is said to be due to the fact that the Prophet himself wore on the little finger of his right hand a silver ring set with a carnelian engraved for use as a seal. One of the most famous of the Imams, Jafar, lent the weight of his authority to the belief in the virtue of the carnelian, for he declared that all the desires of any man who wore this stone would be gratified. Hence, in Persia, the name of one of the 12 Imams comprising Ali and his successors is frequently engraved on this stone. An Armenian writer of the 17th century reports that in India, the lal, or balas ruby, if powdered and taken in a potion, was believed to banish all dark forebodings and to excite joyous emotions. To the carnelian was attributed a virtue somewhat analogous to that ascribed to the turquoise, as anyone wearing a carnelian was proof against injury from falling houses or walls. And the writer emphasizes this by stating that no man who wore a carnelian was ever found in a collapsed house or beneath a fallen wall. Chalcedony. An ingenious, though far-fetched explanation of the power attributed to chalcedony of driving away phantoms and visions of the night is supplied by Gonelli, writing in 1702. For him, the source of this asserted power was to be found in what has been erroneously termed of the alkaline quality of the stone. This dissipated the evil humors of the eye, thus removing the diseased condition of that organ which caused the apparitions to be seen. However absurd this explanation may be, it nevertheless shows that the author put little faith in visible ghosts, and rightly enough recognized the purely subjective character of such phenomena. Chrysoberyl. The cat's eye variety of chrysoberyl, or precious cat's eye, is used by the natives of Ceylon as a charm against evil spirits. As a proof of the high value set upon the gem in India, De Boot states that a cat's eye, estimated as worth 90 gold pieces in Lusitania, was sold for 600 in India. Some of the finest specimens come from Ceylon. Chrysolite. The Serpent Isle in the Red Sea was stated by Agatharcides to be the source whence came the topaz, chrysolite. Here, by the mandate of Egyptian kings, the inhabitants collected specimens of this stone and delivered them to the gem cutters for polishing. These simple details are elaborated by Diodorus Siculus into the legend that the island was guarded by jealous watchers who had orders to put to death any unauthorized persons who approached it. Even those who had the right to seek the gem could not see the chrysolite in daytime. Only after nightfall was it revealed by its radiance. The seekers then marked well the spot and were able to find the stone on the following day. From this Egyptian source, and possibly from others exploited by the Egyptians, have come the finest chrysolites, peridots, or olivines, the most magnificent examples of this gem. These found their way into the cathedral treasures of Europe, evidently by loot or trade at the period of the Crusades, and are generally called emeralds. Those most notable are in the treasury of the Three Magi. In the great Dom, or cathedral at Cologne, some of these gems are nearly 2 inches long. In our own land, beautiful specimens can be seen in the Morgan Collection in the American Museum of Natural History and in the Higginbotham Hall in the Field Museum of Natural History, Chicago, Illinois. Pliny quotes from Juba the tradition that the topaz, chrysolite, derived its name from the island of Topasos in the Red Sea, the first specimen having been brought thence by the procurator Philemon to Berenice, mother of Ptolemy II, Philadelphus. The monarch is said to have had a statue of his wife, Arsinoe, made from the stone. If there be any foundation for this latter statement, the precious gift sent by Philemon must have been a mass of fluorspar, or some similar material. More than 300 years after Pliny's time, Epiphanius, evidently repeating another version of this tradition, states that the topaz was set in the diadem of the Theban queen. Chrysolite, olivine, or peridot, to exert its full power, required to be set in gold. Worn in this way, it dispelled the vague terrors of the night. If, however, it were to be used as a protection from the wiles of evil spirits, the stone had to be pierced and strung on the hair of an ass and then attached to the left arm. The belief in the virtue of the chrysolite to dissolve enchantments and to put evil spirits to flight was probably due to the association of the stone with the sun, before whose life-giving rays darkness and all the powers of darkness were driven away. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Thank you for listening. This has been read for you by Mike Golchinsky, also known as Mr. Mike 79, from Lowell, Michigan, United States of America.
Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Malachi Orozco. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chrysoprase. Wonderful things are told of the virtue of the chrysoprase, for Volmar states that if a thief sentenced to be hanged or beheaded should place this stone in his mouth, he would immediately escape from his executioners. Although we are not informed in what way this fortunate result was attained, it seems likely that the stone was believed to make the thief invisible, and thus possessed a virtue often attributed to the opal. A strange story regarding a magic stone reputed to have been worn by Alexander the Great is related by Albertus Magnus. According to this recital, Alexander, in his battles, wore a prase in his girdle. On his return from his Indian campaign, wishing one day to bathe in the Euphrates, he laid aside his girdle, and a serpent bit off the stone and then dropped it into the river. Even Albertus, who is far from critical, admits that the story seems like a fable, and it probably belongs to a comparatively late period, As the term praise is used very loosely by early writers, this victory stone may have been an emerald or possibly jade. Coral. The appreciation of coral as an ornament or for amulets seems to presuppose a certain development of civilization, for savage tribes greatly prefer glass ornaments. Many attempts have been made to introduce coral beads instead of glass beads among such tribes, but with no success, as the cheaper but brighter glass always commands a higher price. To still tempests and traverse broad rivers in safety was the privilege of one who bore either red or white coral with him. That this also stanched the flow of blood from a wound, cured madness, and gave wisdom was said to have been experimentally proved. Coral, which for 20 centuries or more was classed among the precious stones, to retain its power as an amulet, must not have been worked, and in Italy only such pieces are valued for this purpose as have been freshly gathered from the sea, or have been cast up by the sea on the shore. To exercise all its power against spells or enchantments, coral must be worn where its brilliant color makes it conspicuous. If, however, it should by accident be broken, the separate pieces have no virtue, and the magic power ceases, as though the spirit dwelling in the coral had fled from its abode. The peasant women are careful to guard the coral they wear for a special purpose from the eyes of their husbands, for the substance is believed to grow pale at certain seasons, regarding its pristine hue after a short interval of time. Indeed, the women believe that the coral shares their indisposition with them. All this serves to show that a kind of vital force is believed to animate the material, gaining or losing in vigor according to certain conditions, and finally disappearing when the form is broken. These beliefs are all clearly traceable to the animistic ideas of primitive man. Diamond. The diamond is to the pearl as the sun is to the moon, and we might well call one the king gem and the other the queen gem. The diamond, like a knight of old, brilliant and resistant, is the emblem of fearlessness and invincibility. The pearl, like a lady of old, pure and fair to look upon, is the emblem of modesty and purity. Therefore, it does not seem unfitting that the diamond should be presented as a token to the pearl, and that pearls should go with the diamond. The virtues ascribed to this stone are almost all directly traceable either to its unconquerable hardness or to its transparency and purity. It was therefore thought to bring victory to the wearer by endowing him with superior strength, fortitude, and courage. Marbodus tells us it was a magic stone of great power and served to drive away nocturnal specters. For this purpose it should be set in gold and worn on the left arm. For Saint Hildegard, the sovereign virtue of the diamond was recognized by the devil, who was a great enemy of the stone because it resisted his power by day and by night. Rueus calls it a gem of reconciliation, as it enhanced the love of a husband for his wife. Cardano takes a more pessimistic view of the qualities of the diamond. He says, "It is believed to make the wearer unhappy. Its effects, therefore, are the same upon the mind as that of the sun upon the eye, for the latter rather dims than strengthens the sight. It indeed renders fearless, but there is nothing that contributes more to our safety than prudence, than fear. Therefore, it is better to fear." The diamond was often associated with the lightning, and was sometimes believed to owe its origin to the thunderbolt, but we do not recall having seen elsewhere the statement made in an anonymous Italian manuscript of the 14th century. Here it is expressly asserted that the diamond is sometimes consumed or melted when it thunders. Certainly, that the same force that was supposed to have formed the stone should be able to dissolve it is not an illogical idea. That the diamond can be entirely consumed at a high temperature was a fact not known in Europe in the 14th century, and therefore the belief in the destructive effect of the electric current must have arisen from the superstitious or poetic fancies, and not from any vague conception of the true nature of the diamond. In the Talmud, we read of a gem, supposed to have been the diamond, which was worn by the high priest. This stone served to show the guilt or innocence of one accused of any crime. If the accused were guilty, the stone would grow dim. But if he were innocent, it would shine more brilliantly than ever. This quality is also alluded to by Sir John Mandeville, who wrote, "It happens often that the good diamond loses its virtue by sin, and for incontinence of him who bears it." The Hindus classed diamonds according to the 4 castes. The Brahmin diamond gave power, friends, riches, and good luck. The Kshatriya diamond prevented the approach of old age. The Vaisya stone brought success, and the Sudra all manner of good fortune. On the other hand, in the treatise on gems by Buddhabhatta, we read, "A diamond, a part of which is the color of blood or spotted with red, would quickly bring death to the wearer, even if he were the master of death." The Arabians and Persians, as well as the modern Egyptians, agree in attributing to the diamond a wonderful power to bring good fortune, and Rabbi Benoni, a mystic of the 14th century, treating of its magic virtues, asserts that it produces somnambulism, and as a talisman so powerfully attracts the planetary influences that it renders the wearer invincible. It was also said to provoke a state of spiritual ecstasy. An alchemist of the same century, Pierre de Boniface, asserted that the diamond made the wearer invisible. A curious fancy, prevalent in regard to many stones, attributed sex to the diamond, and it is therefore not surprising that these stones were also supposed to possess reproductive powers. In this connection, Sir John Mandeville wrote, "They grow together, male and female, and are nourished by the dew of heaven, and they engender commonly, and bring forth small children that multiply and grow all the year. I have oftentimes tried the experiment that if a man can keep them with a little bit of the rock, and water them with May dew often, they shall grow every year, and the small will grow great." The following lines from a translation of the celebrated Orphic poem, written in the 2nd century, show the high esteem in which the adamas was held at that time. "The evil eye shall have no power to harm him that shall wear the diamond as a charm. No monarch shall attempt to thwart his will, and e'en the gods his wishes shall fulfill." This probably refers either to colorless corundum, the so-called white sapphire, or to quartz. The writer is disinclined to believe that the ancients knew the diamond. The ancient Hindu gem treatise of Buddhabhatta asserts that the diamond of the Brahmin should have the whiteness of a shell or of rock crystal, that of the Kshatriya, the brown color of the eye of a hare, that of the Vaisya, the lovely shade of a petal of the Kadali flower, that of the Sudra, the sheen of a polished blade. To kings alone the sages assigned 2 classes of colored diamonds, namely those as red as coral and those yellow as saffron. These were exclusively royal gems, but diamonds of all other shades could be set in royal jewels. A typical diamond is thus described in a Hindu gem treatise: "A 6-pointed diamond, pure, without stain, with pronounced and sharp edges, of a beautiful shade, light, with well-formed facets, without defects, illuminating space with its fire and with the reflection of the rainbow. A diamond of this kind is not easy to find in the earth." According to a widespread superstition, the talismanic power of a diamond was lost if the stone were acquired by purchase. Only when received as a gift could its virtues be depended on. The same belief is noted regarding the turquoise. The spirit dwelling in the stone was thought to take offense at the idea of being bought and sold, and was supposed to depart from the stone, leaving it nothing more than a bit of senseless matter. If, however, the diamond, or turquoise, were offered as a pledge of love or friendship, the spirit was quite willing to transfer its good offices from one owner to another. The Talmud shows us that the Jewish rabbis sometimes endeavored to enliven their exhaustive discussions of ritual and legal questions by telling, quote, good stories, end quote, to each other. One of these may be given as illustrating at once the wild improbability of some of these recitals and the belief in the wonderful magic virtues of the diamond. Rabbi Jehuda of Mesopotamia used to tell, once, while on board of a ship, I saw a diamond that was encircled by a snake, and a diver went to catch it. The snake then opened its mouth, threatening to swallow the ship. Then a raven came, bit off its head, and all the water around turned into blood. Then another snake came, took the diamond, put it in the carcass, and it became alive. And again it opened its mouth, in order to swallow the ship. Another bird then came, bit off its head, took the diamond, and threw it on the ship. We had with us salted birds, and we wanted to try whether the diamond would bring them to life, so we placed the gem on them, and they became animated, and flew away with the gem. It is said that the first large diamonds discovered by Europeans in South Africa were found in the leather bag of a sorcerer. Although large stones or fragments of rock are usually the objects of adoration as fetishes in Africa, any small stone that is wrapped in colored rags and worn on the neck may be regarded in the same way. Several competent authorities state that these diamonds were the playthings of some Boer children. Al-Qazwini relates as follows the marvelous tale of the Valley of Diamonds. Aristotle says that no one except Alexander ever reached the place where the diamond is produced. This is a valley connected with the land Hind. The glance cannot penetrate to its greatest depths, and serpents are found there, the like of which no man hath seen, and upon which no man can gaze without dying. However, this power endures only as long as the serpents live, for when they die, the power leaves them. In this place summer reigns for 6 months, and winter for the same length of time. Now, Alexander ordered that an iron mirror should be brought and placed at the spot where the serpents dwelt. When the serpents approached, their glance fell upon their own image in the mirror, and this caused their death. Hereupon Alexander wished to bring out the diamonds from the valley, but no one was willing to undertake the descent. Alexander therefore sought counsel of the wise men, and they told him to throw down a piece of flesh into the valley. This he did. The diamonds became attached to the flesh, and the birds of the air seized the flesh and bore it up out of the valley. Then Alexander ordered his people to pursue the birds and to pick up what fell from the flesh. Another writer states that the mines are in the mountains of Serendib, Ceylon, in a very deep gorge, in which are deadly serpents. When people wish to take out the diamonds, they throw down pieces of flesh, which are seized by vultures and brought up to the brink of the gorge. There, such of the diamonds as cling to the flesh are secured. These are of the size of a lentil or a pea. The largest pieces found attain the size of a half bean. In his version of the tale, one form of which appears in the 7th voyage of Sinbad the Sailor, Tefashi states that the finest corundum gems were washed down the streams that flowed from Adam's Peak on the island of Ceylon. In time of drought, however, this source of supply ceased. Now it happened that many eagles built their nests on the top of this mountain, and the gem seekers used to place large pieces of flesh at the foot of the mountain. The eagles pounced upon these and bore them away to their nests, but were obliged to alight from time to time in order to rest, and while the pieces of flesh lay on the rock, some of the corundums became lightly attached to this, so that when the eagles resumed their flight, the stones dropped off and rolled down the mountainside. These oft-repeated tales are explained by Dr. Valentine Ball as originating in the Hindu custom of sacrificing cattle when new mines were opened, and leaving on the spot a certain part of the meat as an offering to the guardian deities. As these pieces of meat were soon carried away by birds of prey, the legend arose that the diamonds were obtained in this way. This custom still prevailed in some parts of India when Dr. Ball wrote. The effect exercised by Hindu superstition on even the most enlightened Europeans of our day may be recognized in the fact that the gifted prima donna, Madame Maeterlinck, the wife of the foremost living European poet, has confessed that she wears a diamond suspended on her forehead because her husband believes that this brings good fortune to the wearer. This forehead jewel is characteristically Hindu and enjoys in India the reputation of being especially auspicious. Emerald. The emerald was believed to foreshow future events, but we do not learn whether visions were actually seen in the stone, as they were in spheres of rock crystal or beryl, or whether the emerald endowed the wearer with a supernatural foreknowledge of what was to come. As a revealer of truth, this stone was an enemy of all enchantments and conjuration. Hence, it was greatly favored by magicians, who found all their arts of no avail if an emerald were in their vicinity when they began to weave their spells. To this supernatural power inherent in the stone, enabling it to quicken the prophetic faculty, may be added many other virtues. If anyone wished to strengthen his memory or to become an eloquent speaker, he was sure to attain his end by securing possession of a fine emerald. And not only the ambitious, but also those whose hearts had been smitten by the shafts from Cupid's bow found in this stone an invaluable auxiliary, for it revealed the truth or falsity of lovers' oaths. Strange to say, however, the emerald, although commonly assigned to Venus, was often regarded as an enemy of sexual passion. So sensitive was the stone believed to be in this respect that Albertus Magnus relates of King Bela of Hungary, who possessed an exceptionally valuable emerald set in a ring that, when he embraced his wife while wearing this ring on his finger, the stone broke into 3 parts. In rabbinical legend, it is related that 4 precious stones were given by God to King Solomon. One of these was the emerald. The possession of the 4 stones is said to have endowed the wise king with power over all creation. As these 4 stones probably typified the 4 cardinal points, and were very likely of red, blue, yellow, and green color, respectively, we might conjecture that the other 3 stones were the carbuncle, the lapis lazuli, and the topaz. After stating that the emerald sharpens the wits and quickens the intelligence, Cardano declares that it therefore made people more honest, for, quote, dishonesty is nothing but ignorance, stupidity, and ill nature, end quote. The same writer adds that the stone was believed to make men economical, and hence make them rich. But of this he was very skeptical, since the experience of others, as well as his own, showed that the emerald possessed very little power in this direction. A talismanic emerald, once the property of the Mughal emperors of Delhi, has recently been shown in Europe. The stone is a rich, deep green and weighs 78 carats. Around the edge, in Persian characters, runs the inscription, quote, "He who possesses this charm shall enjoy the special protection of God," end quote. Emerald sharpened the wits, conferred riches and the power to predict future events. To evolve this latter virtue, it must be put under the tongue. It also strengthened the memory. The light-colored stones were esteemed the best, and legend told that they were brought from the nests of griffins. Gypsum. Gypsum, when fibrous, the fibers being long and straight, is known as satin spar, This material is frequently cut rounded, or en cabochon, across the fibers. Sometimes it is cut in the form of beads, or of pear-shaped drops, which are mounted in earrings, scarf pins, or necklaces. The material is frequently found in Russia, England, and elsewhere, and is cut in England or Russia. Some of the cut stones are mounted in brass, or gilded brass, and sold as luck stones in Niagara, the claim being made that the satin spar was taken from beneath the falls at great peril, as occasionally small deposits of this kind of gypsum are found under the falls. From time to time, small consignments of this material have been sent to Japan, as the Japanese value it possibly on account of its purity, or owing to the fact that it has the effect of the cat's eye. It is quite cheap, and at the same time very soft, so that it can be scratched with the fingernail. That found in Russia is of a golden yellow or salmon color, and is worked into various ornaments, the one popular form being egg-shaped, and because of their form, such objects are frequently given as Easter gifts. The same material is also known in Egypt, and is cut in the same egg form, the ornaments being called pharaoh's eggs, although just which pharaoh this refers to is not stated. They are also believed to possess qualities of protection and to bring good fortune. Hematite. The virtues of the hematite were praised in an ancient gem treatise written by Ascanius of Babylon for Mithridates the Great, the king of Pontus, who died in 63 BC, a sovereign who was passionately fond of precious stones and possessed a splendid collection of them, both engraved and unengraved. Ascanius, as cited by Pliny, taught that human destinies were influenced by the virtues inherent in precious stones, and asserted that the hematite, when used as a talisman, procured for the wearer a favorable bearing of petitions addressed to kings, and a fortunate issue of lawsuits and judgments. It is a red oxide of iron, which, when abraded, shows a red streak, whence the name hematite, from the Greek haima, blood. As an iron ore and hence associated with Mars, the god of war, this substance was also considered to be an invaluable help to the warrior on the field of battle if he rubbed his body with it. Probably, like the lodestone, it was believed to confer invulnerability. The high degree of skill possessed by the Pueblo workers is strikingly shown in a finely inlaid hematite cylinder found in Pueblo Bonito. The inlays are of turquoise and are designed to make the cylinder a conventional representation of a bird. The wings are indicated by turquoise inlays of pyramidal outline, curved so as to allow the curvature of the cylinder, the head being figured by a conical piece of turquoise attached to one end. This conical termination bore a small bird figure carved in relief. When we consider the difficulties the Indian workers had to overcome in the execution of this artistic task with the tools at their command, we can well realize that this object, probably an amulet, must have been considered very valuable and was most likely the property of someone of high rank in the tribe or community. Jacinth. The jacinth was more especially recommended as an amulet for travelers because of its reputed value as a protection against the plague and against wounds and injuries, the two classes of perils most feared by those who undertook long journeys. Moreover, this stone assured the wearer a cordial reception at any hostelry he visited. It was said to lose its brilliancy and grow pale and dull if the wearer or anyone in his immediate neighborhood became ill of the plague. In addition to these qualities, the jacinth augmented the riches of the owner and endowed him with prudence in the conduct of his affairs. Saint Hildegard, the abbess of Bingen, who died in 1179, gives the following details as to the proper use of the jacinth. the jacinth. If anyone is bewitched by phantoms or by magical spells, so that he has lost his wits, take a hot loaf of pure wheaten bread and cut the upper crust in the form of a cross, not, however, cutting it quite through, and then pass the stone along the cutting, reciting these words: May God, who cast away all precious stones from the devil, cast away from thee, N, all phantoms and all magic spells, and free thee from the pain of this madness. The patient is then to eat of the bread. If, however, his stomach should be too feeble, unleavened bread may be used. All other solid food given to the sick person should be treated in the same manner. We are also told that if anyone has a pain in his heart, the pain will be relieved, provided the sign of the cross be made over the heart while the above-mentioned words are recited. The wearer of a jacinth was believed to be proof against the lightning, and it was even asserted that wax that had been impressed by an image graven on this stone averted the lightning from one who bore the seal. That the stone really possessed this power was a matter of common report, it being confidently declared that in regions where many were struck by lightning, none who bore a jacinth were ever harmed. By a like miracle, it preserved the wearer from all danger of pestilence, even though he lived in an air charged with the disease. A third virtue was to induce sleep. Of this, Cardano states that he was in the habit of wearing rather a large jacinth, and had found that the stone, quote, seemed to dispose somewhat to sleep, but not much, end quote. He adds, in explanation of its slight efficacy, that his stone was not bright red, nor of the best sort, but of a golden hue, differing much from the best. End of Chapter 3, Part 2.
Chapter 3, Part 3, The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 3, Part 3, on the Talismanic Use of Special Stones. Jade. The name jade includes two distinct minerals, nephrite and jadeite. The former is a silicate of magnesia, of exceedingly tough structure, and ranks 6.5 in the scale of hardness, while jadeite, a silicate of alumina, is more crystalline and not as tough as nephrite, and has a hardness of 7. A variety having a rich emerald green hue is called by the Chinese fe cui, kingfisher plumes. It is also denominated imperial jade. The original form of the Chinese character pao, signifying precious, consists of the outline of a house within which are the symbols of jade beads, shell, and an earthen jar. This shows that at the very early time when these characters were first used, the Chinese already collected jade and employed it for personal adornment. The oldest form of the ideograph for king appeared to be the symbol for a string of jade beads, which are even now used in China as insignia for high rank and authority. Jade amulets of many different forms are popular with the Chinese. One representing 2 men is called 2 brothers of heavenly love and is often given to friends. A phoenix of jade is a favorite ornament for young girls and is bestowed upon them when they come of age. To a newly wedded pair is given the figure of a man riding on a unicorn and holding castanets in his hand. This signifies that an heir will be born in due time. Such is the fondness of the Chinese for jade that those who can afford the luxury of its possession are wont to carry with them small pieces so that they may have them always at hand. For they believe that when handled, something of the secret virtue of the substance is absorbed into the body. When struck, jade is thought to emit a peculiarly melodious sound, which for the Chinese poet resembles the voice of the loved one. Indeed, jade is termed the concentrated essence of love. Fashioned into the form of a butterfly, a piece of jade acquires a special romantic significance in China because of a Chinese legend which relates that a youth in his early pursuit of a many-hued butterfly made his way into the garden of a rich mandarin. Instead of being published for his trespass, the youth's unceremonious visit led to his marriage with the mandarin's daughter. Hence, the figure of a butterfly is a symbol of successful love, and Chinese bridegrooms are wont to present jade butterflies to their fiancés. A Chinese jade ornament constituting a child's amulet assumes a form approximating to that of a padlock. When this is attached to a child's neck, it is supposed to bind the little one to life and protect it from all danger in infantile diseases. A jade object of a different kind is sometimes used at nuptial feasts in China. This is a cup having the form of a cock, and both bride and groom drink from it. The form of this vessel is accounted for by a legend to the effect that when a beautiful white cock saw its young mistress, who had often petted it, threw herself into a well in a transport of despair at the loss of her lover, the faithful fowl sought and found death in the same way, so as not to be separated from its mistress. Among the splendid Chinese jade carvings of the Woodward collection is a curious symbolic ornament carved out of the rare Fei Yu Yu, or kingfisher green jade, a rich emerald green jadeite with translucent green shading. This ornament, executed in the beginning of the 18th century and believed to be a product of the Imperial Jade Works in Peking, figures the natural form of a so-called hand of Buddha citron, the finger-like protuberances of the fruit suggesting this strangely fanciful name. The Chinese regard this as a most felicitous emblem, denoting at once a long life and abundance of riches for its enjoyment. In the present carving, the figure of a bat clinging to the foliage, enveloping the fruit, constitutes an added omen of good fortune. The Chinese character Fu, signifying at once bat and happiness, another proof of what we are prone to call Chinese queerness, for with the superstitious of our race the bat is always looked upon as especially ill-omened. It is a well-known fact that many analogies have been found between the customs, usages, and products of the more civilized aborigines of the New World and those of the ancient Egyptians. Another instance is offered by the custom of placing a piece of Chalchihuitl jade or of some other green stone in the mouth of a noble after his death, and calling this his heart. Among the lower classes, a tehahaktli, a stone of small value, was used for the same purpose. We shall see that in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, directions are given for putting a semi-precious stone on or in a mummy as a symbol, and designating this the heart of the deceased person. For the use of a green stone for this purpose by the ancient Mexicans, Mrs. Zelia Nuttall finds a reason in the two meanings of the Nahuatl word Hohoquiyotl, which is used to signify a free man, the literal meaning being a fresh or green heart. Hence the stone was a symbol of the rank of the deceased as well as of his heart. The fact that jade celts have been found cut into several pieces is taken to indicate the high value placed upon this material. For it has been conjectured by Dr. Earl Flint that a living chief would cut a piece from the jade he wore as a sign of his rank, in order to provide a suitable ornament or amulet for a dead kinsman. To certain of the Chinese tomb jades, that is, jade amulets deposited with the dead, has been given the name hanyu, or mouth jade, because these amulets, supposed to afford protection to the dead, were placed in their mouths. The Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York contains a fine collection of 279 specimens of jade from Chinese tombs, found within the past 5 or 6 years, and presented to the museum by Mr. Samuel F. Peters. In color, these jades are not especially attractive, for the material has acquired a brownish stain due to the products of decomposition of the body, and also to the absorption of some of the chemical constituents of the other objects in the tomb during the long period of time, in many cases 1,000 years or more, since the bodies were consigned to their final resting place. So multifarious are the uses to which jade is put by the Chinese, and so great is their admiration of its qualities, that they regard it as the musical gem par excellence. A series of oblong pieces of jade, of the same length and width, usually about 1.8 feet long and 1.35 feet wide, and numbering from 12 to 24, constitute a chime. The difference in the notes emitted by the material when sharply struck depending upon the varying thickness of the separate pieces. What is designated the stone chime used in court and religious ceremonials is composed of 16 undecorated stones, while a series known as the singer's chime consists of from 12 to 24 pieces carved into fantastic shapes. This use of jade for the production of musical sounds dates far back in the Chinese annals. We are told that when Confucius was much troubled at the ill success of his efforts to reform the Chinese morals of his day, he sought consolation in playing on the musical stone. A peasant who noted this in passing by exclaimed, as he heard the sounds, "Full indeed is the heart of him who beats the musical stone like that." A jade ornament greatly favored by the Maoris of New Zealand bore the name Heitiki, a carved image for the neck. The ornaments of this class are very rude and grotesque representations of the human face or form, and were generally regarded as schematically figuring some departed ancestor. The head sometimes slanted right or left, so that the eyes, which were very large and occasionally inlaid with mother of pearl, were on an angle of 45 degrees. These ornaments were prized not only as memorials, but because, having been worn by successive ancestors, they were supposed to communicate something of the very being of those ancestors to such descendants as were privileged to wear the treasured heirloom in their turn. In many cases, when the family was dying out, the last male member would leave directions that his heitiki should be buried with him, so that it might not fall into the hands of strangers. So rare was this New Zealand jade, known to the Maoris as punamu, green stone, that the aid of a tohunga or wizard was regarded as necessary to learn where it could be found. On setting forth on a search for this material, the jade seekers would take with them a tohunga, and when the party reached the region where jade was usually found, the tohunga would retire to some solitary spot and would fall into a trance. On awakening, he would claim that the spirit of some person, dead or living, had appeared to him, and had directed to search in a particular place for the jade. He would then conduct the party to this place, where a larger or smaller piece of jade was invariably found. Of course, the wizard had previously assured himself of the presence of the stone in the place indicated. To this jade was given the name of the man whose spirit had revealed its location, and in many cases the grotesque form given to the stone was conceived to represent this man. We can easily understand the reverence accorded to the heitikis when we consider that they were not only prized as heirlooms which had been handed down by the successive heads of the family, but were also believed to have been originally found in such a mysterious way. When the head of the family died, his heitiki was generally buried with his body, but was exhumed after a shorter or longer time by the nearest male relative. As we have noted, if no representative of the family remained, the heirloom was allowed to remain in the grave. The fact that tribal or intertribal feuds sometimes arose in regard to the possession of a heitiki serves to prove the peculiar virtues ascribed to them. While there can be little doubt that the heirloom was supposed to represent in a very general way the person whose name it bore, the particular form given it was largely determined by the natural shape of the mass, which was slowly and patiently fashioned into the form it eventually acquired. Though this was mainly due to the imperfect means of which the artist disposed, there was probably a conviction that the form of the natural stone was not the result of accident, but was in itself significant and required only to be rendered more clear and definite. The fabrication of the heitikis of the Maoris is said to have ceased in the early part of the last century. The greater number of those that have been collected in New Zealand appear to have been made from 100 to 150 years ago. Jasper. The jasper had great repute in ancient times as a rain-bringer, and the 4th century author of Lithica celebrates this quality in the following lines. The gods propitious hearken to his prayers, whoe'er the polished grass-green jasper wears. His parched glebe they'll satiate with rain, and send for showers to soak the thirsty plain. Evidently, the green hue of this translucent stone suggested its association with the verdure of the fields in an even closer degree than was the case with transparent green stones such as the emerald, etc. Another early authority, Damigeron, mentions this belief and states that only when properly consecrated would the jasper do service in this way. Jasper was also credited in the 4th century with the virtue of driving away evil spirits and protecting those who wore it from the bites of venomous creatures. An anonymous German author of the 11th or 12th century recommends the use of this stone for the cure of snake bites, and states that if it be placed upon the bitten part, the matter will come out of the wound. Here the cure is operated not by the absorbent quality of the stone, but by its supposed power to attract poison or venom to itself, thus removing the cause of disease. A popular etymology of the Greek and Latin name for jasper is reported by Bartholomeus Anglicus, who writes that in the head of an adder that heat aspis is found a little stone that is called jaspis. The same authority pronounces this stone to be of wonder virtue, and says that it hath as many virtues as diverse colors and veins. This is fully in accord with tradition, for as color was at least as important as chemical composition in determining the talismanic or therapeutic worth of the different stones, the great variety of colors and markings in the different jaspers naturally indicated their use in many different ways. Jet. Jet has been found among the Paleolithic remains in the caves of the Kesserlach near Thengen, Canton, Schaffhausen, Switzerland. The material was evidently derived from the deposits in Württemberg and was shaped by flint chips. Quite possibly jet, as well as amber, was already regarded as possessing a certain talismanic virtue. Such ornaments, when worn, were believed to become a part of the very body and soul of the wearer, and were therefore to be guarded with jealous care. In the Paleolithic cave deposits of Belgium also jet appears, the supply being in this instance derived from northern Lorraine. The fragments had been rounded and pierced through the center. This indicates their use as parts of a necklace or as pendants. Necklaces, bracelets, and rings were especially favored for the wearing of talismanic gems, since the stones could easily be so set that they would come in direct contact with the skin. Jet was one of the materials used by the Pueblo Indians for their amulets. An exceptionally well executed figure of a frog made of this material was found in Pueblo Bonito in 1896 by Mr. Pepper. The representation is much more realistic than is the case in the other figures of this type from this region. Turquoise eyes have been inserted in the head of the figure, and a band of turquoise surrounds the neck. Lapis lazuli. Both in Babylonia and in Egypt, lapis lazuli was very highly valued, and this is shown by the use of its Assyrian name Uknu in poetic metaphor. Thus, in a hymn to the moon god Sin, he is addressed as the strong bull, great of horns, perfect in form, with long flowing beard, bright as lapis lazuli. This may remind us of the hyacinthine locks of classical literature. Lapis lazuli, a blue stone with little golden spots, was a cure for melancholy and for the quartern fever, an intermittent fever returning each third day or each fourth day counting in the previous attack. Lodestone. We have the authority of Plato, Ion 533d, for the statement that the word magnetus was first applied to the lodestone by the tragic poet Euripides, 480 to 405 B.C., the more usual name being the Herculean stone. These designations refer to two places in Lydia, Magnesia, and Heraclea, where the mineral was found. Pliny states, on the authority of Nicander, that a certain Magnes, a shepherd, discovered the mineral on Mount Ida while pasturing his flock, because the nails of his shoes clung to a piece of it. We are told by Pliny that Ptolemy Philadelphus, 309 to 247 B.C., planning to erect a temple in honor of his sister and wife Arsinoe, called in the aid of Chirocrates, an Alexandrian architect. The latter engaged to place therein an iron statue of Arsinoe, which should appear to hang in midair without support. However, both the Egyptian king and his architect died before the design could be realized. This story of an image held in suspense by means of powerful magnets set in the floor and roof, and sometimes also in the walls of a temple, is repeated in a variety of forms by early writers. Of course, there was no real foundation for such tales, as the thing is altogether impracticable. The Roman poet Claudian, 5th century A.D., relates that the priests of a certain temple, in order to offer a dramatic spectacle to the eyes of the worshippers, caused two statues to be executed, one of Mars in iron and another of Venus in lodestone. At a special festival these statues were placed near to each other, and the lodestone drew the iron to itself. Claudian vividly describes this. The priests prepare a marriage feast. Behold a marvel, instant to her arms. Her eager husband Cytherea charms, and ever mindful of her ancient fires, with amorous breath his martial breast inspires. Lifts the loved weight, close round his helmet twines, her loving arms and close embraces joins. Drawn by the mystic influence from afar, flies to the wedded gem, the god of war. The magnet weds the steel, the sacred rites nature attends, and the heavenly pair unites. There was current as early as the 4th century a curious belief that a piece of lodestone, if placed beneath the pillow of a sleeping wife, would act as a touchstone of her virtue. This first appears in the Alexandrian poem Lithica, and it has thus been quaintly Englished by a 14th century translator. Also Magnes is in like wise as Adamas. If it be set under the head of a chaste wife, it maketh her suddenly to beclip embrace her husband, and if she be a spouse breaker, she shall move her out of the bed suddenly by dread of fantasy. The same writer attempts an explanation of the popular fancy that when powdered lodestone was thrown upon coals in the four corners of a house, the inmates would feel as though the house were falling down. Of this he says, "That seeming is by moving, that cometh by tornage of the brain." In classical writings, the fascination exercised by a very beautiful woman is sometimes likened to the attractive power of the lodestone, as notably by Lucian, who says that if such a woman looks at a man, she draws him to her, and leads him whither she will, just as the lodestone draws the iron. To the same idea is probably due the fact that in several languages the name given to the lodestone indicates that its peculiar power was conceived to be a manifestation of the sympathy or love of one mineral substance for another. This is commonly believed to be the sense in which we should understand the French designation aimant, namely, as the participle of the verb aimer, to love. However, some etymologists prefer to derive the word from adamas, sometimes used in Low Latin for the lodestone, although properly signifying the diamond. It is certainly worthy of note that in two such dissimilar languages as Sanskrit and Chinese, the influence of this idea appears in the names given to the lodestone. In Sanskrit, the word is chumbaka, or the kisser, and in Chinese, tsushi, or the loving stone. Qin Tsang Qi, a Chinese author of the 8th century, wrote that the lodestone attracts iron just as does a tender mother when she calls her children to her. A rich growth of Mohammedan legends grew up about the exploits of Alexander the Great, a striking example being given on another page, and in one of them it is related that the Greek world conqueror provided his soldiers with lodestones as a defense against the wiles of the jinns, or evil spirits, the lodestone, as well as magnetized iron, being regarded as a sure defense against enchantments and all the machinations of malignant spirits. In the East Indies, it is said that a king should have a seat of lodestone at his coronation, probably because the magnetic influence of the stone was supposed to attract power, favor, and gifts to the sovereign. But it is not only in the Orient that magnetite is prized for its talismanic powers, for even in some parts of our own land this belief is still prevalent. Large quantities of lodestone are found at Magnet Cove, Arkansas, and it is estimated that from 1 to 3 tons are sold annually to the Negroes to be used in the voodoo ceremonies as conjuring stones. The material has been found in land used for farming purposes, and many pieces have been turned up in plowing for corn. These vary from the size of a pea to masses weighing from 10 to 20 pounds. They occur in a reddish-brown sticky soil. Their surface is smooth and brown, and they have the appearance of water-worn pebbles. In July 1887, an interesting case was tried in Macon, Georgia, where a Negro woman sued a conjurer to recover $5, which she had paid him for a piece of the lodestone to serve as a charm to bring back her wandering husband. As the market value of this mineral was only 75 cents a pound, and the piece was very small, weighing but a few ounces, the judge ordered that the money should be refunded. Malachite. For some reason not easy to fathom, malachite was considered to be a talisman peculiarly appropriate for children. If a piece of this stone were attached to an infant's cradle, all evil spirits were held aloof and the child slept soundly and peacefully. In some parts of Germany, malachite shared with turquoise the repute of protecting the wearer from danger in falling, and it also gave warning of approaching disaster by breaking into several pieces. This material was well known to the ancient Egyptians, malachite mines having been worked between Suez and Sinai as early as 4000 B.C. The appropriate design to be engraved upon malachite was the image of the sun. Such a gem became a powerful talisman and protected the wearer from enchantments, from evil spirits, and from the attacks of venomous creatures. The sun, as the source of all light, was generally regarded as the deadly enemy of necromancers, witches, and demons, who delighted in the darkness and feared nothing more than the bright light of day. Moonstone. The moonstone is believed to bring good fortune and is regarded as a sacred stone in India. It is never displayed for sale there, except on a yellow cloth, as yellow is an especially sacred color. As a gift for lovers, the moonstone takes a high rank, for it is believed to arouse the tender passion and to give lovers the power to read in the future the fortune, good or ill, that is in store for them. To gain this knowledge, however, the stone must be placed in the mouth while the moon is full. Antoine Mizauld tells us of a selenite or moonstone owned by a friend of his, a great traveler. This stone, about the size of the gold piece known as the gold noble, but somewhat thicker, indicated the waxing and waning of the moon by a certain white point or mark, which grew larger or smaller as did the moon. Mizauld relates that to convince himself of the truth of this, he obtained possession of the stone for 1 lunar month, during which time he sedulously observed it. The white mark first appeared at the top. It was like a small millet seed, increasing in size and moving down on the stone, always assuming the form of the moon until, on reaching the middle, it was round like the full moon. Then the mark gradually passed up again as the moon diminished. The owner declared that he had vowed and dedicated this stone to the young king, Edward VI, who was then highly esteemed because he had good judgment in regard to rare and precious things. Onyx. The onyx, if worn on the neck, was said to cool the ardors of love, and Cardano relates that everywhere in India the stone was worn for this purpose. This belief is closely related to the idea commonly associated with the onyx, namely that it provoked discord and separated lovers. The close union and yet the strange contrast between the layers of black and white may have suggested this. End of Chapter 3, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 4. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 3, Part 4. On the Talismanic Use of Special Stones. Pyrites. Crystals of iron pyrites, pyrite native iron disulfide, are sometimes used as amulets by the North American Indians, and the belief in their magic power is attested by their presence in the outfit of miscellaneous objects which the medicine men use in the course of their incantations. Because these gleaming yellow crystals are occasionally mistaken for gold, the name fool's gold has been popularly bestowed upon them. Of this material, the ancient Mexicans made wonderful mirrors, one side being usually polished flat, while the other side was strongly convex. Frequently this side was curiously carved with some symbolic representation, as appears in the case of a pyrite mirror of the Pinard collection in the Trocadero, Paris. Rock crystal. The popular belief in his time as to the origin of rock crystal is voiced by St. Jerome when, using the words of Pliny, although not citing his authority, he says that it was formed by the congelation of water in dark caverns of the mountains, where the temperature was intensely cold, so that, while a stone to the touch, it seems like water to the eye. This belief was evidently due to the fact that rock crystal was so often found in mountain clefts and caverns. Symbolically, it signified that those within the portals of the church should keep themselves free from stain and have a pure faith. The Chinese Emperor Wu was devoted to the service of the gods and of the immortal spirits. He built many edifices for religious purposes, and all the doors of these buildings were made of white rock crystal, so that a flood of light poured into the interior. Although the Chinese texts call this material rock crystal, it is possible that the name was applied to glass when that substance was but recently introduced into China. Regarding this same rock crystal, a humorous tale is related. Muan Fen, a mandarin who had a great terror of draughts, was once received in the palace by one of the Chinese emperors. The doors of the audience chamber were of rock crystal and were tightly closed, but because of the transparency of the material they seemed to be wide open, and the emperor was greatly amused to note that Muan Fen was shivering with cold, although the temperature of the room was quite comfortable. An exceptionally fine specimen of Aztec work is a skull carved out of rock crystal. It weighs 475 1/4 ounces troy and measures 8 1/4 inches in width. Ruby. The ruby has many names in Sanskrit, some of them clearly showing that it was more valued as a gem by the Hindus than any other. For instance, it is called Ratnaraj, king of precious stones, and Ratnanayaka, leader of precious stones. Another name applied to a particular shade of ruby is padmaraga, red as the lotus. The glowing hue of the ruby suggested the idea that an inextinguishable flame burned in the stone. From this fancy came the assertion that the inner fire could not be hidden, as it would shine through the clothing or through any material that might be wrapped around the stone. If cast into the water, the ruby communicated its heat to the liquid, causing it to boil. The dark and the star rubies were called male stones. The others, more especially, however, those of lighter hue, being considered as female stones. All varieties served to preserve the bodily and mental health of the wearer, for they removed evil thoughts, controlled amorous desires, dissipated pestilential vapors, and reconciled disputes. In the Lapidaire of Philippe de Valois, it is said that the books tell us the beautiful, clear, and fine ruby is the lord of stones. It is the gem of gems and surpasses all other precious stones in virtue. In the time of Marbodus, end of the 11th century A.D., the same proud place was assigned to the sapphire. The ruby is spoken of in similar terms in the Lapidaire Anvers, where it is called the most precious of the 12 stones God created when he created all creatures. By Christ's command, the ruby was placed on Aaron's neck. The ruby, called the Lord of Gems, the highly prized, the dearly loved ruby, so fair with its gay color. As with diamonds, rubies also were divided by the Hindus into 4 castes. The true Oriental ruby was a Brahmin, the rubicelle, a Kshatriya, the spinel, a Vaisya, and lastly the Balas ruby, a Sudra. The possession of a Padmaraga, or Brahmin ruby, conferred perfect safety upon the owner, and as long as he owned this precious stone he could dwell without fear in the midst of enemies and was shielded from adverse fortune. However, great care had to be taken to preserve this ruby of the first class from contact with inferior specimens, as its virtue would thereby be contaminated, and its power for good correspondingly diminished. The many talismanic virtues of the ruby are noted in the 14th century treatise attributed to Sir John Mandeville. Here the fortunate owner of a brilliant ruby is assured that he will live in peace and concord with all men, that neither his land nor his rank will be taken from him, and that he will be preserved from all perils. The stone would also guard his house, his fruit trees, and his vineyards from injury by tempests. All the good effects were most surely secured if the ruby, set in ring, bracelet, or brooch, were worn on the left side. The gorgeous ruby, the favorite gem of Burma, where the finest specimens are found, is not only valued for its beauty, but is also believed to confer invulnerability. To attain this end, however, it is not thought to be sufficient to wear these stones in a ring or other piece of jewelry, but the stone must be inserted in the flesh and thus become, so to speak, a part of its owner's body. Those who in this way bear about with them a ruby confidently believe that they cannot be wounded by spear, sword, or gun. As it is often remarked that the most daring and reckless soldiers pass unscathed through all the perils of war, we can understand that this superstition may sometimes appear to be verified. Sapphire. The sapphire is noted as a regal gem by Damigeron, who asserts that kings wore it about their necks as a powerful defense from harm. The stone preserved the wearer from envy and attracted divine favor. For royal use, sapphires were set in bracelets and necklaces, and the sacred character of the stone was attested by the tradition that the law given to Moses on the Mount was engraved on tablets of sapphire. While we should probably translate here lapis lazuli instead of sapphire, all such passages were later understood as referring to the true sapphire, which is not found in pieces of the requisite size. In the 12th century, the Bishop of Rennes lavishes encomiums upon this beautiful stone. It is quite natural that this writer should lay especial stress upon the use of the sapphire for the adornment of rings, for it was in his time that it was beginning to be regarded as the stone most appropriate for ecclesiastical rings. The sapphire was like the pure sky, and mighty nature had endowed it with so great a power that it might be called sacred and the gem of gems. Fraud was banished from its presence, and necromancers honored it more than any other stone, for it enabled them to hear and to understand the obscurest oracles. The traditional virtue of the sapphire as an antidote against poison is noted by Bartholomeus Anglicus, who claims to have seen a test of its power, somewhat similar to that recorded by Ahmed Tefashi of the emerald. In John of Trevisa's version, this passage reads as follows: His virtue is contrary to venom, and quencheth it every deal. And if you put an addercup in a box, and hold a very sapphire of Indi at the mouth of the box only while, by virtue thereof, the addercup is overcome, and dieth as it were suddenly, as Diasc saith, pseudo Dioscorides. And this same I have essayed oft in many and diverse places. His virtue keepeth and saith the sight, and cleareth even of filth without only grief. Voicing the general belief that the sapphire was endowed with power to influence spirits, Bartolomæus says that this stone was a great favorite with those who practiced necromancy. And he adds, also witches love well this stone, for they ween that they may work certain wonders by virtue of this stone. There was in the South Kensington Museum in London a splendid sapphire of a peculiar tint. In the daylight it shows a beautiful rich blue color, while by artificial light it has a violet hue and resembles an amethyst. In the 18th century this stone was in the collection of Count de Walicki, a Polish nobleman, and Madame de Genlis used it as the theme of one of her stories, entitled Le Saphir Merveilleux. Here the sapphire is used as a test of female virtue, the change of color indicating unfaithfulness on the part of the wearer. If the owner of the stone wished to prove that the subject of the test was innocent, she was made to wear the sapphire for 3 hours of daylight. But in the opposite case, the test was so timed that it began in daylight and ended when the candles or lamps had been lighted. This sapphire, still known as the Saphir Merveilleux, was for a time in the collection of the Duke of Orleans, who bore the name of Philippe Égalité during the French Revolution. The star sapphire is that variety of sapphire in which, when the stone is cut and rounded off horizontal with the dome of the crystal, the light is condensed across the 3 lines of crystalline interference. 3 cross lines produce a star, which moves as a source of light, or as it is moved from the source of light. Star sapphires very rarely possess the deep blue color of the fine blue sapphire. Generally the color is somewhat impure, or of a milky blue, or else a blue-gray, or sometimes almost a pure white. The blue-gray, gray, and white stones frequently show a much more distinct star, possibly from the fact that there are more inclusions between the layers of the crystals than with the darker blue stones, as it is the set of interference bands that produces the peculiar light. Just as the eye agate was used in some countries to preserve against the evil eye, so the moving star is believed by the Cingalese to serve as a protection and a guard against witchcraft of all kinds. The great Oriental traveler, Sir Richard Francis Burton, had a large star sapphire, or asteria as it was called. He referred to it as his talisman, for it always brought him good horses and prompt attention wherever he went. In fact, it was only in those places where he received proper attention that he would show it to the natives, a favor they greatly appreciated because the sight of the stone was believed to bring good luck. The fame of Burton's asteria traveled ahead of him, and it served him well as a guiding star. De Boot, writing in the 17th century, states that such a stone was called Siegstein, victory stone, among the Germans. The remarkable asteria, known as the Star of India in the Morgan Tiffany collection in the American Museum of Natural History, has a more or less indefinite historic record of some 3 centuries, but after its many wanderings it has now found a worthy resting place in the great museum. Its weight is 543 carats. The asteria, or star sapphire, might be called a stone of destiny, as the 3 crossbars which traverse it are believed to represent faith, hope, and destiny. As the stone is moved, or the light changes, a living star appears. As a guiding gem, warding off ill omen and the evil eye, the star sapphire is worn for the same reasons as were the oculus mundi and the oculus belli. One of the most unique of talismanic stones, it is said to be so potent that it continues to exercise its good influence over the first wearer even when it has passed into other hands. Sard. The sard was regarded as a protection against incantations and sorcery, and was believed to sharpen the wits of the wearer, rendering him fearless, victorious, and happy. The red hue of this stone was supposed to neutralize the malign influence of the dark onyx, driving away the bad dreams caused by the latter and dispelling the melancholy thoughts it inspired. Serpentine. The Italian peasants of today believe that pebbles of green serpentine afford protection from the bites of venomous creatures. These stones are usually green with streaks or veins of white, and the name was derived from their fancied resemblance to a serpent's skin. In addition to their prophylactic powers, if anyone has been bitten by such a creature, the stone, when applied to the wound, is supposed to draw out the poison. Here, as in the case of coral, the hand of man must not have shaped the amulet. It should be in its natural state. As a general rule, however, the belief that the touch of any iron instrument, such as the tool of the gem cutter, destroys the magic efficacy of the substance, is less firmly held in regard to stones than in reference to coral. Topaz. See chrysolite. Turquoise. While there was a tendency to attribute the virtues originally ascribed to one particular stone to others of the same or similar color and appearance, certain stones were regarded as possessing special virtues not commonly attributed to others. A notable instance of this is the quality supposed to inhere in the turquoise. This stone was known in Egypt from a very early period, and is later described by Pliny under the name of Calais. For Pliny, and for all those who derived their information from him or from the sources he used, the turquoise only participated in the virtues assigned to all blue or greenish blue stones. But from the 13th century, when the name turquoise was first employed, we read that the stone possessed the power to protect the wearer from injury by falling, more especially from horseback. Later, this was extended to cover falls from a building or over a precipice. A 14th century authority, the Lapidaire of Sir John Mandeville, states that the turquoise protected horses from the ill effects resulted from drinking cold water when overheated by exertion. And it is said that the Turks often attach these stones to the bridles and frontlets of their horses as amulets. They are also so used in Samarcand and Persia. We might therefore be justified in supposing that the turquoise was originally used in the East as a horse amulet, and the belief in its power to protect from falls may have arisen from the idea that it rendered the horse more sure-footed and enduring. As the horse was often regarded as a symbol of the sun in its rapid course through the blue heavens, the celestial hue of the turquoise may have caused it to be associated in some way with the horse. We can only hazard this as a plausible conjecture. Probably the earliest notice of the peculiar superstition in regard to the turquoise, namely, that it preserves the wearer from injury in case of falling, is contained in Volmar's 13th century Steinbuch, where we read, "Whoever owns the true turquoise set in gold will not injure any of his limbs when he falls, whether he be riding or walking, so long as he has the stone with him." Anselmus de Boot, court physician of Emperor Rudolph II, tells a story of a turquoise that, after being 30 years in the possession of a Spaniard, was offered for sale with the rest of the owner's property. Everyone was amazed to find it had entirely lost its color. Nevertheless, de Boot's father bought it for a trifling sum. On his return home, however, ashamed to wear so mean-looking a gem, he gave it to his son, saying, "Son, as the virtues of the turquoise are said to exist only when the stone has been given, I will try its efficacy by bestowing it upon thee." Little appreciating the gift, the recipient had his arms engraved on it as though it had been only a common agate, and wore it as a signet. He had scarcely worn it a month, however, before it resumed its pristine beauty and daily seemed to increase in splendor. Could we accept this statement as true, we would have here an altogether unique instance of the recovery by a turquoise of the blue color it had lost. Not long after, the powers of de Boot's turquoise were put to the test. As he was returning to Bohemia from Padua, where he had just taken his degree, he was forced to traverse a narrow and dangerous road at night. Suddenly his horse stumbled and threw him heavily to the ground, but, strange to say, neither horse nor rider was injured by the fall. Next morning, while washing his hands, de Boot remarked that about a quarter of his turquoise had broken away. Nevertheless, the stone did not lose its virtue. Some time afterward, when the wearer was lifting a very heavy pole, he felt all at once a sharp pain in his side and heard his ribs crack, so that he feared he had injured himself seriously. However, it turned out that he had not broken any bones, but had simply strained himself. But on looking at his turquoise, he saw that it had again broken into 2 pieces. A singular virtue ascribed to the turquoise was that of striking the hour correctly, if the stone were suspended from a thread held between the thumb and index finger in such a way that a slight vibration would make the stone strike against the side of a glass. De Boot states that he made the experiment successfully, but he very sensibly explains the apparent wonder by the unconscious effect of the mind on the body. The expectation that the stone was going to strike a certain number of times induced an involuntary movement of the hand. The turquoise seems to have been worn almost exclusively by men at the beginning of the 17th century, for de Boot, writing in 1609, said that it was so highly regarded by men that no man considered his hand to be well adorned unless he wore a fine turquoise. Women, however, rarely wore this gem. This custom was much in vogue among the Englishmen who traveled in the Orient until a score of years ago. The Persians fully appreciate the beauty and power of this, their natural stone, and they have a saying that to escape evil and attain good fortune, one must see the reflection of the new moon either on the face of a friend, on a copy of the Koran, or on a turquoise, thus ranking this stone with 2 most precious things, a friend and the source and warrant of religion. Possibly we should take this proverbial saying to indicate that whoever has a true friend, a copy of the sacred volume or a turquoise will be preserved from harm. The turquoise of the Los Sorios mines in New Mexico is rudely extracted by building large fires at the base of the rock until it becomes heated, when cold water is dashed over it, the sharp change of temperature splitting up the rock. Some of the fragmentary material thus secured is worked up in the region into heart-shaped ornaments or amulets, locally called malacates. The religious veneration with which many of the New Mexico Indians still regard the turquoise was noted by Major Hyde when he explored the region in 1880, for some Pueblo Indians from Santo Domingo, New Mexico, expressed strong disapproval of his action in extracting turquoise from the old mine, as they looked upon this as a sacred stone which should not pass into the possession of those whose savior was not a Montezuma. The ruins called Los Muertos, situated 9 miles from Tempe, Arizona, have furnished a peculiarly interesting amulet or fetish of Zuni workmanship. This is a seashell which has been coated with black pitch, in which are encrusted turquoises and garnets so disposed in mosaic as to represent clearly enough the figure of a toad, the sacred emblem of the Zunis. The sacred character with which this stone was invested is shown by the wealth of turquoise ornaments found in some of the burials, notably in those of Pueblo Bonito, unearthed by Mr. George H. Pepper in 1896. This is one of the Chaco Cañon groups of ruins in the northwestern part of New Mexico. In one case, nearly 9,000 beads and pendants of turquoise were found on or about a single skeleton. There was abundant evidence in the special care bestowed upon the burial that the deceased must have been a man of high rank, and the condition of the skull plainly indicated that he had met a violent death. The 1,980 beads found on the breast of the skeleton are believed to have been strung as a necklace, and the position of other masses of these beads renders it probable that they had been used for bracelets or anklets, the strings having decayed and disappeared in the course of time. The most interesting of the turquoise objects are, however, the pendants worked into various forms designed to favor the entrance of some guardian spirit into the stone. In this single burial were found pendants shaped more or less roughly into the forms of a rabbit, a bird, an insect? A human foot, and a shoe. Around another burial in the same chamber were strewn nearly 6,000 turquoise beads and pendants. In all, 24,932 beads were found in these burials. Another very interesting object from Pueblo Bonito, and one having probably a special ceremonial use and value, is a turquoise basket, that is to say, a cylindrical basket 3 inches in diameter and 6 inches long, originally made of slender splints with a coating of gum, in which 1,214 small pieces of turquoise have been set. These are very closely set and form a complete mosaic covering for the object. The legends of the Navajos contain allusions to turquoise jewel baskets, and Mr. Pepper raises the question whether or no this can refer to those made by the Pueblo Indians. The Apache name for the turquoise is duklij, which signifies either a green or a blue stone, no distinction being made between the two colors. This stone is highly prized for its talismanic virtues. Indeed, the possession of a turquoise was indispensable for a medicine man, as without it he would not receive proper recognition. That some of the powers of the thunderstone were ascribed to the turquoise by the tribes appears from the fancy that a man who could go to the end of a rainbow after a storm and search in the damp earth would find a turquoise. One of its supposed powers was to aid the warrior or hunter by assuring the accuracy of his aim, for if a turquoise were affixed to a gun or bow, the shot sped from the weapon would go straight to the mark. A lady prominent in the London world is said to possess the power of restoring to their pristine hue turquoises that have grown pale. According to report, this lady is often called upon to use her peculiar gift by friends whose turquoises have faded. While the improvements supposed to be noted may be more imaginary than real in many cases, there is little doubt that this stone is exceptionally sensitive to the action of certain emanations, and may at times be influenced by the wearer's general state of health. The writer believes that a turquoise, like an egg, can never be restored to its original state. End of Chapter 3, Part 4. Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 4, Part 1 on the use of engraved and carved gems as talismans. The virtue believed to be inherent in precious stones was thought to gain an added potency when the stone was engraved with some symbol or figure possessing a special sacredness, or denoting and typifying a special quality. This presupposes a considerable development of civilization, since the art of engraving on precious stones offers many mechanical difficulties, and thus requires a high degree of artistic and mechanical skill. It is true that the earliest engraved stones, the Babylonian cylinders and the Egyptian scarabs, were both designed to serve an eminently practical purpose as well, namely that of seals. But in a great number of instances these primitive seals were looked upon as endowed with talismanic power, and were worn on the person as talismans. The scarab, so highly favored by the Egyptians as an ornamental form, is a representation of the Scarabous sacer, the typical genus of the family Scaraboidae. They are usually black, but occasionally show a fine play of metallic colors. After gathering up a clump of dung for the reception of the eggs, the insect rolls this along using the hind legs to propel it, until the material, at first soft and of irregular form, becomes hardened and almost perfectly round. A curious symbolism induced the Egyptians to find in this beetle an emblem of the world of fatherhood and of man. The round ball wherein the eggs were deposited typified the world, and as the Egyptians thought that the scarabaei were all males, they especially signified the male principle in generation, becoming types of fatherhood and man. At the same time, as only full-grown beetles were observed, it was believed these creatures represented a regeneration or reincarnation, since it was not realized that the eggs or larval and pupa stages had anything to do with the generation of the beetle. Thus the scarab was used as a symbol of immortality. While, however, this was the popular view, it seems unlikely that such close observers as were the more cultured Egyptians should have been entirely unfamiliar with the real genesis of the Scarabous sacer. But in this case also there would have been no difficulty in finding it emblematic of immortality in the various stages through which it passed. The larval stage might well signify the mortal life, the pupa stage the intermediate period represented by the mummy, with which the soul was conceived to be vaguely connected, in spite of its wanderings through the nether world. And lastly, the fully developed beetle could be regarded as a type of the rebirth into everlasting life, when the purified and perfected soul again animated the original and transfigured form in a mysterious resurrection. Scarabs are frequently engraved with the hieroglyph Ankh, life, and Ha, increase of power. The emblem of stability, Tet, is also employed, as well as many others. In addition to these simple symbols, many scarabs bear legends supposed to render them exceptionally luck-bringing. Symbols are shown indicating Lord of Truth and Life, abounding in graces, very deeply cut as a seal, may thy name be established, mayest thou have a son, good stability, all good things, a good day, a mother is a truly good thing, or truth is a good mother. The scarab, for the Egyptians a type of the rising sun and hence of the renewal of life after death, was copied by the Phoenicians from the Egyptian types and modified in various ways to suit the religious fancies of the various lands to which they bore the products of their art. Much of the original significance of this symbol must have been lost, Probably in many cases little was left but a vague idea that an amulet of this form would bring good luck to the wearer and guard from harm. Funeral scarabs were often made of jasper, amethyst, lapis lazuli, ruby, or carnelian, with the names of gods, kings, priests, officials, or private persons engraved on the base. Occasionally monograms or floral devices were engraved. Sometimes the base of the scarab was heart-shaped, and at others the scarab was combined with the utat, or Eye of Horus, and also with the frog, typifying revivification. Set in rings, they were placed on the fingers of the dead, or else, wrapped in linen bandages, they rested on the heart of the deceased, a type of the sun which rose each day to renewed life. They were symbols of the resurrection of the body. Some of the Egyptian scarabs were evidently used as talismanic gifts from one friend to another. 2 such scarabs are in the collection of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. One bears the inscription, "May Ra grant you a happy new year." The text of the other reading as follows: "May your name be established, may you have a son," and "May your house flourish every day." It is a curious fact that the modern greeting Happy New Year was current in Egypt probably 3,000 years ago. On the Egyptian inscribed scarabs used as signets were engraved many of the symbols to which a talismanic virtue was attributed. The uraeus serpent, signifying death, is sometimes associated with the knot, the so-called Ankh symbol denoting life. Often the hieroglyph for Nub, gold, appears. This symbol is a necklace with pendant beads, showing that gold beads must have been known in Egypt in the early days when the hieroglyph for gold was first used. All these symbolic figures, of which a great number occur, served to impart to the signet a sacred and auspicious quality which communicated itself to the wearer, and even to the impression made by the seal, this in turn acquiring a certain magic force. Few of us would be willing to confess to a belief in the innate power of any symbol, but the suggestive power of a symbol is as real today as it ever was. Any object that evokes a high thought or serves to emphasize a profound conviction really possesses a kind of magical quality, since it is capable of causing an effect out of all proportion to its intrinsic worth or its material quality. Many scarabs and signets exist made of the artificial cyanus, which was an imitation lapis lazuli made in Egypt. This was an alkaline silicate, colored a deep blue with carbonate of copper. Often a wonderful translucent or opaque blue glass was used. The genuine lapis lazuli was also used to a considerable extent for scarabs and cylinders in Egypt and Assyria, and gems were also cut from it in imperial Roman times. A notable instance of the use of lapis lazuli in ancient Egypt was as the material for the image of truth, Ma, which the Egyptian Chief Justice wore on his neck, suspended from a golden chain. In Roman times, some of the legionnaires are said to have worn rings set with scarabs, for the reason that this figure was believed to impart great courage and vigor to the wearer. The Egyptian amulets of the earliest period, up to the 12th dynasty, circa 2000 B.C., differ considerably from those made and worn after the beginning of the 18th dynasty, 1580 B.C. Those of the earlier period are not numerous and present but a small number of types, animal forms, or the heads of animals, constituting the most favored models. The precious stone materials are principally carnelian, beryl, and amethyst. After the close of the so-called Hyksos period, the age during which foreign kings ruled over Egypt, came the brilliant revival and development of Egyptian civilization that characterized the 18th dynasty. Some of the old forms were entirely cast aside, while others were greatly modified in form and significance, the animal forms losing much of their fetichistic quality and coming to be more and more regarded as images of the multifarious divinities worshipped in this later period. In many cases the animal type was entirely or partially discarded, and the amulets figured the conventional types given to the various divinities. However, while some of these images were wholly human, many of them show a human body with an animal head. Various symbolic designs were also favored, one believed to signify the blood of Isis having the form of a knot or tie. A frog fashioned out of lapis lazuli and having eyes of gold is one of these amulets of the 18th dynasty or later. An interesting Egyptian talisman in the Louvre is engraved with a design representing Thutmose II seizing a lion by the tail and raising the animal aloft. At the same time he brandishes in the other hand a club with which he is about to dash out the lion's brains. The Egyptian word quen, strength, is engraved beneath the design and indicates that the virtue of the talisman was to increase the strength and courage of the wearer, the inscription being a kind of perpetual invocation to the higher powers whose aid was sought. The children of Israel, when in the desert, were said to have engraved figures on carnelian, just as seals are engraved. This statement, repeated by many early writers, may perhaps have arisen from an identification of carnelian with the first stone of the breastplate, the odem, unquestionably a red stone, and very possibly carnelian. There can be no doubt that this was one of the first stones used for ornamental purposes and for engraving, as a number of specimens have been preserved from early Egyptian times. Because of the cooling and calming effect exercised by carnelian upon the blood, if worn on the neck or on the finger, it was believed to still all angry passions. A class of amulets, even older than the Egyptian scarabs, is represented by the engraved Assyrio-Babylonian cylinders. There has been much discussion among scholars as to the original purpose for which these cylinders were made, some holding that they were exclusively employed as seals or signets, while others inclined to the belief that many of them were intended only for use as amulets or talismans. These cylinders are perforated and were worn suspended from the neck or wrist, as is most frequently the case with talismans, and the engraved designs often represent religious or mythological subjects, the accompanying inscription merely consisting of the names of the gods. Cylinders of this type could not have been used as personal signets, and it is quite possible that Dr. Wiedemann is right in supposing that their imprint on a document was considered to impart a certain mystic sanction to the agreement, and render the divinities or spirits accountable for the fulfillment of the contract. The oldest known form of seal is the cylinder. Babylonian and Assyrian cylinder seals are known of a date as early as 4000 B.C. From the earliest period until 2500 B.C., they were made of black or green serpentine, conglomerate, diorite, and frequently of the central core of a large conch shell from the Persian Gulf. From 2500 B.C. to 500 B.C., the cylindrical form was prevalent, and the materials include a brick-red ferruginous quartz, red hematite, an iron ore, and chalcedony, a beautiful variety of the last-named stone known as sapphirine, being sometimes used. On the cylinders produced from 4000 B.C. to 2500 B.C., the designs most frequently represent animal forms. On those dating from 2500 B.C. to 500 B.C. are generally inscribed 5 or 6 rows of cuneiform characters. Up to the last named date, the work was all done by the sapphire point and not by the wheel, and it is not until the 5th century B.C. that wheelwork is apparent in any Babylonian or Assyrian stone engraving. In the course of the 6th century B.C., the cylindrical seals became less frequent, and the tall cone-like seals came into use. A new type makes its appearance about the 5th or 6th century B.C., namely the scaraboid seal introduced from Egypt. From the 3rd century B.C. until the 2nd or 3rd century A.D., the seals became lower and flatter, and the perforation larger, until they sometimes assumed the form of rings. Later the ring form becomes general. They are usually hollowed a little in the middle, which gives them the shape and size of the lower short joints of a reed. Indeed, it has been suggested that the original seal was rudely patterned after a reed joint. The materials used for these cylinders include lapis lazuli, very freely used and probably from the Persian mines, jasper, rock crystals, chalcedony, carnelian, agate, jade, etc. A hard black variety of serpentine is perhaps the most common of all the materials used for this purpose. A good example of these talismanic cylinders shows the figure of the god Nebo seated on a throne and holding a ring in his left hand. Before him are two altars, over which appear respectively a star and the crescent moon. In front of the god is the figure of a man in an attitude of adoration. Borsippa, where the cylinder was found, was the special seat of the worship of Nebo, whose name appears in those of the kings Nebuchadnezzar, Nabopolassar, and Nabonid. Regarded as the inventor of writing and as the god of learning, Nebo was the lord of the planet Mercury, and this shows a close connection between Babylonian and Greco-Roman ideas in reference to the god associated with that planet. Nebo was also believed to be the orderer of times and seasons, and this character is indicated by the star and the crescent. The Cretan peasants of today set a high value upon certain very ancient seals, dating perhaps from as early as 2500 B.C., which they find buried in the soil. These seals are inscribed with symbols supposed to represent the prehistoric Cretan form of writing. Of course, these inscriptions, which have not yet been deciphered by archaeologists, are utterly incomprehensible for the peasants, but they undoubtedly serve to render the stones objects of mystery. The peasants call them galopetre, or milk stones, and they are supposed to promote the secretion of milk, as was the case with the galactite. The careful preservation of these so-called galopetre by Cretan women has served the purpose of archaeological research, as otherwise so large a supply of these very interesting seals would not now be available. Many engraved stones of the Roman imperial period bore the figures of Serapis and of Isis, the former signifying time and the latter earth. On other stones, the symbols of the zodiacal signs appear, referring to the natal constellation of the wearer. The astrologers, who derived their lore from the Orient, were consulted by all classes of the Roman people, and it is therefore very natural that the signet, or the ring worn as an amulet, should frequently have been engraved with astrological symbols. These designs were usually engraved on onyxes, carnelians, and similar stones in Greek and Roman times. But occasionally the emerald was used in this way, and more rarely the ruby or the sapphire. Here the costliness of the material was probably thought to enhance the value of the amulet. The emerald ring of Polycrates must have possessed some other than a purely artistic value in his eyes, when it could be regarded by him as the most precious of his possessions. In Roman times, the image of Alexander the Great was looked upon as possessing magic virtues, and it is related that when Cornelius Macer gave a splendid banquet in the Temple of Hercules, the chief ornament of the table was an amber cup, in the midst of which was a portrait of Alexander, and around this his whole history figured in small, finely engraved representations. From this cup Macer drank to the health of the Pontifex, and then ordered that it should be passed around among the guests, so that each one might gaze upon the image of the great man. Pollio, relating this, states that it was a common belief that everything happened fortunately for those who bore with them Alexander's portrait executed in gold or silver. Indeed, even among Christians, coins of Alexander were in great favor as amulets, and the stern John Chrysostom sharply rebukes those who wore bronze coins of this monarch attached to their heads and their feet. Nowhere in the world was the use of amulets so common as in Alexandria, especially in the first centuries of our era, and the types produced here were scattered far and wide throughout the Roman world. Amulets made from various colored stones had been used for religious purposes in Egypt from the very earliest period of its history, so that the custom was deeply rooted in that land. When, therefore, Alexandria was founded in the 4th century B.C. and became a great commercial center, attracting men of all races and all religions, it is not surprising that the population eagerly adopted the various amulets used by the adherents of the different religions. The result was a combining and confusion of many different types. With the rapid rise and growth of the Christian religion, a new element was introduced. Unquestionably, the leading Christian teachers were strongly opposed to such superstitious practices, but the rank and file of the faithful clung to their old fancies. In the 2nd century, the Gnostic heresy gave a new impulse to the fabrication of amulets. This strange eclecticism, resulting from an interweaving of pagan and Christian ideas, with its complicated symbolism, much of which is almost incomprehensible, found expression in the creation of the most bizarre types of amulets, and the magic virtues of the curious designs was enhanced by inscriptions purposely obscure. The incomprehensible always seems to have a mysterious charm for those devoted to the magic arts, and the adepts willingly catered to this taste, so that we can often only guess at the signification of the words and names engraved upon the Gnostic or Basilidian gems. So widespread was their use throughout the Roman Empire that there were factories entirely devoted to the production of these objects. Regarding the sacred name Abrasax, which was inscribed on so many Gnostic gems, we read in St. Augustine's treatise De Heres 6, Basilides asserted that there were 365 heavens. It was for this reason that he regarded the name Abrasax as sacred and venerable. According to the Greek notation, the letters comprising this name give that number. Alpha equals 1, beta equals 2, rho equals 100, alpha equals 1, sigma equals 200, alpha equals 1, Xi equals 60, total 365. It is, however, not unlikely that the 365 days in the solar year are signified, and this enigmatical name might thus be brought into connection with Mithra, the solar divinity, who was worshipped throughout the Persian and Roman empires in the 1st and 2nd centuries of our era. A very recondite but ingenious explanation of the Gnostic name Abrasax is given by Hardouin in his notes to Pliny's Natural History. He sees in the first 3 letters the initials of the 3 Hebrew words signifying Father, Son, and Spirit, Ab, Ben, Ruah. The triune God. The last 4 letters are the initials of the Greek words meaning He saves men by the sacred wood, the cross. This seems rather far-fetched, it must be confessed, and yet to anyone familiar with the vagaries of Alexandrian eclecticism, and with the tendency of the time and place to make strange and uncouth combinations of Greek and Hebrew forms, there is nothing inherently improbable in the explanation. Indeed, the Hebrew and Greek words in this composite sentence might have been regarded as typifying the union of the Old and New Testaments, and such an acrostic would certainly have been looked upon as possessing a mystic and supernatural power. End of Chapter 4, Part 1, on the use of engraved and carved gems as talismans.
Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 4. Many explanations have been offered as to the origin and significance of the characteristic figure of the Abraxas god engraved on a number of Gnostic amulets. There seems to be no doubt that this figure was invented by Basilides, chief of the Gnostic sect bearing his name, and who flourished in the early part of the 2nd century A.D., while the details of the type as perfected were undoubtedly borrowed from the eclectic symbolism of the Egyptian and Western Asiatic world. It is almost impossible to conjecture the reasons determining the selection of this particular form. A jasper engraved with the famous Gnostic symbol was set in the ring worn by Cephred, Bishop of Chichester, A.D. 1159. This ring was found on the skeleton of the bishop and is now preserved in the treasury of the Cathedral of Chichester. Undoubtedly, the curious symbolic figure was given a perfectly orthodox meaning, and, indeed, it was not really a pagan symbol, as the Gnostics were indifferent Christians. Although their system was a fanciful elaboration of the doctrines of the late Alexandrian school of Greek philosophy, and an adaptation of this to the teachings of Christian tradition, in many cases, however, gems with purely pagan designs were worn by Christians, designs such as Isis and the child Horus, which was taken to be the Virgin Mary with the infant Jesus. A curious amulet, apparently belonging to the Gnostic variety, and intended to bring success to the owner of a racehorse, is now in the collection of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. The material is green jasper with red spots. On the obverse the horse is figured with the victor's palm and the name Tiberius. On the reverse appears the vulture-headed figure of the Abraxas god and the characters Zacta, Ea, Bapia, which have been translated Eao, the Destroyer and Creator. Possibly this amulet may have been attached to the horse during his races to ensure victory, as we know that amulets of this kind were used in this way. As illustrating the eclectic character of some of the amulets used in the early Christian centuries, we may note in the Cabinet de Médailles in Paris. This has upon the obverse the head of Alexander the Great. On the reverse is a she-ass with her foal, and below this a scorpion and the name Jesus Christ. Another amulet of this class, figured by Vettori, also the head of Alexander on the obverse, while the reverse bears the Greek monogram of the name Christos. After the 3rd or 4th century of our era, the art of gem engraving seems to have been lost, or at least to have been very seldom practiced, and it is noteworthy in the matter that after this period writers who treat of the virtues of engraved gems as talismans rarely, if ever, use the words "if you engrave such or such a figure on a stone," but write "if you find such a figure." The figures engraved on precious stones were supposed to have a greater or lesser degree of efficacy in themselves independent of the virtues peculiar to the stone on which they were engraved, and this efficacy depended largely upon the hour, day, or month during which the work was executed, for the influence of the planet, star, or constellation which was in the ascendant was thought to infuse a subtle essence into the stone while the appropriate image was being engraved. However, to exert the maximum power,
The virtue of the image must be of the same character as the virtue inherent in the material, and the gem became less potent when this was not the case. Certain images, those symbolizing the zodiacal signs for instance, were looked upon as possessing such power that their peculiar nature impressed itself even upon stones inherently of different quality. Others again were only efficacious when engraved on stones the quality of which was in sympathy with them. Naturally, many of the ancient gems which had been preserved from Greek and Roman times were recognized as being purely products of art. But in medieval and later times the idea of the magic quality of all engraved gems had become so deeply rooted that in many cases a magical character was ascribed to them entirely foreign to the intention of the engraver. Great ingenuity was often displayed in seeking and finding some analogy between the supposed significance of the design and the fancied power of the stone itself. Taking the agate as an illustration, Camillo Leonardo says that its many different varieties had as many different virtues, and he finds in this an explanation of the multiplicity of images engraved on the various kinds of agate, without realizing that the true reason was that this material lent itself more readily to artistic treatment than did many others. The idea that some special design should be engraved upon a given stone became quite general in the early centuries of our era. The emerald, for instance, according to Damigeron, was to be engraved with the scarab, beneath which to be a standing figure of Isis. The gem, when completed, was to be pierced longitudinally and worn in a brooch. The fortunate owner of this talisman was then to adorn himself and the members of his family, and a consecration having been pronounced, he was assured that he would see the glory of the stone granted it by God. Possibly this may have meant that the stone would become luminous. A list of these symbolic designs is said to have been in the Book of Wings by Regil, one of the curious treatises composed about the 13th century under the influence of Hebrew and Greco-Roman tradition. Although it owes its origin to the Hebrew Book of Raziel, it bears little if any likeness to that work. As will be seen in the following items, the fact that the design is on its appropriate stone is always insisted on. The beautiful and terrible figure of a dragon, if this is found on a ruby or any other stone of similar nature and virtue, it has the power to augment the goods of this world, and makes the wearer joyous and healthy. The figure of a falcon, if on a topaz, helps to acquire the goodwill of kings, princes, and magnates. The image of an astrolabe, if on a sapphire, has power to increase wealth and enables the wearer to predict the future. The well-formed image of a lion, if engraved on a garnet, will protect and preserve honors and health, cures the wearer of all diseases, brings him honors, and guards him from all perils in traveling. An ass, if represented on a chrysolite, will give power to prognosticate and predict the future. The figure of a ram or of a bearded man, on a sapphire, has the power to cure and preserve from many infirmities as well as to free from poison and from all demons. This is a royal image. It confers dignities and honors and exalts the wearer. A frog, engraved on a barrel, will have the power to reconcile enemies and produce friendship where there was discord. A camel's head or 2 goats among myrtles, if on an onyx, has the power to convoke, assemble, and constrain demons. If anyone wears it, he will see terrible visions in sleep. A vulture, if on a chrysolite, has the power to constrain demons and the winds. It controls demons and prevents them from coming together in the place where the gem may be. It also guards against their importunities. The demons obey the wearer. A bat, represented on a heliotrope or bloodstone, gives the wearer power over demons and helps incantations. A griffin, imaged on a crystal, produces abundance of milk. A man richly dressed with a beautiful object in his hand, engraved on a carnelian, checks the flow of blood and confers honors. A lion or an archer, on a jasper gives help against poison and cures from fever. A man in armor, with bow and arrow, on an iris stone protects from evil both the wearer and the place where it may be. A man with a sword in his hand, on a carnelian, preserves the place where it may be from lightning and tempest, and guards the wearer from vices and enchantments. A bull engraved on a prase is said to give aid against evil spells and to procure the favor of magistrates. A hoopoo with a tarragon herb before it, represented on a barrel, confers the power to invoke water spirits and to converse with them, as well as to call up the mighty dead and to obtain answers to questions addressed to them. A swallow on a selenite establishes and preserves peace and concord among men. A man with his right hand raised aloft, if engraved on a chalcedony, gives success in lawsuits, renders the wearer healthy, gives him safety in his travels, and preserves him from all evil chances. The names of God, on a sarania stone, have the power to preserve the place where the stone may be from tempests. They also give to the wearer victory over his enemies. A bear, if engraved on an amethyst, has the virtue of putting demons to flight and defends and preserves the wearer from drunkenness. A man in armor, graven on a magnet or lodestone, has the power to aid in incantations and makes the wearer victorious in war. An Italian manuscript, dating from the 14th century, gives the following talismanic gems. If thou findest a stone on which is graven or figured a man with a goat's head, whoever wears this stone, with God's help, will have great riches and the love of all men and animals. If a stone be found on which is graven or figured an armed man or the draped figure of a virgin, bound with laurel, and having a laurel branch in her hand, this stone is sacred and frees the wearer from all changes and haps of fortune. When thou findest a stone on which is graven the figure of a man holding a scythe in his hand, a stone like this imparts strength and power to the wearer. Every day adds to his strength, courage, and boldness. Hold dear that stone on which thou shalt find figured or cut the moon or the sun, or both together, for it makes the wearer chaste and guards him from lust. A jewel to be prized is that stone on which is graven or figured a man with wings, having beneath his feet a serpent whose head he holds in his hand. A stone of this kind gives the wearer, by God's help, abundant wealth of knowledge, as well as good health and favor. Shouldst thou find a stone on which is the figure of a man holding in his right hand a palm branch, this stone, with God's help, renders the wearer victorious in disputes and in battles, and brings him the favor of the great. Finding the stone called jasper, bearing graven or figured a huntsman, a dog, or a stag, the wearer, with God's help, will have the power to heal one possessed of a devil, or who is insane. A good stone is that one on which thou shalt find graven or figured a serpent with a raven on its tail. Whoever wears this stone will enjoy high station and be much honored. It also protects from the ill effects of the heat. The original meaning of the swastika emblem has been variously explained as a symbol of fire, of the 4 cardinal points, of water, of the lightning, etc. Still another explanation is given by Oernes, who inclines to the belief that it is simply a conventionalized representation of the human form, the lower shaft being the 2 legs joined together, the 2 horizontal shafts the outstretched arms, and the upper shaft the trunk of the body. The 4 projections would stand for the feet, the 2 hands, and the head. The Egyptian crux ansata, the hieroglyphic symbol for life, and the Phoenician tau symbol, the mark that was to be stamped upon the foreheads of the faithful in Jerusalem, Ezekiel 9:4, and which in early Christian art was frequently substituted for the usual cross, are both explained by Oernes in a similar way. And he notes the fact that the swastika symbol does not appear in Egyptian or Phoenician art drawing the inference that all three symbols originated in the same form or figure. To all these symbols were attributed talismanic virtues, and they were frequently engraved on precious stones. The so-called monogrammatic cross was freely used in work of the 5th century. This is simply a modification of the monogram formed of the first 2 letters of the name Christ as written in Greek, a device which first appeared after the time of Constantine the Great, date 337 A.D. This monogram usually assumed the following form: PX, and the monochromatic cross was made by changing the position of the Greek X, chi, and making one of its arms serve as the straight stroke of the P, R, thus giving the following form: P. A curious amulet to avert the spell of the evil eye is an engraved sard showing an eye in the center, around which are grouped the attributes of the divinities presiding over the days of the week. Sunday, the Dies Solis, is represented by a lion. Monday, the Dies Lunae, by a stag. Tuesday, the Dies Martis, by a scorpion. Wednesday, the Dies Mercurii, by a dog. Thursday, the Dies Jovis, by a thunderbolt. Friday, the Dies Veneris, by a snake. And Saturday, the Dies Saturni, by an owl. In this way the wearer was protected at all times from the evil influence. Because of its peculiar markings, some of which suggest the form of an eye, malachite was worn in some parts of Italy, for example, in Vettonia, as an amulet to protect the wearer from the spell of the evil eye. Such stones were called peacock stones, from their resemblance in color and marking to the peacock's tail. The form of these malachite amulets is usually triangular, and they were mounted in silver. It is curious to note, as a proof of the persistence of superstitions, that in an Etruscan tomb at Chiusi there was found a triangular, perforated piece of glass, each angle terminating in an eye formed of glass of various colors. On many of the amulets fabricated in Italy for protection against the dreaded jettatura, or spell of the evil eye, the cock is figured. His image was supposed in ancient times to assure the protection of the sun god, and his crowing was regarded as an inarticulate hymn of praise to this deity. He was also a type of dauntless courage. All this contributed to make him a defender of the weak, especially of women and children, against the wiles of the spirits of darkness. Rostand, in his Chanticleer, has enlarged this conception, and endows the cock with the proud conviction that it is to his matutinal chant alone that the world owes the daily recurrent phenomenon of the sunrise. In Palestine the evil eye is supposed to be the baleful gift of men who have light blue eyes, more especially if they are beardless. Possibly this is the power in which some of our blond and beardless mashers repose their trust. As an antidote to the awful influence of these blue-eyed monsters, the Syrian women decorated themselves with blue beads, on the principle similia similibus corantur. A maiden with beautiful hair will tie a blue ribbon about it, or wear a blue bead in it, so as to ward off any evil spell cast by the blue eye that might rob her of her fair dower. It is a well-known fact that many amulets were made in forms suggesting objects offensive to our sense of propriety. These were thought to protect the wearers by denoting the contempt they felt for the evil spirits leagued against them. Some such fancy may have induced the peculiar designs of certain of the jewels alleged to have been pawned in Paris by the ex-Sultan Abdul Hamid for the sum of 1,200,000 francs, $240,000. According to rumor, these pledges must be sold, as the Sultan has failed to redeem them, but the designs are so risqué that they cannot be offered at public sale. Therefore the stones and pearls are to be removed, and the gold settings are to be melted and sold as metal. It is not exclusively characteristic of our commercial and industrial age that the price paid for a work of art should influence the popular estimation of the merits of the work. as appears in an anecdote related by Pliny. An emerald smaragd, upon which was engraved a figure of Amymone, one of the Danaidai, having been offered for sale in the Isle of Cyprus at the price of 6 golden denarii. Ismenias, a flute player, gave orders to purchase it. The dealer, however, reduced the price and returned 2 denarii, upon which Ismenias remarked, "By Hercules, he has done me but a bad turn in this, for the merit of the stone has been greatly impaired by this reduction in price." A variant of the design directed by Damigeron to be placed on the emerald is recommended in a 13th century manuscript, where we read that to fit this stone for use as a talisman, it should be engraved with the form of a scarab, beneath which there should appear a crested paroquet. According to the same manuscript, a jasper should bear the figure of Mars fully armed, or else that of a virgin wearing a flowing robe and bearing a laurel branch. It should then be consecrated with perpetual consecration. The mythical author Cetel asserts that the owner of a jasper engraved with the sacred symbol of the cross would be preserved from drowning. A curious quid pro quo appears in a 15th century treatise on gems written in French. Here, in a list of engraved gems suitable for use as amulets, we read, "If you find a dromedary engraved on a stone with hair flowing over its shoulders, this stone will bring peace and concord between man and wife." The original Latin text read, "If you find Andromeda on a stone with hair flowing over her shoulders," etc. The translator's art, which could turn Andromeda into a dromedary, almost equaled that of the enchantress Circe. A few even of the early writers were disposed to be skeptical as to the virtues ascribed to these engraved gems, and did not hesitate to assert that the Greek and Roman engravers executed their designs for ornamental purposes rather than to fit the gems for use as talismans. This was undoubtedly true in a large number of cases, but nevertheless, as we have seen, many engraved talismans were really cut in the early centuries, as the art of gem engraving was not practiced in the Middle Ages. Some medieval writers supposed that the engraved talismanic gems current in their time were not works of art, but of nature, and Conrad von Megenberg, accepting this view, gave it as his opinion that God granted these stones their beauty and virtue for the help and comfort of the human race, adding that when he hoped to receive help from them, he in no wise denied the grace of God. Damigeron writes of the sard that, if worn by a woman, it is a good and fortunate stone. It should be engraved with a design showing a grapevine and ivy intertwined. A celebrated topaz was that noted by George Agricola as being in the possession of a Neapolitan, Hadrianus Gulielmus. It bore, in ancient Roman characters, the terse and pregnant inscription, Natura deficit, fortuna mutator, Deus omnia cernit. This was freely rendered by Thomas Nichols as follows: "Nature by frailty doth daily waste away, fortune is turned and changed every day. In all, there is an eye knows no decay. Jaw sees for eye." There is in the Imperial Academy at Moscow a turquoise 2 inches in diameter, inscribed with a text from the Koran in letters of gold. This turquoise was formerly worn by the Shah of Persia as an amulet, and it was valued at 5,000 roubles by the jeweler from whose hands it came. It is well known that Napoleon III was inclined to be superstitious, and there is not, therefore, anything inherently improbable in the report that he left the seal he wore on his watch chain to his son, the unfortunate Prince Imperial, as a talisman. This seal is said to have borne an inscription in Arabic characters, signifying the slave Abraham relying on the merciful one, God. The talisman lost its virtue on that unlucky day when, in far-off Zululand, The heir to so many hopes was cut off in the first flush of early manhood. See page 64. End of chapter 4, part 2.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 5, on Ominous and Luminous Stones. Part 1. The Opal. Mother, come, let me place a charm upon thy brow, and may good spirits grant that never care approach to trace a single furrow there. Daughter, thy love, my mother, better far than charm, shall shield thy child, and yet this wondrous gem looks as though some strange influence it had won from the bright skies, for every rainbow hue shoots quivering through its depths in changeful gleams like the mild lightnings of a summer eve. Mother, even so doth love pervade a mother's heart, thus ever active looks through her fond eyes. There can be little doubt that much of the modern superstition regarding the supposed unlucky quality of the opal owes its origin to a careless reading of Sir Walter Scott's novel, Anne of Geierstein. The wonderful tale therein related of the Lady Hermione, a sort of enchanted princess who came no one knew whence, and always wore a dazzling opal in her hair, contains nothing to indicate that Scott really meant to represent the opal as unlucky. Lady Hermione's gem was an enchanted stone, just as its owner was a product of enchantment, and its peculiarities depended entirely upon its mysterious character, which might equally well have been attributed to a diamond, a ruby, or a sapphire. The life of the stone was bound up with the life of Hermione. It sparkled when she was gay, it shot out red gleams when she was angry, and when a few drops of holy water were sprinkled over it, they quenched its radiance. Hermione fell into a swoon, was carried to her chamber, and the next day nothing but a small heap of ashes remained on the bed whereon she had been laid. The spell was broken, and the enchantment dissolved. All that can have determined the selection of the opal rather than any other precious stone is the fact of its wonderful play of color and its sensitiveness to moisture. Hence we are perfectly justified in returning to the older belief of the manifold virtues of the opal, only remembering that this gem is a little more fragile than many others and should be more carefully handled and guarded. The opal, October's gem, recalls in its wonderful and varied play of color the glories of a bright October day in the country, when earth and sky vie with each other in brilliancy, and the eye is fairly dazzled with the bewildering variety of color. It rarely happens that Pliny gives any information to particular jewels, almost all his notices of precious stones being confined to descriptions of their form and color, and data regarding what was popularly believed as to their talismanic or therapeutic power. In the case of the opalus, however, he writes as follows: "There exists today a gem of this kind, on account of which the Senator Nonius was proscribed by Antony. Seeking safety in flight, he took with him of all his possessions this ring alone, which it is certain was valued at 2,000,000 sesterces, $80,000. The stone was as large as a hazelnut. This opal of Nonius would be the great historic opal, if we had any assurance that it really was the stone to which we now give this name. As, however, the principal European source of supply in Hungary does not appear to have been available in classic times to the Romans, and as opals are not found in the places whence, according to Pliny, the opalus was derived, we are almost forced to the conclusion that he had some other stone in mind when he gave his eloquent description of the opalus. And yet, in spite of all of this, Pliny's words so well describe the beauties of a fine opal that it is difficult to determine what other stone he could have meant. For it can well be said of opals that there is in them a softer fire than in the carbuncle. There is the brilliant purple of the amethyst. There is the sea green of the emerald, all shining together in an incredible union. Some, by their refulgent splendor, rival the colors of the painters, others the flame of burning sulfur, or of fire quickened by oil. Possibly some brilliant varieties of iridescent quartz, iris quartz, possessing an internal fracture, displays with great brilliancy all the colors of the rainbow, sparkling with wonderful clearness in its field of transparent mineral, might excite the admiration of one who had never seen an opal. Referring again to these quartz crystals, they are often cut so as to form a dome of quartz, and are even used as distinct jewels. The fact that Pliny could praise the Indian imitations of the opalus in glass, and could state that this stone was more successfully imitated than any other, is an almost decisive argument against identifying the opalus with an opal, for it is well known that no stone is more difficult to imitate. About the middle of the 18th century, a peasant found a brilliant precious stone in some old ruins at Alexandria, Egypt. The stone was set in a ring. It was as large as a hazelnut, and it is said to have been an opal cut on cabochon. According to the report, it was eventually taken to Constantinople, where it was estimated to be worth several thousand ducats. The description given of this gem, its apparent antiquity, and the high value set upon it have contributed to induce many to conjecture that it was the celebrated opal of Nonius. Of course, this was nothing but a romantic fancy. It is also quite certain that an opal would scarcely hold its play of color or compactness for 20 centuries, for most opals lose their water. Slowly, perhaps, but surely, within a lesser space of time. Even the finest Hungarian opals show some loss of life and color within a century or even less, and some transparent Mexican opals lose their color and are filled with flaws within a few years' time. The Edda tells of a sacred stone called the Yarkestein, which the clever smith Volander, the Scandinavian Vulcan, formed from the eyes of children. Grimm conjectures that this name designates a round, milk-white opal. Certainly the opal was often called ophthalmios, or eye-stone, in the Middle Ages, and it was a common idea that the image of a boy or a girl could be seen in the pupil of the eye. Albertus Magnus describes under the name orphanus a stone which was set in the imperial crown of the Holy Roman Empire. This gem is believed to have been a splendid opal, and Albertus describes it as follows. The orphanus is a stone which is in the crown of the Roman emperor, and none like it has ever been seen. For this very reason it is called orphanus. It is of a subtle vinous tinge, and its hue is as though pure white snow, flashed and sparkled with the color of a bright ruddy wine, and was overcome by this radiance. It is a translucent stone, and there is a tradition that formerly it shone in the night time, but now in our age it does not sparkle in the dark. It is said to guard the regal honor. Evidently, this imperial gem was regarded as a sui generis, for Albertus has just described the ophthalmus lapis, a name frequently bestowed upon the opal in medieval times, reciting the virtues usually ascribed to the opal for the cure of diseases of the eye, and the magic power of the stone to render its wearer invisible. Wherefore, It was denominated Patronus Forum, or patron of thieves. In the Middle Ages, the opal mines of Czernowitz in Hungary were very actively exploited, and at the opening of the 15th century, more than 300 men are said to have been employed here in the search for opals. At that time, and for many centuries after, no breath of suspicion ever tarnished the fame of the opal as not only a thing of rare beauty, but also a talisman of the first rank. We are told that blonde maidens valued nothing more highly than necklaces of opals, for while they wore these ornaments, their hair was sure to guard its beautiful color. The latter superstitions probably arose from the frangibility of the stone and its occasional loss of fire. From the earliest times, the baleful influence of the evil eye has struck terror into the souls of the ignorant and superstitious. It is believed by some that the name opal, written opphal in the time of Queen Elizabeth, was derived from ophthalmos, the eye, or ophthalmius, pertaining to the eye, and that hence the foolish superstition regarding the ill luck of the opal had some connection with the belief in the evil eye. However, this is altogether incorrect, since the stone called ophthalmius by early writers, and which seems to have been the opalus of the ancients, and our opal, was believed to have a wonderfully beneficial effect upon the sight, and if it was thought to render the wearer invisible, this was only an added virtue of the stone. The eye agates were sometimes used to form the eyes of idols. At a later period, some of these agate eyes were removed from the statues and cut with a glyptic subject on the lower side. Some of the most interesting antique gems are of this kind. In Aleppo and elsewhere in the East, there is a certain type of sore known as the Aleppo button or Aleppo boil. The boil frequently does not appear for a long period after infection has taken place. It often appears as a swelling surrounded by a white ring, and there is a belief among the natives that there are Aleppo stones, these being the so-called eye agates, frequently produced by cutting a 3-layer, naturally pale yellow or pale gray agate with intervening white zones in such a way that it looks like an eye or a double eye, and such stones are used in alleviation of the Aleppo sore. What beneficial influence they may have is due to the fact that the agate is cold and furnishes a little relief for the time. This Aleppo boil, or Oriental sore, so prevalent in many parts of Western Asia, is produced, according to the best authorities, by a pathogenic organism, Leishmania tropica, from Wright, 1903. As to the means by which this organism is introduced into the human subject, nothing very definite is known, but mosquitoes or phlebotomus have been suggested as possible transmitting agents. The eye of some invisible monster, the eye of the dragon, the eye of the serpent, were all regarded as possessed of malign power. It is well known that in the East Indies a peacock's feather is thought to bring ill luck, the eye in the feather being the baleful point. Even in our own time, and among those for whom this primitive superstition has no terrors, the humorous use of the idea, as shown for instance in the Dick Deadeye of Gilbert and Sullivan's Pinafore, proves that the evil eye is familiar to our thoughts. For this reason, stones such as those which have been named the cat's eye, the tiger's eye, or the oculus belli, always possess a certain strange interest. One of the earliest descriptions of the opal in English is that written in the reign of Queen Elizabeth by Dr. Stephen Batman, who died in 1584. While the passage is essentially a translation from the De Proprietatibus Rerum of Bartholomeus Anglicus, the English version is interesting in itself as showing what was accepted by English readers of the time regarding the virtues of the opal. There is, of course, no trace of the foolish modern superstition touching the ominous quality of this beautiful gem. Batman writes, "Optalio is called opalus also, and is a stone distinguished with colors of divers precious stones, as Isid saith. This stone breedeth only in Indi, and is deemed to have as many virtues as hues and colors. Of this Optalius it is said in Lapidario that this Optalius keepeth and saveth his eyen that beareth it, clear and sharp and without grief, and dimmeth other men's eyen that be about it with a manner cloud, and smiteth them with a manner blindness that is called amentia, so that they may not see neither take heed what is done before their eyen. Therefore it is said that it is the most pure patron of thieves." The opal seems to have appealed to Shakespeare as a fit emblem of inconstancy, for in the Twelfth Night he makes the clown say to the Duke, "Now the melancholy god protect thee, and the tailor maketh thy garment of changeable taffeta, for thy mind is very opal." That the beauty of the opal was fully appreciated in the 16th century is shown by the words of Cardano, who states that he once bought one of these stones for 15 gold crowns, and found as much pleasure in its possession as he did in that of a diamond that had cost him 500 crowns. Although superstitious beliefs were rather the rule than the exception in Cardano's time, none of the silly fancies regarding the ominous quality of the opal were then current. It was reserved for the 19th century to develop these altogether unreasonable and indeed almost inexplicable superstitions. The ownership of so fair an object as a fine opal must certainly be a source of pleasure, and hence add to the good fortune of the owner. Although opal has been considered by some a stone of misfortune, black opal is regarded as an exceptionally lucky stone. Formerly, black opals were artificially made by dipping the light-colored stone into ink, or by allowing burnt oil to enter cracks in the stone produced by heating. About the year 1900, however, a number of deposits of natural black opals were found in the White Cliff region in New South Wales, whence exceedingly beautiful gems have been secured with wonderful flames of green, red, and blue in a black field. Some of these have sold for $1,000, and even for a higher price, the smaller ones bringing from a few dollars upward each. It has been claimed that $2 million worth have been sold from New South Wales. A remarkable example is figured on the frontispiece of this volume. The late F. Marion Crawford was a great admirer of this strangely beautiful variety of opal. That ill luck and good luck are relative terms is shown us published of an opal by Paris newspapers. A shopgirl, plainly clad, in crossing the Place de l'Opéra, when the street traffic was at its greatest, stopped at one of the refuges halfway across the street. To the girl's great surprise, an elegant attired lady standing there slipped an opal ring from her finger and gave it to the girl, who took it to a jeweler's shop to sell it. Here she was arrested on suspicion of having stolen it. The magistrate before whom she appeared was inclined to believe her story, and ordered a personal in a widely read journal asking the lady to clear the girl of the charge. A titled lady presented herself, substantiating the girl's statement. She feared ill luck would befall her if she wore or kept the ring, which was returned to the shopgirl. A possible explanation of the superstitious dread the opal used to excite some time ago may be found in the fact that lapidaries and gem setters to whom opals were entrusted were sometimes so unfortunate as to fracture them in the process of cutting or setting. This was frequently due to no fault on the part of the cutters or setters, but was owing to the natural brittleness of the opal. As such workmen are responsible to the owners for any injury to the gems, they would soon acquire a prejudice against opals, and would come to regard them as unlucky stones. Very widespread superstitions have no better foundation than this, for the original cause, sometimes a quite rational one, is soon lost sight of, and popular fantasy suggests something entirely different, and better calculated to appeal to the imagination. The belief that the diamond fractured the teeth if it were put in the mouth, and ruptured the intestines if it were swallowed, already appears in pseudo-Aristotle, and can therefore be dated back to the 9th and perhaps to the 7th century. This fancy evidently owes its origin to the fact that the diamond, because of its hardness, was used to cut all other stones, and the idea of its destructive quality was strengthened by the old legends regarding the venomous serpents which guarded the place where it was found. Hence the firm conviction that it would bring death to anyone who swallowed it. According to Garcias ab Orta, 1563, the diamond was not used for medicinal purposes in the India of his time except when injected into the bladder to break up vesical calculi. He notes, however, the prevalent belief that diamonds or diamond dust, when taken internally, worked as a poison. As a proof of the falsity of this belief, Garcias adduces the fact that the slaves who worked in the diamond mines often swallowed diamonds to conceal them, and never experienced any ill effects, the stones being recovered in a natural way. The same author notes the case of a man who suffered from chronic dysentery, and whose wife had for a long time administered to him doses of diamond dust. If this did not help him, neither did it injure him. Finally, by the advice of the doctors, this strange treatment was abandoned. The man eventually died of his disease, but many days after the doses of diamond dust had been discontinued. End of Part 1, end of Section 13. Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 5, on Ominous and Luminous Stones. Part 2. The Hindus believed that a flawed diamond, or one containing specks or spots, was so unlucky that it could even deprive Indra of his highest heaven. The original shape of the stone was also considered of great importance, more especially in early times, when but few, if any, diamonds were cut. A triangular stone was said to cause quarrels. A square diamond inspired the wearer with vague terrors. A five-cornered stone had the worst effect of all, for it brought death. Only the six-cornered diamond was productive of good. The Turkish Sultan Bayezid II, 1447 to 1512, is said to have been done to death by a dose of pulverized diamond, administered to him by his son Selim, who mixed the diamond dust with the Sultan's food. It is also related that the disciples of Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541, spread the report that he died from the effects of a dose of diamond dust. Ambrosius conjectures that this was only an excuse to explain the demise of the master in the prime of life. He was but 48 years old at the time of his death, although he promised long life to all who made use of his medicaments. While Benvenuto Cellini, 1500 to 1571, the unrivaled goldsmith, was imprisoned in Rome in 1538, he strongly suspected that his enemies were seeking to poison him by tampering with his food. Cellini shared the belief of his contemporaries that there was no more deadly poison than diamond dust. One day, while eating his noonday meal, he felt something grate between his teeth. He paid no particular attention to this, but when he had finished eating, his eye was caught by some bright particles on the plate. Picking up one of these and examining it carefully, he was terrified to find what he supposed to be a diamond splinter, and he straightway gave himself up for lost, thinking that he had swallowed a quantity of diamond dust. He prayed to God for an hour, and finally became reconciled to the thought of dying. But suddenly it occurred to him that he had not tested the hardness of the fragment he had found in his food. He immediately took the splinter and tried to crush it between his knife and the stone window sill. To his joy, the attempt succeeded, and he became convinced that what he had swallowed was not diamond dust. Later, after his release, Cellini learned that an enemy had given a diamond to a certain Leone Aretino, a gem cutter, instructing him to grind it up so that the dust could be placed in Cellini's food. The gem cutter was very poor, and the diamond was worth 100 scudi. So the man yielded to temptation and substituted a citrine for the diamond. To this circumstance alone did Cellini attribute his escape from death. In England, more than 70 years after Cellini's experience, diamond dust was selected as a poison to do away with a luckless prisoner. Sir Thomas Overbury had incurred the bitter animosity of the Countess of Essex because he opposed her marriage with the favorite of James I, Robert Carr, Viscount of Somerset, whom he had befriended and whose career he had furthered. The marriage took place, however, and in 1613 Overbury was imprisoned in the Tower through the machinations of the Countess. She then sought the aid of one James Franklin, an apothecary, directing him to concoct a slow and deadly poison, which should be mixed with Overbury's food. In the minutes of Franklin's confession, he is said to have stated that the Countess asked him what he thought of white arsenic. His reply was that this poison would prove too violent. "What say you," quoth she, "to powder of diamonds?" He answered, "I know not the nature of that." She said that he was a fool, and gave him pieces of gold, and bade him buy some of that powder for her. It appears, however, from the testimony, that a number of ingredients were employed, quite probably small doses of mercury, cantharides, etc., as well as the baleful diamond dust. Poor Overbury lingered on for more than 3 months, but was finally put out of his misery by a clyster of corrosive sublimate. As a proof of the deadly effects caused by the diamond, the Portuguese Zacutus relates the case of a merchant's servant who surreptitiously swallowed 3 rough diamonds belonging to his master. On the following day, this man was seized with violent abdominal pains. All the remedies administered to him were without effect, and he soon died from the extensive internal ulceration produced by the sharp edges of the diamonds. This old fancy that diamonds or diamond dust had deadly effects when swallowed is pretty well exploded by this time, little or no confirmation being afforded by the instances cited in the matter. However, quite recently it has been shown that swallowing a diamond can prove fatal to a fowl. While a prize-winning cockerel was being fondled by his proud owner, it spied a flashing diamond set in a ring on his hand, and immediately pecked out the stone and swallowed it. Not long after, the fowl died. Not, however, because it was poisoned by the diamond, but because it was chloroformed to ensure the speedy recovery of the stone. An old English ballad, treating of the loves of Hindhorn and Maid Rimnild, recounts that when Hindhorn, who loved and was beloved by the king's daughter, went to sea to escape the wrath of the king, the princess gave him a ring set with 7 diamonds. We are told that when far from home, one day he looked his ring upon, he saw the diamond pale and wan. Hereupon he hastened back, for the paleness of the stone was a sign the loved one was unfaithful to him. On his return, he succeeded in preventing her marriage to another, and everything ended happily. In a 14th century manuscript of the Old English Romance, upon which the ballad is founded, the stone in the ring is not named. In giving it, Rimnild says, "Look thou forsake it for no thing. The stone it is well true. When the stone waxeth wan, then changeth the thought of thy leman. Take then anew. When the stone waxeth red, then have ye lost me maidenhead, or gains the untrue." In this older form of the tale, the stone either grows pale or red as a sign of misfortune. It is interesting to note that Epiphanius, writing 1,000 years earlier, states that the adamas of the high priest grew red as a presage of bloodshed and defeat for the Jews. Regarding the old fancy that a serpent could not look upon an emerald without losing its sight, the Arabian gem dealer Ahmed Taifashi in 1242 writes as follows: "After having read in learned books of this peculiarity of the emerald, I tested it by my own experiment and found the statements exact. It chanced that I had in my possession a fine emerald of the zabibi variety, and with this I decided to make the experiment on the eyes of a viper. Therefore, having made a bargain with a snake charmer to procure me some vipers, as soon as I received them I selected one and placed it in a vessel. This being done, I took a stick of wood attached to the end of a piece of wax, and embedded my emerald in this. I then brought the emerald near to the viper's eyes. The reptile was strong and vigorous, and even raised its head out of the vessel. But as soon as I approached the emerald to its eyes, I heard a slight crepitation, and saw that the eyes were protruding and dissolving into a humour. After this the viper was dazed and confused. I had expected that it would spring from the vessel, but it moved uneasily hither and thither, without knowing which way to turn. All its agility was lost, and its restless movements soon ceased." Wolfgang Gabelkover, in his commentary on the 6th book of the treatise De Gemmis by Andrea Baccio, gives the following account of a strange and tragic experience in regard to a ruby. "It is worthy of note that the true Oriental ruby, by frequent changes of color and by growing obscurity, announces to the wearer some impending misfortune or calamity, and the obscurity and opacity is greater or less according to the extent of the coming ill fortune. Alas, that what I had often heard proclaimed by learned men, I should myself experience, for as on the 5th of December, 1600, I was travelling from Stuttgart to Calve, with my beloved wife, Catherine Edelmann, of pious memory, I plainly observed in the course of the journey that a very beautiful ruby, which she had given me, and which I wore on my hand, set in a gold ring, once and again lost its splendid colouring and became obscure, changing its brightness for a dark hue. This dark hue continued not for 1 or 2 days only, but so long that I was greatly terrified, and removing the ring from my finger, concealed it in a case, Wherefore I repeatedly warned my wife that some great calamity was impending either for her or for myself, the which I inferred from the change and variation of the ruby. Nor was I deceived, for within a few days she was seized with a dangerous illness, which resulted in her death. A story explaining one, at least of these supposedly ominous changes of color in precious stones, is given by Johann Jakob Spener, who states that it was told him by a trustworthy informant. There was a jeweler, expert, prudent, and rich, 3 essential qualities in a jeweler. One day, after having washed his hands, this man sat at a table, when, glancing at a ruby ring he wore on his finger, he remarked that the stone, which usually delighted the eye with its splendor, had lost its brilliancy and become dull. Since he believed what others had related to him, he was firmly persuaded that some misfortune threatened him, and, having removed the ring from his finger, he placed it in its case. A fortnight later, one of this man's sons died of varioloid. Reminded by this event of the phenomenon observed in the ruby, the jeweler took it from the case and found on examination that it had regained its pristine brilliancy. This fact confirmed in his belief in the ominous quality of the stone. Once more, shortly after washing his hands, he remarked anew that the splendor of the ruby was dimmed, and again he fell prey to anxiety, lest some fresh misfortune was impending. Since, however, his apprehensions proved vain, and no untoward event happened, he investigated the matter carefully, and discovered that the obscuration of the color was due to a drop of water, which had penetrated between the ruby and the foil, as the jewelers call it, and that the former brilliancy returned when the water had evaporated. The ominous character of the onyx is especially noted in Arabic tradition, as is shown by the Arabic name for the stone, al-jaza, sadness. The following passage from Pseudo-Aristotle offers an illustration of the strength of this prejudice against the onyx, which was said to come from China and the Maghreb. Those who are in the land of China fear this stone so much that they dread to go into the mines where it occurs. Hence none but slaves and menials, who have no other means of gaining a livelihood, take the stone from the mines. When it has been extracted, it is carried out of the country and sold in other lands. Those men of the Maghreb also who are gifted with any wisdom will not wear an onyx or place it in their treasuries. Indeed, no one is willing to wear it, unless he be bereft of his senses, for whosoever wears it, either set in a ring or in any other way, will have fearful dreams and be tormented by a multitude of doubts and apprehensions. He will also have many disputes and lawsuits. Lastly, whoever keeps an onyx in his house, or places it in a vessel, or puts it in food or drink, will suffer loss of energy and capacity. An ominous character was attributed to the red coral, especially the more highly colored varieties. If worn so that the substance came in direct contact with the skin, it was asserted that the color would pale, the coral also losing its brightness if the wearer became ill, or even if he were only threatened with severe illness. The same effect was said to be induced if some deadly poison had been taken. Cardano writes that he more than once observed this phenomenon, and he thinks that in these cases where the wearer was not yet attacked by a disease, its threatening vapor, though not strong enough to provoke decided symptoms in the human body, was sufficiently powerful to offset the more delicate and subtle essence of the mineral substance. Of course, for us, the mineral would be much less sensitive than flesh and blood, but the 16th century writers, and to a still greater degree those of an earlier time, attributed to stones not only life in a general way, but old age, disease, and death in a very positive sense. Rabbinical tradition tells of a wonderful luminous stone placed by Noah in the ark. This stone shone more brilliantly by day than by night, and served to distinguish the day from the night when, during the flood, neither sun nor moon could be seen. According to another Jewish legend, Abraham is said to have built a city for the 6 sons Hagar bore to him. The wall with which this city was surrounded was so lofty that the light of the sun was cut off, and to offset this, Abraham gave to his sons enormous precious stones and pearls. These exceeded the sun in brightness, and will be used in the time of the Messiah. Aelian relates the following tale of a luminous stone. A woman of Tarentum named Heracles, who was a pattern of the domestic virtues, lost her husband and mourned sincerely for him. Her grief made her compassionate, for when a young stork, just learning to fly, lost its strength and fell to the ground before her, Heracles picked up the helpless bird and tended to it carefully until its strength returned and it was able to fly away. A year later, when the woman was outside the house enjoying the bright, warm sunshine, she saw a stork flying toward her. As the bird passed overhead, it let fall a precious stone into her lap. Heracles took the stone with her into the house, feeling by an infallible instinct that the stork which had dropped it was the one she had cared for in the previous year. During the night she woke up and was astonished to see that the room was lighted up as though by many torches, the radiance proceeding from the stone bestowed by the stork as a proof of its gratitude. In German, the stone called Donnerkeil, thunderbolt, has several synonyms. Among these is Storkstein, or storkstone. It is evident that the stone of Heracles was identical with the precious and brilliant variety of Cerauniae mentioned by Pliny, which drew to themselves the radiance of the stars, the flashing and ruddy light of the ruby, suggested an igneous origin, and induced the belief that rubies were generated by a fire from heaven, in other words, by the lightning flash. The analogy between the flame of a lamp or the glow of a burning coal and the radiance of a ruby suggested some of the names given to this stone, or those resembling it in color, as for instance the Greek anthrax and the Latin carbunculus and lichnis. Probably the fancy that such stones were luminous in the dark was nothing more than the logical result of the quasi-identification of them with fire in some of its manifestations. Still, it is a well-known fact that some stones possess a high degree of phosphorescence. This circumstance must have been observed by chance, and may have had something to do with the legends of luminous stones, although this peculiarity is not characteristic of the ruby. According to Pliny, the lichnis, perhaps a spinel, was so called a lucinarum excensu, from the lighting or the light of lamps. The author of the poem Lithica says that the diamond, adamas, like the crystal, when placed on an altar, set forth a flame without the aid of fire. If this did not refer to the use of rock crystal as a burning glass, we might see in the passage an indication that the phosphorescence of the diamond had already been noted before the 2nd or 3rd century of our era. From the Lydian river Tmolus, a marvelous stone was taken which was said to change color 4 times a day. This surpasses the properties of the sapphire merveilleux, which changed its hue at night. Only innocent young girls could find the Lydian stone, and while they wore it, they were defended from outrage. Is it possible that the ancient writer intended to hint at the proverbial fickleness of woman when stating that this changeable stone could only be discovered by one of the fair sex. The temple of the Syrian goddess Astarte contained an image of this divinity crowned with a diadem in which was set a luminous stone. Such was the splendor of the light emitted by this gem, that the whole sanctuary was lighted up as though with a myriad of lamps. Indeed, this stone itself bore the name Lychnos, lamp. In the daytime this light was fainter, but was still very noticeable as a fiery glow. End of Part 2. End of Section 14. Chapter 5, Part 3 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 5, on Ominous and Luminous Stones. Part 3. Two fabulous stones are noted by Pseudo-Aristotle, and one of these, the Sleeping Stone, must have possessed marvelous soporific power. It was a luminous stone of a bright ruddy hue, and shone in the darkness with a bright light. If a small quantity of this stone were hung about a person's neck, he would sleep uninterruptedly for 3 days and nights, and when he awakened on the 4th day, he would still be almost overcome by sleep. The other stone, of a greenish hue, had the opposite quality, and induced prolonged wakefulness. So long it was worn, sleep was banished. Our author gravely states that some men who must watch at night suffer greatly from lack of sleep. If, however, they wore the waking stone, they suffered no inconvenience from their enforced vigils. Evidently this stone would be a precious possession for night watchmen, and a more satisfactory guarantee for their employers than time clocks or other tests of wakefulness. In his commentary on Marbodus, Alardus of Amsterdam relates the history of a wonderful luminous stone, a chrysolampis, which, with many other precious stones, was set in a marvelous golden tablet dedicated to Saint Aldebert, apostle of the Frisians and patron of the town of Egmund, died between 720 and 730, by Hildegard, wife of Theodoric, Count of Holland. The gift was made to the Abbey of Egmund, where the saint's body reposed. Alardus tells us that the chrysolampis shone so brightly that when the monks were called to the chapel in the night time, they could read the hours without any other light. This wonderful stone was stolen by one of the monks, whom Alardus terms the most rapacious creature who ever went on 2 legs. But fearing to keep so valuable a gem with him, he cast it into the sea, and it was never recovered. Strange tales were told of a luminous carbuncle on the shrine of St. Elizabeth, died 1231, at Marburg. This stone was set above the statuette of the Virgin, and it was said to emit fiery rays at night. However, Kreutzer informs us that it was only a very brilliant rock crystal of a yellowish-white hue. The shrine was an elaborate work of art in silver gilt, and was literally covered with precious stones to the number of 824, besides 2 large pearls and a great many smaller ones. All these gems were stripped from their settings when the shrine was taken from Marburg to Cassel in 1810. At the Dusseldorf exhibition of 1891, the writer saw what was called the Ring of St. Elizabeth, purporting to be set with her miraculously luminous ruby. The stone in the setting proved, however, to be a large, almost flat carbuncle garnet of no great brilliancy, set in a narrow rim of gold. After noting the reports of medieval travelers regarding the wonderful luminous rubies of the sovereigns of Pegu, and repeating the tale that the night was illumined by their splendor, Cleandro Arnobio adds that it did not appear that any such rubies were to be found in his day. Nevertheless, he had heard from an ecclesiastic of a certain jewel that shone brightly at night. This stone, however, was not a ruby, but was of a pale citron hue, and hence Arnobio inclines to believe that it was either a topaz or a yellow diamond. This probably refers to the Marburg carbuncle. The luminous ruby of the King of Ceylon is noted by Chao Juhua, a Chinese writer of about the middle of the 13th century, and hence a contemporary of the Arab Taifashi. He says, "The king holds in his hand a jewel 5 inches in diameter, which cannot be burned by fire, and which shines in the night like a torch." This gigantic luminous gem was also believed to possess the virtues of an elixir of youth, for we are told that the king rubbed his face with it daily, and by this means would retain his youthful looks even should he live more than 90 years. The glories of Emperor Manuel's throne, circa 1120 to 1180, are celebrated by the Hebrew traveler Benjamin of Tudela, who visited Constantinople in 1161 A.D. This splendid throne was of gold, studded with precious stones, and suspended from the canopy by gold chains hung a magnificent golden crown set with jewels of incalculable value, and so bright and sparkling that their glitter rendered needless any other illumination at night. When Henry II of France, 1519 to 1559, made his solemn entry into the city of Bologna, a stranger from India presented to the sovereign a luminous stone. It was rather soft, had a fiery brilliance, and could not be touched with impunity. According to de Thou, this story was vouched for by J. Pippin, who saw the stone himself, and described it in a letter to Antoine Mizauld, a writer on occult themes, well known in his day. Although Garcias ab Orta did not believe in the tales current in his time regarding luminous rubies, he relates a story of such a stone told to him by a gem dealer. This man stated that he had purchased a number of fine but small rubies from Ceylon and had spread them out over a table. When he gathered them up again, one of the stones remained hidden in the fold of the tablecloth. In the night he remarked something like a flame emanating from the table. Lighting a candle, he approached the table and found there the small ruby. When this was removed and the candle extinguished, the light was no longer visible. Garcias admits that the gem dealers were fond of telling good stories, but he concludes with the dictum, "We must trust in them nevertheless." Not only the ruby, but the emerald also, had the reputation of being a luminous stone, for besides the shining emerald pillar in the temple of Melkart at Tyre, Pliny records the tale of a marble lion with eyes of gleaming emeralds, which was set over the tomb of a petty king called Hermias. The tomb was on the coast, and the flashing light from the emerald eyes frightened away the tunny fish, to the great loss of the fishermen. Whether the eyes of the magnificent chryselephantine statue of Athena by Phidias were supposed to be luminous, we do not know, but they were encrusted with precious stones. The collection of works by the English alchemists, published by Elias Ashmole, contains the tale of a worthy parson who lived in a little town near London, and who wished to immortalize himself by building across the Thames a bridge which would always be lighted at night. After relating several expedients which suggested themselves to him, the poet continues: "At the last he thought to make the light, for the bridge to shine by night, with carbuncle stones to make men wonder, with double reflection above and under. Then new thought troubled his mind, carbuncle stones how he might find, and where to find wise men and true, which would for his interest pursue, in seeking all the world about, plenty of carbuncles to find out. For this he took so mickle thought, that his fat flesh wasted nigh to naught. It is scarcely necessary to add that the poor parson never realized his dream, but the story shows how popular was the belief that carbuncles or rubies shone with their own light. A luminous or phosphorescent stone, which has been named the Bologna stone, is the subject of a treatise published by the physician Menzel in 1675. The writer describes various experiments made to test the peculiar qualities of this mineral, which is partly a radiated or crystalline sulfate of barytes, and phosphoresces when calcined. It was sometimes called the lunar stone, lapis lunaris, because, like the moon, it gave out in the darkness the light it received from the sun. Menzel also relates that the stone was first discovered in 1604 by Vincenzio Cassiaroli, an adept in alchemy, who believed that it would be a great aid in the transmutation of the baser metals into gold on account of its solar quality. The place of its occurrence was Monte Paterno near Bologna, where it appeared in the fissures of the mountain after torrential rains. The various phenomena of fluorescence and phosphorescence undoubtedly explain some, at least, of the legends regarding luminous stones, superstition or fantasy having here, as in most other cases, a certain substratum of fact. This class of physical phenomena has been made the subject of a special investigation by the author, as many as 13,000 specimens of various minerals having been subjected to the most searching tests in order to determine their qualities in this respect. His interest in this field of research was greatly stimulated by a fortuitous happening. In 1891 his wife, while hanging up a gown in a closet one evening, saw that the diamond in a ring she was wearing gave off a faint streak of light, which was very noticeable in the dark, and this fact led to a long series of experiments on the fluorescence and phosphorescence and triboluminescence of the diamond. More than 2 centuries before, Robert Boyle made a similar set of experiments at night with a diamond, which must have been an Indian stone, and which he describes as table cut, about 1/3 of an inch long and somewhat less in width. He remarks that it was a dull stone of very bad water, having a blemish with a whitish cloud covering nearly 1/3 of the stone. The Journal des Savants for 1739 gives certain tests of the luminous quality of diamonds made by Monsieur Dufay. In order successfully to observe this phenomenon, he prescribes that the experimenter shall remain in a darkened room for 15 minutes, taking the additional precaution of closing one or both of his eyes. The diamond to be tested should be exposed to the sun's rays, or to strong daylight, for less than a minute, and when taken into darkness, the luminosity, if observable, lasts 12 or 13 minutes at longest. Not all diamonds show this quality, and nothing in their form or appearance serves to determine their possession of it. However, Monsieur Dufay observed that the yellow diamonds, of which he tried a considerable number, were luminous. A single emerald out of 20 that were tested proved to be luminous. Boyle's experiments led to the discovery that some diamonds, when rubbed against wood or other hard substances, and even against cloth or silk, will emit a ray of light which seems to follow them. This is what is called triboluminescence. The power of absorbing sunlight or artificial light and then giving it off in the dark is only possessed by certain diamonds. These are Brazilian stones, slightly milky in tint, or blue-white as they are often termed, and it is an included substance, and not the diamond itself that possesses the power of storing up light and then giving it out. Willemite, kunzite, sphalerite, which is sulfide of zinc, and some other minerals possess the same power. Their peculiar property may be due to the presence of a slight quantity of manganese, or to that of some of the uranium salts. That it is only the ultraviolet rays that are thus absorbed by these diamonds is proved by the fact that the phenomenon is not observable when a thin plate of glass is interposed between the sunlight or artificial light and the diamond, as glass is not traversed by these rays. The still undetermined substance, to whose presence in diamonds of this type the special class of phenomena must be due, was named by the author Tiffanyite in honor of the late Charles L. Tiffany (1812 to 1902), founder of the firm of Tiffany & Company. On the other hand, all diamonds phosphoresce when exposed to the rays of radium, polonium, or actinium, even when glass is interposed. Treating of some of the aspects of phosphorescence in diamonds, Sir William Crookes says, "In a vacuum, exposed to a high-tension current of electricity, diamonds phosphoresce of different colors, most South African diamonds shining with a bluish light. Diamonds from other localities emit bright blue, apricot, pale blue, red, yellowish green, orange, and pale green light. The most phosphorescent diamonds are those which are fluorescent in the sun. One beautiful green diamond in my collection, when phosphorescing in a good vacuum, gives almost as much light as a candle, and you can easily read by its rays. But the time has hardly come when diamonds can be used as domestic illuminants." By permission of Mrs. KUNZ, wife of the well-known New York mineralogist, I will show you perhaps the most remarkable of all phosphorescing diamonds. This prodigy diamond will phosphoresce in the dark for some minutes after being exposed to a small pocket electric light, and if rubbed on a piece of cloth, a long streak of phosphorescence appears. The luminescence produced by heat is wonderfully marked in the case of chlorophyne, a variety of fluorite. A Siberian specimen of a pale violet color emitted a white light merely from the heat of the hand. Boiling water caused it to give out a green light, which was so greatly intensified when the specimen rested on a live coal that the radiance could be discerned from a considerable distance. Similar phenomena were observable in the case of chlorophyne from Amelia Courthouse, Virginia, and the writer found that specimens from this source also exhibited strong triboluminescence, resulting either from contact with one another or with any other hard substance. As the terms fluorescence and phosphorescence are sometimes rather carelessly employed, it may be well to note here that while both terms are used to denote the luminescence of a non-luminous body, resulting from the action of light rays, of the electric current, or of the radiant energy of any kind as well as from heat, fluorescence signifies a luminosity which only continues so long as the exciting cause is present, while phosphorescence means a luminosity persisting for a longer or shorter period after the exciting cause has ceased to operate directly. The latter term, therefore, denotes a luminous energy stored up in the formerly non-luminous body, and emitted by it for a certain time, at the expiration of which it again becomes non-luminous. Other special designations of induced luminosity in minerals are triboluminescence, the emission of light as a result of friction, and thermoluminescence, a term used to denote light emission excited by moderate heating, even by the warmth of the hand. An old treatise in Greek said in its title to come from the sanctuary of the temple, and containing material partly of Egyptian origin, may help us to understand something of the process employed by a temple priest to impress the common people by the sight of luminous gems. The writer of the treatise declares that for the production of the carbuncle that shines in the night, use was made of certain parts, he says the bile, of marine animals, whose entrails, scales, and bones exhibited the phenomenon of phosphorescence. If properly treated, precious stones, preferably carbuncles, would glow so brightly at night that anyone owning such a stone could read or write by its light as well as he could by daylight. In the Annales de Chimie et Physique, the great French chemist M. Berthelot discusses this matter and expresses the following opinion: "The texts leave no room for doubt as to the employment by the ancients of precious stones rendered phosphorescent in the dark by the superficial application of tinctures composed of materials whose phosphorescent quality is known to us, although this luminescence, due to an application of organic oxidizable materials, could not well be durable. Still, it might be made to last several hours, perhaps several days, and it could always be renewed by repeating the application." The use of jeweled ornaments to heighten by their luminosity in obscurity or in darkness the effect produced by a sacred image, and to stimulate religious awe in the beholder, is testified to by the ultra-Protestant traveler Fynes Moryson, Gent., who went to Italy in 1594. Of his visit to the Santa Casa in Loreto, he says that he himself and 2 Dutchmen, his companions, were permitted to enter the inner chapel of the sanctuary, where, he proceeds, we did see the Virgin's picture adorned with precious jewels, and the place, to increase religious horror, being dark, yet the jewels shined by the light of wax candles. Although there is no question here of naturally luminous gems, this might have been the impression produced upon a more sympathetic pilgrim. Writing of the traditions in regard to luminous stones, Sir Richard F. Burton says, "There may be a basis of fact to this fancy, the abnormal effect of precious stones upon mesmeric sensitives. However, while some instances are recorded of psychic impression produced by precious stones on the minds of persons possessing a highly sensitive nervous system, it seems likely that some legends of luminous stones had their origin in the refractive powers of cut gems, by means of which a dim and distant light would be reflected from the surface of the stones and would seem to spring from them. Quite possibly in other instances there was a disposition to cater to the popular belief by placing a light so that the hidden beams traversed the stone and appeared to emanate from it." End of Chapter 5. End of Section 15.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 6, On Crystal Balls and Crystal Gazing. We have evidence of the use of crystal balls as means of divination in medieval times, and scrying in some of its many forms was by no means rare in the Greek and Roman periods. The essential requisite for the exercise of this species of divination is a polished surface of some sort, upon which the scryer shall gaze intently. For this purpose mirrors, globules of lead or quicksilver, polished steel, the surface of water, and even pools of ink, have been employed and have been found to ensure quite as satisfactory results as the crystal ball, The points of light reflected from the polished surface, points de repère, serve to attract the attention of the gazer and to fix the eye until, gradually, the optic nerve becomes so fatigued that it finally ceases to transmit to the sensorium the impression made from without and begins to respond to the reflex action proceeding from the brain of the gazer. In this way, the impression received from within is apparently projected and seems to come from without. It is easy to understand that the results must vary according to the idiosyncrasy of the various scryers, for everything depends upon the sensitiveness of the optic nerve. In many cases the effect of prolonged gazing upon the brilliant surface will simply produce a loss of sight. The optic nerve will be temporarily paralyzed and will as little respond to stimulation from within as from without. In other cases, however, the nerve will be only deadened as regards external impressions, while retaining sufficient activity to react against a stimulus from the brain centers. It is almost invariably stated that, prior to the appearance of the desired visions, the crystal seems to disappear and a mist rises before the gazer's eye. The Achaeans, as Pausanias relates, frequently used a mirror to divine diseases or to learn whether there was danger of sudden death. Of the temple of Demeter, or Circe, at Patras, he writes, "In front of the temple of Demeter there is a well. A stone wall separates this well from the temple, but steps lead down to it from the outside. Here there is an infallible oracle, although it does not answer all questions, but only those touching diseases. They attach a slender cord to a mirror and let it down into the well, balancing it carefully so that the water does not cover the face, but only touches the rim. Then, after making a prayer to the goddess and burning incense to her, they look into the mirror, and it shows whether the sick person will die or recover. Such is the power of truth in this water." This sacred well with its oracle of the magic mirror must have been in Lucian's mind when, in his description of the palace of the Moon King, he says, "Another wonderful thing I saw in the palace. Suspended over a rather shallow well there is a large mirror, and anyone who goes down into this well will hear every word that is spoken on earth, while, if he gazes on the mirror, he will see there every city and every nation just as clearly as though he were looking down upon them from a slight elevation. At the time I was there, I saw my native country and its inhabitants. Whether I myself was seen by them in turn, I am not sure." Lucian adds, with a fine touch of irony, "Anyone who doubts this assertion needs only to go there himself and he will find out that I speak the truth. As no one has yet made a trip to the moon, the assertion is still uncontradicted." In their religious legends, the ancient Mexicans taught that their god, Tezcatlipoca, had a magic mirror in which he saw everything that happened in the world. He was sometimes named Nicosiat, sower of discord, because he often stirred up war and strife among men, but he was also lord of riches and prosperity, which he bestowed and took away again at his will. To the influence of this divinity were attributed many omens and certain strange visions, announced by repeated knockings. In the Orphic poem Lithica, a magic sphere of stone is described. The substance is called sideritis or ophitis, and is said to be black, round, and heavy. Possibly some metal, rather than a stone, is designated by these names. Helenus, the Trojan soothsayer, is said to have used this sphere to foretell the downfall of his native city. He fasted for 21 days and then wrapped the sphere in soft garments, like an infant, and offered sacrifices to it until, by the magic of his prayers, a living soul warmed the precious substance. A strange variety of divination by means of mirrors placed on the heads of boys, who, with eyes blindfolded, were supposed to perceive forms or signs of some description in the mirrors, is noted by Spartianus in his life of the Emperor Didius Julianus, approximately 133 to 193. This ruler is said to have resorted to this form of divination, and the boy entrusted with the task is asserted to have announced the approaching accession of Septimius Severus 146 to 211 and the dethronement of Didius Julianus. An indication that the usage of divination by means of a silver cup existed among the primitive Hebrews has been found in the story of Joseph and his brethren. In Genesis 44, 1-5, we read that Joseph concealed a silver cup in the sack of grain borne away by Benjamin, making of this a pretext for requiring the return of his brethren. He sent messengers to overtake them and directed them to demand the return of the cup, using these words, "Is not this it in which my Lord drinketh, and whereby indeed he divineth?" The Arabic author, Ali Abu Ghaffar, tells of a golden ball used by the Magi, followers of Zoroaster, in their incantations. It was encrusted with celestial symbols and set with a sapphire, and one of these magicians, after attaching it to a strip of bull hide, swung it around, reciting at the same time various spells and incantations. Probably the magician, by fixing his gaze upon the brilliant revolving sphere, gradually fell into a hypnotic trance, during which visions appeared to him. These he could afterward interpret to those who had sought his aid to read the future, or to obtain information regarding things that were happening far away. An important side on the beliefs of Western Europe in the 5th century regarding crystal gazing is afforded by one of the canons of the Synod held about 450 A.D. by St. Patrick and the bishops Auxilius and Iserninus. Here it is decreed that any Christian who believes there is a lamia, or witch, in the mirror is to be anathematized, and is not to be again received into the church unless he shall have renounced this belief, and shall have diligently performed the penance imposed upon him. In this case, as in many others, the vision in the crystal or mirror did not represent some former or contemporaneous happening, but the figure of an evil spirit, who, either by signs or words, imparted to the scryer the information he was seeking. The power to see images of evil spirits on the surface of water was claimed by those called hydromanti in the 9th century. This is attested in the work composed about 860 A.D. by Hincmar, Archbishop of Reims, who characterizes the supposed appearances as images or deceptions of the demons. These diviners asserted that they received audible communications from the spirits, and they therefore evidently believed that the appearances were realities. Although, as we have seen, many different materials were used for scrying, the preference was often given to polished spheres of beryl. In modern times, however, the rock crystal is considered the best adapted for the purpose. In this introduction to crystal gazing by N.W. Thomas, Andrew Lang writes of what he terms hypnagogic illusions, images which appear when the eyes are closed and before sleep supervenes. When faces appeared to him in this way, they were always unfamiliar ones, with the single exception of having once seen his own face in profile. The same was almost invariably true of landscape and inanimate objects. These forms seem to grow out of the bright points of light which frequently appear when the eyes are closed, and Lang suggests a similar origin for the visions of the scryers, namely, the development of the images from dark or light points in the glass. In regard to this, we have an interesting passage in the works of Ibn Khaldun, a Persian writer, born in 1332, who gives the following very acute analysis of the phenomena accompanying crystal gazing. Some believe that the image perceived in this way takes form on the surface of the mirror, but they are mistaken. The diviner looks at this surface fixedly until it disappears, and a curtain, like a mist, is interposed between him and the mirror. Upon this curtain are designed the forms he wishes to see, and this permits him to give indications, either affirmative or negative, concerning the matter on which he is questioned. He then describes his perceptions as he has received them. The diviners, while in this state, do not see what is really to be seen in the mirror. It is another kind of perception, which is born in them and which is realized not by sight but by the soul. As to the character and quality of the crystal to be used, Abbot Tretheim, the master of the famous Cornelius Agrippa, says, "Procure of a lapidary a good, clear, pellucid crystal of the bigness of a small orange, for example, about 1 inch and a half in diameter. Let it be globular, or round each way alike. Then you have got this crystal fair and clear, without any clouds or specks. Get a small plate of pure gold to encompass the crystal round 1/2. Let this be fitted on an ivory or ebony pedestal. Let there be engraved a circle round the crystal. Afterwards the name Tetragrammaton. On the other side of the plate let there be engraved Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, which are the 4 principal angels ruling over the Sun, Moon, Venus, and Mercury. The 4 letters constituting the Tetragrammaton are the Hebrew characters Yod, He, Wah, and He. As this divine name was regarded in later Judaism as too sacred to be pronounced, the word Lord, Adonai, was substituted for it in the reading of the Scriptures. For this reason, when the vowel signs were added to the text to indicate the traditional pronunciation, the consonants Yahweh were provided with the vowels of Adonai, Adonai, and the name was therefore read Jehovah by Christian scholars. The Persian poet Yami writes of a magic mirror in the poem Solomon and Absal. Then from his secret art the sage Vizier a magic mirror made, a mirror like the bosom of all wise intelligence, reflecting in its mystic compass all within the 7-fold volume of the world involved. And looking in that mirror's face the Shah beheld the face of his desire. Roger Bacon, 1214 to 1292, was probably the most gifted man of the 13th century, and his writings testify to an extraordinarily clear perception of the essential principles of scientific research. However, his true greatness was not generally appreciated in his own age, and popular fancy wove about his name a fabric of legend, in which he appeared as an arch necromancer and magician. The curious old work entitled The Famous History of Friar Bacon gives a number of the strange recitals which became current in England in regard to Bacon's wonderful powers. One of these treats of a marvelous glass made by the friar, in which events happening at far distant places were mirrored. On one occasion 2 young men, between whom the friendliest feelings existed, came to Bacon and requested him to let them see in the mirror what their fathers were doing at the time. The friar consented, but the experiment, while successful, was the cause of a terrible misfortune. The story is as follows. The fathers of these 2 gentlemen, in their son's absence, were become great foes. This hatred between them was grow to that height, that wheresoever they met, they had not only words, but blows, just at that time, as it should seem, that their sons were looking to see how they were in health, they were met, and had drawn, and were together by the ears. Their sons seeing this, and having been always great friends, knew not what to say to one another, but beheld each other with angry looks. At last one of their fathers, as they might perceive in the glass, had a fall, and the other, taking advantage, stood over him ready to strike him. The son of him that was down could then contain himself no longer, but told the other young man that his father had received wrong. He answered again that it was fair. At last there grew such foul words between them, and their bloods were so heated, that they presently stabbed the one and the other with their daggers, and so fell down dead. The sceptre of the Scottish regalia is surmounted by a crystal globe, 2 inches and a quarter in diameter, and the mace by a large crystal barrel. In former times these stones were regarded as amulets, and their use was traced back to the Druids. Sir Walter Scott tells us that in his time they were still known among the Scottish Highlanders as stones of power. The testimony of John of Salisbury, 1120 to 1180, shows that in the 12th century, in England, divination by means of the arts of the speculare was often practiced. The prelate writes that when a boy, he himself and a companion a few years older received instruction from a priest who was addicted to the use of these magic arts. This priest used to polish the fingernails of the boys with a consecrated oil or ointment, and then direct them to look upon the polished surface until some figure or form should appear. Sometimes the smooth, polished surface of a basin was used. John of Salisbury regarded it as a mark of divine favor that he himself saw nothing upon the smooth and lustrous surface, but he states that his companion observed certain vague and shadowy forms. Certain names pronounced by the priest on these occasions terrified the boy, for he believed them to be the names of evil spirits. Indeed, such was his reluctance to participate in the unholy rites that his presence was believed to interfere with the production of the phenomena. In another part of his Polycraticus, John of Salisbury states that the speculari claimed that their gift of seeing visions on polished surfaces was never used to injure anyone, but was often used in the detection of theft and in counteracting magic spells. Under the comprehensive chapter heading, How to Conjure the Crystal so that all things may be seen in it, Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541, declares that to conjure means nothing more than to observe anything rightly, to learn and to understand what it is. The crystal was of the nature of the air, and hence all things movable and immovable that could be seen in the air could also be seen in the crystal or speculum. Paracelsus showed keen insight, and his conclusions are excellent. One might add, however, that it is a fact that these are images condensed in the double convex lens, forming, as it were, an internal crystal sphere. These images are reversed, distorted, and twisted, and when they become visible to one who is expecting strange things, they form mental impressions which it is often very difficult to erase. Many crystal gazers are frequently highly wrought, nervous, and susceptible, and other influences uniting with the impressions produced may give the brain for a time the power to evolve kaleidoscopic effects. Directions for the use of an Erdenspiegel, or earth mirror, are given in an old German manuscript written in 1658 by a Capuchin priest. The mirror is to be set about 2 inches above a board, and the questions to be answered are to be placed beneath it. The scryer is recommended to place 3 grains of salt upon his tongue, whereupon he is to repeat a prayer and cross himself. He now takes the mirror in his hand and breathes upon it 3 times, repeating the words, "In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen." These preliminaries having been accomplished, the following prayer, or rather invocation, is repeated. O thou, holy Archangel N. I pray to thee most fervently through the great and unsearchable name of the Lord of all lords and King of all kings. Hod, he, vau, he, tetragrammaton, Adonai, Shaddai. Receive my greeting and give ear to the humble petition which I offer in the name of the great and highest God, Elohim, Zebaoth, and thou shalt appear to me in the world mirror, and give me knowledge and instruction in answer to my questions. The strong religious tone of these directions for the use of the mirror and the fact that it is a priest who gives them shows that there was a disposition to tolerate the employment of such white magic. End of chapter 6, part 1.
Chapter 6, Part 2. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, Please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 6, Part 2. In medieval times, it was believed that the vision in the crystal was produced through the agency of an indwelling spirit, and therefore it was necessary to use some very potent spell to force this spirit to enter the stone. Many of these ancient spells have been preserved, and they contain a strange and incongruous mixture of religious and magical formulas. In one of these, dating from the end of the 15th century, after a recitation of a long and rambling conjuration, we read, "And e'en ask ye child, if he seeth anything, and if no, let the minister begin his conjuration again." As usual, the scrying was done by a child, the conjuration being spoken by the minister. An important part of the conjuration consisted in the repetition of a number of divine names, most of them originally Hebrew, but so much corrupted by reciters who did not know their meaning that it is now exceedingly difficult to interpret them correctly. A proof that this form of magic was often regarded as quite compatible with religion is offered us in a passage from a 16th century manuscript, where we read that the crystal should be laid on the altar on the side that the gospel is read on, and let the priest say a mass on the same side. If the conjuration is successful, the same manuscript tells us that these angels, being once appeared, will not depart with glass or stone until the sun be set, except you license them. It also seems that scrying was looked upon as a special gift, only granted to a favored few as a peculiar privilege, and we read that prayer and a good belief prevailed much, for faith is the key to this and all other works, and without it nothing can be effected. The child scryer, either maid or boy, should not be more than 12 years old. That a certain religious spirit, however mistaken, often animated the crystal gazers of the 16th century is shown in the case of the speculator of John A. Windor, who confessed that when he led an impure life the demons would not appear to him in his glass. He would then proceed to fumigate the apartment, as though believing that the very air was contaminated by the sins of the operator. We may hope that the seer was not content with this, but also tried to reform his evil ways. Another scryer, a woman named Sarah Skellhorn, declared that the spirits that appeared to her in the glass would often follow her about the house from room to room, so that she at last became weary of their presence. Both of these scryers had regular employment, for it was quite customary for a gentleman to have a household seer, just as he would have a body physician if he could afford it. A 16th century work on magic, the Halenswang of Dr. Faustus, whose name has been immortalized for all ages by Goethe, gives very particular and detailed directions for the preparation and consecration of a crystal, whether glass or quartz. Faust asks his Mephistopheles whether such crystals can be made, and the spirit replies, "Yes, indeed, my Faust," and directs Faust to go on a Tuesday to a glassmaker and get the latter to form a glass. It was requisite that this work should be done in the hour of Mars, that is, in the 1st, 8th, 15th, or 22nd hour of Tuesday. The crystal, when completed, must not be accepted as a gift, but a price must be paid for it. When the object had been secured, Mephistopheles directs that it be buried in a grave, where it must be left for the space of 3 weeks. It was then to be unearthed. If a woman purchased it, she must bury it in a woman's grave. However, These preliminaries only served to prepare the crystal for the final consecration, as the mere material mass was regarded as inert and possessing no virtue until certain spirits were summoned to dwell within it. Mephistopheles confesses that he alone would not be powerful enough, and he directs Faust to call upon the spirits Azaruel and Adadiel also. Faust is assured that the three spirits will show him in the crystal whatever he may wish to know. If anything has been stolen, the thief will appear. If anyone is suffering from disease, the character of his malady will be revealed, etc. Another way of preparing a crystal glass or mirror is given in the same work. After the glass has been bought, it is to be immersed in baptismal water in which a firstborn male child has been baptized, and therein it is to remain for 3 weeks. The water is then to be poured out over a grave, and the 6th chapter of the Revelation of St. John is to be read. Hereupon the following conjuration should be pronounced. O crystal, thou art a pure and tender virgin. Thou standest at one of the gates of heaven, that nothing may be hidden from thee. Thou standest under a cloud of heaven, that nothing may be hidden from thee. Whether in fields or meadows, whether master or servant, whether wife or maid, let this be said to thee in the name of God as a plea for thy help. The visions seen in crystal gazing were often supposed to be the work of evil spirits, seeking to seduce the souls of men by offering the promise of riches or by according them an unlawful glimpse into the future. Here, as in other magical operations, there was both white and black magic, recourse being had in some cases to good and in others to evil spirits. As an illustration of the latter practice, a 16th century writer relates that in the city of Nuremberg, sometime during the year 1530, a demon showed to a priest in a crystal the vision of a buried treasure. Believing in the truth of this vision, the priest went to the spot indicated, where he found an excavation in the form of a cavern, in the depths of which he could see a chest and a black dog lying alongside it. Eagerly the priest entered the cavern, hoping to possess himself of the treasure, but the top of the excavation caved in and he was crushed to death. The famous charlatan, Dr. D., who was for a time a prominent figure at the court of Emperor Rudolph II, was highly favored by Queen Elizabeth. The Queen visited him several times and even appears to have consulted him on political matters. In his diary, the doctor relates that the Queen called at his house shortly after his wife's death, which took place March 16, 1575. Of this visit he gives the following details. The Queen's Majesty, with her most honorable privy council, and other the lords and nobility, came purposely to have visited my library, but finding that my wife was within 4 hours before buried out of the house, her Majesty refused to come in, but willed to fetch my glass so famous, and to show unto her some of the properties of it, which I did. Her Majesty being taken down from her horse by the Earl of Leicester, master of the horse, at the church wall of Mortlake, did see some of the properties of that glass, to her Majesty's great contentment and delight. It was at Mortlake, on December 22, 1581, that Dr. D. made his first essay with his crystal ball. The proceedings were conducted with a certain religious ceremonial, and began with a pious invocation to the Angel of the Stone. This celestial being soon graciously deigned to manifest himself in the stone, and, presumably by the voice of the scryer, answered the questions put by those present. There can be little doubt that D used more than one crystal in the course of his experiments. That now in the British Museum is of Cairngorm or smoky quartz. This variety of quartz may have been chosen because of the Scotch superstitions regarding its virtues, for, as a rule, charlatans seek to avail themselves of already existing superstitions in order to make their innovations more acceptable. To give assurance to those who consulted such crystals that no diabolical agency was involved in the production of the phenomena, it was customary that a child should be the crystal gazer. In Dr. Dee's experiments, however, it was usually the notorious Kelly, his âme damnée, who undertook this task of interpreting the crystal visions. The description given by Dee of a little girl who frequently acted as the intermediary of the higher powers suggests one of the fanciful creations of our great novelist Hawthorne. Her mystic name was Madimi, and she is depicted as a pretty girl about 8 years old and with long flowing hair. To make her appearance more conspicuous, she was attired in a silk dress with chatoyant effects in red and green. At times during the séances this gay little figure could be seen flitting about the study, rendered even more whimsical and strange from its contrast with the piles of dusty old books, the curiosities, and the magical instruments collected there. This visionary maiden, Madimi, of whom Dee relates so much in his diary, was apparently a child of fancy, a creation of Kelly's fertile brain. The diary is somewhat obscure in this particular and easily misunderstood, but there can be little doubt that where Madimi is represented as speaking, it is Kelly's voice that transmits to Dee her revelations. One passage, often overlooked, gives evidence of this. Madimi has appeared and is addressing her remarks to Kelly and to Dee by turns. Finally, Dee says, "I know you see me often, and I see you only by faith and imagination." To this Madimi quickly retorts, pointing to E.K. Kelly, "That sight is perfecter than his." Evidently we must understand this to signify something that Kelly has told Dee, for the latter's words show that he did not himself see the little fairy pointing to his friend. In many respects, little Madimi may recall another spiritual maiden of whom we heard much a few years ago, the sprightly little Indian spirit Bright Eyes, whose love for candy and jewelry was so very earthly. Not only the quality of the crystal had to be considered, but also its support and surroundings. Of this we have an interesting instance in the case of Dr. Dee's crystal. In one of his manuscripts is recorded the fact that on the 10th of March, 1582, Kelly saw in the crystal a representation of the form and arrangement of the table on which it should be set. Particular instructions on the matter were also directly imparted to the scryer by the angel Uriel. The table was to be square, measuring 2 cubits each way and 2 cubits in height, and it was to have 4 feet. The material was to be sweet wood, and upon it was to be placed the sigillum Dei, seal of God, impressed upon the purest, colorless wax, the disc being 1 1/8 inches thick and 9 inches in diameter. It bore a cross and the magic letters AGLA, a transliteration into Roman characters of the initials of the Hebrew words signifying, "Thou art great forever, O Lord." 4 other and smaller seals were to be provided, one to be placed under each leg of the table, each of these seals being impressed with geometrical figures within or upon which were the 7 sacred names of God and the names of the 7 angels ruling the 7 planetary heavens: Zabothiel, Zedekiel, Madiniel, Semeliel, Sameshiel, Nogabiel, Corabiel, Kokabiel, and Levaniel, the angels, respectively, of Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, Venus, Mercury, and the Moon. Then there appeared to the scryer the figure of the table with the crystal resting upon it. Of this it is said, "Under the table did seem to be laid red silk to lie 4 square somewhat broader than the table, hanging down with 4 knops or tassels at the 4 corners thereof. Upon the uppermost red silk did seem to be set the stone with the frame, right over and upon the principal seal, saving that the said silk was between the one and the other." It therefore seems that the prejudice in favor of a black or at least a dark background for the crystal did not appeal to Dr. Dee, and indeed the effect of color may perhaps better serve to neutralize troublesome reflections than does black. The personages Kelly pretended to see in or around the magic crystal were described by him to Dr. Dee in the greatest detail, and this undoubtedly served to lend more reality and authority to their communications. As an illustration of Kelly's inventiveness in this matter, we may take his description of Nalvaj, a spirit that first appeared while the doctor and his famulus were in Cracow, April 10, 1584, and was subsequently a frequent visitor. The seer introduces his new control as follows: "He hath a gown of white silk, with a cape, with 3 pendants with tassels on the end of them, all green. It is fur, white, and seemeth to shine with a wavering glittering. On his head is nothing, he hath no beard. His physiognomy is like the pictures of King Edward VI. His hair hangeth down 1/4 of the length of the cap, somewhat curling, yellow. He hath a rod or wand in his hand, almost as big as my little finger. It is of gold, and divided into 3 equal parts, with a brighter gold than the rest. He standeth upon his round table of crystal, or rather mother of pearl." When reading the words spoken by Kelly and so carefully preserved by Dr. Dee, we are reminded, aside from the archaic turn of speech, of the minute descriptions so glibly given by modern mediums. It is true that lately in America the spirits of the former owners of the land, of the blameless aborigines, seem to have acquired a quasi-monopoly of the intercourse with the other world. Most of the early records of crystal gazing show conclusively enough that the images revealed in the stone were produced by the expectations, the hopes, or the fears of the gazer. In many cases, indeed, the vision is only prophetic because it determines the future conduct of the person who consults the stone. Fully persuaded that what has been seen must come to pass, he or she proceeds more or less consciously to make it happen, to fulfill the prediction. As an instance of this, we may take from an old German book the tale of a lovelorn maiden who seeks the aid of an enchantress to learn whether she will marry her lover, upon whom her parents look with disfavor. The mystic crystal is brought out, wrapped in a yellow handkerchief, and is placed in a green bowl beneath which is spread a blue cloth, the reflections from these different colors being probably calculated to stimulate the optic nerve and favor the appearance of some picture upon the polished surface of the crystal. The young girl, in rapt attention, looks long and earnestly. At last she cries out that she sees her own form and that of her lover. Both look pale and sad, and they appear to be about to set forth upon a long and perilous journey. For the lover wears riding boots and carries a brace of pistols. The girl is so terrified at the sight that she faints away. The sequel of this vision is a runaway match, and we can easily understand that when the lover proposed this adventure, the girl believed that it was written in the book of fate and willingly agreed to undertake it. The great humorous poem Hudibras, wherein all the foibles of the 17th century are castigated, does not fail to make mention of Dee and Kelly and their crystal. Of the sorcerer whose aid Hudibras seeks, we are told: He'd read these prefaces before, the devil and Euclid o'er and o'er, and all the intrigues twixt him and Kelly, Lascus and the emperor, would tell ye. Kelly did all his feats upon the devil's looking glass. A stone were playing with him at bo peep. He solved all problems ne'er so deep. In his experiments in crystal gazing, Dr. Dee evidently used more than one crystal, and did not, indeed, confine the operations of his scryer or scryers to brilliant spheres. In the collection of Horace Walpole at Strawberry Hill was a polished slab of black stone, obsidian, from Mexico. This came into the possession of Dr. Smith Pigott, and later, 1853, into that of Lord Londesborough. It is now in the collection of Prince Alexis Saltykov. Horace Walpole wrote a label for the stone, in which he says that it had long been owned by the Mordaunts, Earls of Peterborough, and was described in the catalogue of their collection as the black stone into which Dr. Dee used to call his spirits. Later it was owned by John Campbell, Duke of Argyll, who gave it to Horace Walpole. Undoubtedly, any polished surface, whether flat or convex, might serve the purpose of the scryer almost equally well. The possible advantage of a convex or a spherical form consists in the multiplying of the reflections and light points, so that the sight is induced to wander from point to point, and that forms and even motions are suggested by the superposition and combination of the various reflections. Often, too, a light point visible to one eye will not be so to the other, this sometimes provoking the phenomenon of binocular vision, which asserts itself for a moment or two, when the diverse images coalesce again, though imperfectly, giving an impression of movement. For one gifted with imagination and the natural quality of visualizing brain pictures, these shifting light points and the more or less definite and repeated reflections of surrounding objects offer abundant material out of which to construct lifelike pictures apparently seen in the crystal. That the brain pictures thus thrown out, so to speak, upon the crystal may or may not have a peculiar psychic value, other than their value as mere phenomena, depends upon the significance we are inclined to attribute to the processes of the subconscious intelligence. Of its existence, indeed, there can be no doubt, and many of our best thinkers incline to the belief that through it the narrow limits of our personality are occasionally transcended. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Section 18, Chapter 6, Part 3, The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 6, Part 3. The following history and description of a crystal ball is given by John Aubrey, 1626 to 1697. I have here set down the figure of a consecrated beryl, now in the possession of Sir Edward Harley, Knight of the Bath, which he keeps in his closet at Brampton Bryan, in Herefordshire, amongst his Similia, which I saw there. It came first from Norfolk. A minister had it there, and a call was to be made with it. Afterwards a miller had it, and he did work great cures with it, if curable, and in the beryl they did see either the receipt in writing or else the herb. To this minister the spirits or angels would appear openly, and because the miller, who was his familiar friend, one day happened to see them, he gave him the aforesaid beryl and call. By these angels the minister was forewarned of his death. This account I had from Mr. Ashmole. Afterwards this beryl came into somebody's hand in London, who did tell strange things by it, insomuch that at last he was questioned for it, and it was taken away by authority. It was about 1645. This beryl is a perfect sphere, the diameter of it I guess to be something more than an inch. It is set in a ring or circle of silver, resembling the meridian of a globe. The stem of it is about 10 inches high, all gilt. At the 4 quarters of it are the names of 4 angels, viz. Uriel, Raphael, Michael, Gabriel. On the top is a cross patee. In his Sadducismus Triumphatus, Joseph Glanville writes that one Compton of Somersetshire, who practised physic and pretends to strange matters, demonstrated his power to evoke the image of a distant person on the surface of a mirror. Glanville relates that Compton offered to show to a Mr. Hill any one the latter wished to see. Hill had no great confidence in his talk, but replied that he desired to see his wife, who was many miles distant. Upon this, Compton took up a looking-glass that was in the room, and setting it down again, bid my friend look in it, which he did, and then, as he most solemnly and seriously professeth, he saw the exact image of his wife, in that habit which she then wore, and working at her needle in such a part of the room then represented also, in which and about which time she really was, as he found upon inquiry when he came home. The gentleman himself averred this to me, and he is a very sober, intelligent, and credible person. Compton had no knowledge of him before, and was an utter stranger to the person of his wife. He was by all accounts a very odd person. A contemporary record recites that when a certain Sir Marmaduke Langdale of the 17th century was in Italy, he went to a sorcerer and was shown in a glass his own figure kneeling before a crucifix. Though a Protestant at this time, he shortly after became a Catholic. If we exclude all idea of trickery, it is likely enough that the idea of becoming a Catholic was already present to the scryer's mind, and called up this picture before him. The celebrated Cagliostro, a Sicilian whose real name was Giuseppe Balsamo, among his other arts to excite curiosity and play upon the superstition of his contemporaries, had recourse to a species of crystal gazing. In the only authentic biography of this extraordinary impostor occurs the following passage, which we give in Carlyle's version. Cagliostro brought a little boy into the lodge, son of a nobleman there. He placed him on his knees before a table, whereon stood a bottle of pure water, and behind this some lighted candles. He made an exorcism round the boy, put his hand on his head, and both in this attitude addressed their prayers to God for the happy accomplishment of the work. Having bid the child look into the bottle, directly the child cried that he saw a garden. Knowing hereby that heaven assisted him, Cagliostro took courage, and bade the child ask of God the grace to see the angel Michael. At first the child said, "I see something white, I know not what it is." Then he began jumping, stamping like a possessed creature, and cried, "There now, I see a child like myself, that seems to have something angelical." All the assembly and Cagliostro himself remained speechless with emotion. The child being anew exorcised with the hand of the venerable on his head, and the customary prayer addressed to heaven, he looked into the bottle, and said he saw his sister at that moment coming downstairs and embracing one of her brothers. That appeared impossible, the brother in question being then hundreds of miles off. However, Cagliostro felt not disconcerted, said they might send to the country house where the sister was, and see. Taken all in all, this experiment does not seem very satisfactory, but we have in it all the essential phases of crystal gazing. Excitement and expectation produce their usual effect upon an impressionable child, and suggestion did the rest. The final vision may have been corroborated in some way, or, if not, it would be explained so as to convince those present at the experiment that the child had really seen a representation of some actual happening. During the Terror, among those upon whom fell the suspicions of the Jacobins was General Marlière. He knew that a trial and quite probably a condemnation awaited him. A few days before the date fixed for his appearance before the judges, he met a colonel in the French army who had served in the American Revolutionary War, and who was a firm believer in the truth of the visions seen in crystal balls. In the course of the conversation this subject was alluded to, and the general immediately declared that he was eager to put the matter to the test, and learn, if possible, what fate was in store for him. The colonel was at first very unwilling to undertake the experiment. Probably he thought that General Marlière's doom was sealed, and, believing as he did in the revelations of the crystal, he dreaded the results. However, the general insisted, and the experiment took place. As usual, the medium was an innocent child. In the crystal appeared a man wearing a private's uniform of the National Guard, struggling with one wearing a general's uniform. The child was much excited and terrified by the sight, exclaiming that the general's assailant had thrown him down and was beheading him. That the vision portended the general's execution was clear enough, but the peculiar dress of the executioner was a mystery to those present at the test, for the official garb bore no resemblance whatever to a soldier's uniform. The prediction was, however, fulfilled to the letter. General Marlière was tried, found guilty, and guillotined. This in itself did not mean much in view of the innumerable executions in the time of the Terror. But on the day of this execution, Samson, the official executioner, designing to gratify his personal vanity and to attract the gaze of the spectators, dressed himself in the uniform of a National Guardsman. That this altogether unusual circumstance, which could scarcely have been known to any of those who assisted at the crystal gazing, should have been revealed in the crystal, is certainly very mysterious. If we had positive assurance that the events narrated happened exactly in the way they are said to have happened, this would be one of the few instances in which the vision seen in the crystal reproduced something entirely unknown to the scryer. Many extraordinary visions are said to have been seen in crystal balls by a French scryer whose grandmother had clairvoyant powers and was sometimes consulted by Napoleon I. It is claimed that the grandson has enjoyed the patronage of many royal personages, and had predicted, in a more or less definite way, the assassination of King Humbert of Italy, and the attempted assassination of Alfonso VIII and of his young bride, when they were returning to the palace after the conclusion of the marriage ceremony. This French scryer has stated that he is powerfully affected when he is consulted by anyone destined to die a violent death. On such occasions he feels in his own organism a modified form of the particular kind of suffering they are fated to experience. This exceptional sensitiveness to occult influences was also shown when the crystal gazer went to the Bulaq Museum in Cairo, and gazed upon the rows of mummies exhibited there. He immediately felt, as intensely as though it were a personal experience, the mingled sorrow and rage of the disembodied spirits at seeing their embalmed bodies exposed to the view of the idle crowd, when they should have been permitted to rest in their tombs until the hour of the resurrection. In England, all those who attempted, with a greater or less degree of success, to reveal the hidden secrets of the future, were expressly designated as rogues and vagabonds according to the terms of an act passed June 21st, 1824. Such offenders, on being duly convicted before the justice of the peace, could be committed to the House of Correction, there to be kept at hard labor for any time not exceeding 3 calendar months. This class of undesirable citizens comprised all using any subtle craft, means, or device, by palmistry or otherwise, for the deception of His Majesty's subjects. The Jimen, or diviner of Yucatan, places great reliance upon his zestun, or clear stone. This may be a quartz crystal or else some other translucent stone, but in order to serve for divining purposes it must be sanctified according to special rites, gum copal being burned before it, and certain magic formulas recited, which have been transmitted from generation to generation in an archaic dialect. When thus rendered fit for use, the diviner claims to be able to see in the depths of the crystal the whereabouts of lost articles, and also what absent persons are doing at the time he makes his observation. Not only this, but the future is also laid bare before his eyes. As these stones are supposed to possess such miraculous powers, we need not be surprised that one of them should be found in almost every village in Yucatan. The Apache medicine men are also fully persuaded that crystals possess the virtue of inducing visions, and they have used them for the purpose of finding lost property. To aid in the recovery of stolen ponies is one of the most important tasks of the Apache medicine man, and to this end his crystal offers great assistance. Captain John G. Burke relates that he made a great friend of a medicine man named Naachi by giving him a large crystal of denticulated spar, much superior to the crystal he had been in the habit of using for his visions. That this was thoroughly satisfactory to the medicine man, at least, is shown by his statement to Captain Burke that by looking into his crystal he could see everything he wanted to see. Of the way this came about, he did not attempt any explanation. The magic power supposed to dwell within rock crystal has been recognized in a peculiar way by some natives of New South Wales. They have the barbarous custom of knocking out one or more of the front teeth of their boys at the obligatory initiation ceremonies, and on one occasion Dr. Howitt was entrusted with the care of a number of these teeth, which are believed to preserve a certain undefined connection with the health and fortunes of their former possessors, and on this account great fear was expressed lest the custodian should place the precious teeth in the same bag with some rock crystals, for the natives thought that the magic power of these crystals would injuriously affect the teeth, and through them the boys, from whose jaws they had been broken. In a paper entitled The Origin of Jewelry, read before the British Association, Professor W. Ridgely says, Australians and tribes of New Guinea use crystals for rainmaking, although they cannot bore them, and this stone is a powerful amulet in Uganda when fastened into leather. Sorcerers in Africa carry a small bag of pebbles as an important part of their equipment. So it was in Greece. The crystal was used to light the sacrificial fire, and was so employed in the church down to the 15th century. Egyptians used it largely under the 12th dynasty, piercing it along its axis after rubbing off the pyramid points of the crystal, sometimes leaving the natural 6 sides, or else grinding it into a complete cylinder. From this bead came the artificial cylindrical glass beads made later by the Egyptians. Professor Ridgely believes that the primary use of all these objects was because of their supposed magic powers. He holds the same view in regard to cylinders and rings, considering that the use of these as signets only became habitual at a later time, and he finds a proof of this theory in the fact that unengraved Babylonian cylinders and Mycenaean gems have been discovered. This is, of course, perfectly true, but does not in the least prove that such ornaments may not have been originally worn simply for purposes of adornment. Unquestionably, the custom of engraving them so as to render them signets must have arisen at a much later date. Flacourt stated that the natives of Madagascar used crystals to aid them in divining. These stones, which were said to have fallen from heaven, were attached to the corners of the boards whereon the sorcerers produced their geomantic figures. Here, however, the crystals were not directly used, but were only supposed to attract influences propitious to the diviner's efforts. In the notes to the 1888 edition of the Chinese Criminal Code, some curious details are given of a practice called Wang Quang Fu Chu, the magic of the round glittering. While this designation certainly seems to indicate the use of a polished sphere of some description, the details given refer to a different practice. We are told that when anything was stolen, appeal was sometimes made to a certain Sun Yuan Sheng, who would then hang up a piece of white paper and utter a spell, while a boy gazed upon the paper until he saw the figure of the thief. This magician was punished for carrying on an unlawful practice. The Mexicans made images of their god Tezcatlipoca of obsidian, and the name of this divinity is interpreted as signifying shining mirror. This is supposed to refer to, or to have been expressed by, the brilliant effect of the polished surface of the obsidian. Mirrors of this material are said to have been used for divination in ancient Mexico and the neighboring countries. One of these Mexican mirrors seems to have been employed by Dr. Dee in his experiments in crystal vision. A remarkable series of tests in the art of scrying, given in the presence of Lane, the great Arabic scholar and translator of the Arabian Nights, illustrates the fallibility of most of the evidence adduced in such matters, for at first Lane was strongly impressed by the exhibition. Although no crystal was used, the process of scrying was precisely the same as in crystal gazing, that is to say, the vision called for by the visitors was seen by the scryer on a polished surface. The master of ceremonies was an Arab magician, though of course he did not do the scrying himself, but employed a boy for this purpose, for it is generally thought that half-grown boys or girls are more receptive. Although Lane himself was perfectly familiar with Arabic, an interpreter was always present in the interest of the other Europeans who assisted at the experiments. After invoking many mysterious geniuses and burning incense and scraps of paper inscribed with magic formulas, the magician drew a magic square on a large sheet of paper and dropped a quantity of ink in the center. On this the boy was directed to fix his gaze, and after he had shown that he was thoroughly under the magician's influence by describing the images suggested to him, the visitors were permitted to ask him questions. The answers were successful in most cases. A single instance will suffice. When the boy was asked to describe Admiral Nelson, he replied, "I see a man clothed in a dark garb. There is something strange about him. He has but one arm." Then, quickly correcting himself, he added, "No, I was mistaken. He has one of those arms across the breast." This correction impressed those present more than the first statement, for it was well known that Nelson usually had the empty sleeve of his coat pinned to his breast. It also seemed as though there could be no collusion, for both the magician and the boy were ignorant of everything English and evidently knew nothing of Nelson. Unfortunately, however, for those who would fain believe that there is something supernatural in scrying, it was later discovered that the interpreter was a renegade Scotchman masquerading as an Arab, and there can be little doubt that he managed to suggest the boy's answer. The fact that no satisfactory results were obtained when this interpreter was absent makes this explanation almost certainly the correct one. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 4. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 6, Part 4. The Armenians sometimes practiced divination by watching the images that appeared or were supposed to appear on the smooth surface of the waters of a well, and the person who saw such images was called Horniog, he who looks into a well. An Arab woman living in the neighborhood of Constantinople enjoyed a great reputation for her power in this respect, and was frequently consulted by Armenians and by other dwellers in the Turkish capital. Whoever wished to question this woman regarding the cause of an illness, the whereabouts of stolen objects, etc., usually took along a child of the household, and the actual scrying was generally performed by this child, who would describe or identify the forms it saw on the water's surface. If, however, for one reason or another no child was brought, the witch herself did the scrying. In regard to illness, a distinction was made between natural maladies and those directly caused by some spirit. Should the spirit, Peri, supposed to cause the dire malady known as dresev, a kind of consumption, be seen to glide over the surface of the water, the sorceress would find it necessary to invoke the whole race of Peris to come to the aid of the patient, who was expected to pay more than the usual fee for this very special service. The Peris of Armenian legend were sometimes good and sometimes evil spirits. In the former case, these were supposed to perform the functions of guardian angels, and every one was said to have a Peri especially delegated to watch over him. This found expression in the fact that when one Armenian felt at first sight an instinctive sympathy for another, he would say, "My Peri loves you dearly. Peris chad sirets kezi." In the contrary case, the feeling of antipathy was also attributed to the attitude assumed by the guardian spirit toward the new acquaintance. These spirits were therefore supposed to encourage or discourage greater intimacy with newcomers in accord with the true interests of those over whom they watched. The power to see images in a crystal does not appear to depend to any great extent upon a morbid nervous condition of the seer, for many of the most successful experimenters have been of good and even of exceptionally vigorous physique. Indeed, illness seems to diminish or destroy this power, at least in the case of those who are habitually healthy. This does not imply that some highly nervous or even hysterical individuals have not been favored with crystal visions. Very probably the rule here is the same as in ordinary hypnotism. Those persons who have a strong will and sound nerves are able to hypnotize themselves, while those whose nerves are disordered are subject to the hypnotic influence of others. A well-known lady in New York City, in conversation with the writer a few years ago on the subject of crystal balls, was advised by him to try a ball herself and see what results she obtained. At the end of 2 years, she found that by concentration she had been able to better her understanding of herself, and this effect is not only obtainable now by means of a crystal ball, but by fixing her gaze upon any bright object. This visual fixation has centered her whole being in such a way that her health has notably improved. What are the laws that govern the production of these phenomena? That the visions are real enough has been proven time and again, but it seems almost certain that they do not offer anything but the ideas or expressions existing in the minds or optic nerves of the gazers. One of the most painstaking students of the subject, Miss Goodrich Freer, gives many instances in proof of this, which show how easy it would be for a less critical observer to suppose that the crystal revealed something unknown to the gazer. On one occasion this lady was at a loss to remember the correct address of a friend whose letter, received a few days before, she had torn up. She resorted to her crystal, and after a few minutes saw in it, in gray letters on a white ground, the address she had forgotten. She mailed her answer to this address, and the reply came duly to hand, with the address stamped in gray upon the white paper of the note, which was identical with that she had first received. The visual impression had been stirred up and externalized itself when she gazed upon the crystal. We believe that this explains the larger number of such visions, and that the rest are only inexplicable because the scryer has forgotten the source of the impression that is projected on the surface of the crystal. It is true that both Miss Goodrich Freer and many other crystal gazers note instances in which the vision appears to represent something the scryer does not and cannot know. However, even in these cases, when carefully examined, there is little difficulty in finding an explanation. Coincidence accounts for much, and imagination for more, since it is not the vision itself, but the memory of the vision, that is later brought into comparison with actual facts. We all know how exceedingly hard it is to repeat, after a short lapse of time, all the circumstances and details of any occurrence. There is a natural growth and modification of mental impressions due to association of ideas, and where there exists the least wish to make the prophecy accord with the event, or the vision with the coincident happening, this growth and modification will be in the direction of agreement. This takes place quite unconsciously, and the informant will be fully persuaded that all the circumstances are related exactly as they occurred. The attempt to identify either persons or scenes observed by the scryer with real persons and real scenes unknown to him must always be open to the objection that the one who makes the identification has no photographic impression upon which to base his judgment, but merely the words of the scryer. When we remember what mistakes have been made in identifying individuals from photographs, we can easily appreciate the great chances of error entailed by the use of a verbal description of a visionary experience, even when the person giving the description is both willing and able to make it as exact and adequate as possible. A very impartial witness, Andrew Lang, states that in the course of a series of experiments he made in crystal gazing, he saw nothing himself, but found that a surprisingly large proportion of those who tried were successful in seeing pictures of some sort on the polished surface. Almost invariably, when the gazer fixed his eyes upon the sphere, it appeared to grow milky-hued and then became black. Upon this dark background the pictures showed themselves. One of the scryers, a lady, said that as a child she had seen pictures in ink that she had spilled for the purpose. This method has been much favored by Orientals. While Lang does not quite venture to assert that all the visions reported to him were genuine ones, he inclines to the belief that this was the case with many of them. Experience has shown, however, that not all of those who see pictures in or on a glass or crystal sphere can also see them in ink. Nevertheless, in view of the fact that the crystal sphere is said to appear black to the eye before the pictures are seen, it would seem that some naturally black surface would be particularly adapted for the purpose. An interesting point regarding the phenomena of crystal gazing is the effect produced by magnification upon the images seen or on the crystal ball. As to this matter there is considerable difference of opinion, for while some experimenters assert that the interposition of a magnifying glass enlarges the image, others have not remarked any difference in its size under these conditions. Indeed, one of the most critical witnesses, Mrs. A. W. Verrall, declares that her vision entirely disappeared when she held a magnifying glass before her eyes. On the other hand, we have the case of a subject who had been told, while in the hypnotic state, that he would see a playbill on the crystal. When he was awakened and the crystal ball was placed before him, he said that he could see only detached letters, but when he looked through a magnifying glass he saw all the letters distinctly and read the name of the play in perfect accord with the suggestion. This image may have been reflected from some part of the room where the gazer had not noticed it, and may have been either before or behind the operator. The magnifying glass would naturally make the small condensed letters legible, as a playbill would be many times larger than a crystal ball, and its minute image naturally too small to read, being reduced by the circular surface. Usually, however, the image is not on the surface of the crystal, but in the beholder's eye. Therefore, when this image appears more clearly under magnification, the result is due to the expectation of the gazer based upon his experience of an invariable rule. This acts as a stimulus upon the visual function, which must be in an exceedingly sensitive state to produce visions at all. When, however, no result or a negative result follows the use of the glass, then we can safely assume that the gazer was naturally of a critical turn of mind, and was disposed to distrust sensual impressions. Hence the glass became a disturbing influence, interfering with or even completely obliterating the eye picture. Many attempts have been made to establish distinctions between the different materials used for crystals, proceeding on the theory that subtle emanations from them affected the gazer and played an important part in producing the desired vision. That the beryl produced a greater number of these visions than any other mineral was the old belief which is still upheld in some quarters today. One scryer, indeed, asserts that his clearest and most satisfactory visions were seen in a cube of blue beryl, the beautiful color appearing to dispose the soul to a harmonious unfolding of its latent aptitudes. Among the instructions given to a would-be crystal gazer, the question of a proper and wholesome diet is not overlooked, as anything which tends to disturb the serenity of the organism will also interfere with the due exercise of the special clairvoyant faculty that expresses itself in crystal visions. A curious special recommendation made by one of the exponents of the art is that good results can be had by drinking an infusion of mugwort (Artemisia vulgaris) or of chicory (Cichorium intybus), because of their tonic and antibilious qualities. Moreover, we are told that these herbs are under the influence of the zodiacal sign Libra, the sign controlling the virtues of the beryl. Above all, the portion of the lunar month when the moon is on the increase is said to be far the best season for scrying, as the old astrologers recognized an affinity between the moon and rock crystal. The claim is made that the adept at crystal gazing can determine by the apparent difference in proximity of the visions whether they refer to the present or to a more or less remote past or future, that is to say, are nearer or farther removed in time from the period when the vision appears. The distinction between past and future is admitted to offer greater difficulty, and a decision as to this point must depend upon a kind of intuitive and undefined impression on the part of the scryer. Those who have made a sympathetic study of crystal gazing recognize that the visions seen in or on the crystal differ according to the mental and psychic temperament of the scryer. Two broad distinctions are sometimes established. The one class comprising those whose mental attitude is a positive one, while the second class includes the passive subjects. In the former case, the crystal visions are more apt to be symbols denoting some past or future event than a clear picture of the event itself, the mentality of the positive subject being perhaps too strong merely to mirror the image cast upon it. Instead of so doing, it transforms the impression received from this image into some symbolic form. This process is not, however, consciously done, but the scryer of this type is supposed nevertheless to have an instinctive appreciation of the fact that what he sees is purely and simply a symbol, and he proceeds to interpret this in accord with certain generally received rules or in accord with his own personal experience. The passive subject, on the other hand, is more apt to see a clear and definite picture of the persons or events revealed to him. Sometimes that picture is distinctly perceptible on or about the surface of the crystal, while at other times the visual perception will be rather indefinite and clouded, although accompanied by a strong mental impression in itself equivalent to that which would have been induced by an actual and objective vision. The proper use of the crystal is the prime factor in the art of scrying, and great attention is paid to this point by all those who treat seriously of the subject. Among other things, they recognize that freedom from pain, or even from a sense of physical discomfort, is quite essential, for the mind must assume a purely passive and receptive attitude, and not be forced to take cognizance of bodily discomfort. Moreover, the nervous system must be in repose, for which reason a reasonable time should be allowed to lapse after taking a meal before trying for crystal visions. An author on psychomancy affirms that fixing the gaze upon a crystal ball is one of the very best means of bringing out the latent faculty of astral vision, and he finds a reason for this in the atomic structure, the molecular arrangement of the material. He does not, however, impart any definite information as to what special structural characteristics render glass or rock crystal particularly efficient in this direction. The help that may be derived from crystal gazing by those who are striving to pierce the veil that separates the real life about us from that spiritual life which is so much more real for those who believe in it, is also admitted by many. We cannot refrain from citing here the words spoken by Sir Oliver Lodge at Birmingham, September 10, 1913, before the British Association for the Advancement of Science, affirming his conviction, as a result of scientific investigation of occult phenomena, that memory and affection are not limited to that association with matter by which alone they can manifest themselves here and now, and that personality persists beyond bodily death. One of the latest types of glass balls for crystal gazing has a small circular flat surface on the sphere. This may possibly be of service in furnishing a better field for the expected vision, and may also lessen the troublesome and baffling reflections which interfere so seriously with the projection of the mental picture. A method that has been recommended to crystal gazers is to place the crystal on a table, protect it from the reflections of surrounding objects by means of a velvet screen, and set 7 candlesticks with wax tapers in front of the screen. The tapers are then to be lighted, the room being otherwise in perfect darkness, and the would-be scryer is to seat himself comfortably before the table, laying his hands flat upon it, and to gaze fixedly upon the crystal for half an hour or longer. The light from the tapers will certainly ensure a multitude of light points in the crystal. That the molecules forming the sphere may always remain en rapport with the gazer, he is advised to put it beneath his pillow when retiring to rest. The crystal gazer is strongly advised by some to limit the duration of his experiment at first to 5 minutes, during which he is to avoid thinking of anything in particular, while keeping his eyes fixed intently upon the ball, but without any undue straining of attention. Should the eyes water after the test is concluded, this is to be regarded as an indication that the gazer has persisted too long, for brain fag is to be strictly avoided, as such a state depresses instead of arousing the hidden and higher psychic faculties. Even after considerable practice, the scrying should not be carried on for more than a few minutes at a time. The faculty of visualization plays a most important part in crystal gazing. The image thought to be seen on, before, or behind the surface of the crystal is in its essence a fancied projection of a purely mental image conceived in the brain. Such an image as is present to the consciousness of many when they call to mind a scene of some vivid past experience, or the face of someone they have known, and see it as an element of consciousness. When it is possible to externalize this interior vision, then we have at least a beginning of successful scrying. That it may go far beyond this, that it may reveal to the gazer events happening in some distant place, or even events yet to transpire in the dim future, is often claimed. An acceptance of this claim must depend largely upon our attitude towards premonitions and prophecies in general. Here, as in the simple picture evolved by an image of the past, the crystal is merely the background upon which are cast the mind pictures or soul pictures arising within our being. A use of crystal gazing to aid literary composition has been reported in the case of an English authoress of note, who, if she lost the thread of the story she was writing, would resort to her crystal and would see mirrored therein the scenes and personages of her tale, the latter carrying on the plot in dramatic action. Aided by this suggestion, she was able to resume her composition and successfully terminate her story. End of Chapter 6, Part 4. Chapter 6, Part 5 of The Curious Lore of Precious Stones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Curious Lore of Precious Stones by George Frederick KUNZ. Chapter 6, Part 5, on Crystal Balls and Crystal Gazing. In Japan, the smaller rock crystals were believed to be the congealed breath of the white dragon, while the larger and more brilliant ones were said to be the saliva of the violet dragon. As the dragon was emblematic of the highest powers of creation, this indicates the esteem in which the substance was held by the Japanese, who probably derived their appreciation of it from the Chinese. The name suisho, used both in China and Japan to designate rock crystal, reflects the idea current in ancient times and repeated even by 17th century writers that rock crystal was ice which had been so long congealed that it could not be liquefied. For the Japanese, rock crystal is the perfect jewel, tama. It is at once a symbol of purity and of the infinity of space, and also of patience and perseverance. This latter significance probably originating from an observation of the patience and skill shown by the accurate and painstaking Japanese cutters and polishers of rock crystal. A crystal ball, one of the largest perfect spheres ever produced, has been made from rock crystal of Madagascar. It is a very perfect sphere and of faultless material. The diameter is 6 1/8 inches, and the ball was held at about $20,000. Many fine crystal balls are made in Japan, the materials being found in large clear masses in the mountains on the islands of Nippon and Fusiyama, and also in the granite rocks of central Japan. It is stated, however, that much of the Japanese material really comes from China. The Japanese methods of working rock crystals are extremely simple and depend more upon the skill and patience of the workers than upon the tools at their command. Our illustration, taken from a sketch made by an Oriental traveler, shows the process of manufacturing crystal balls. The rough mass of crystal is gradually rounded by careful chipping with a small steel hammer. With the aid of this tool alone, a perfect sphere is formed. The Japanese workmen thoroughly understand the fracture of the mineral and know just when to apply chipping and when hammering. The crystal, having been reduced to a spherical form, is handed to a grinder whose tools consist of cylindrical pieces of cast iron about a foot in length and full of perforations. These cylinders are of different curvatures according to the size of the crystal to be ground. Powdered emery and garnet are used for the first polishing. Plenty of water is supplied during the process, and the balls are kept constantly turning in order to secure a true spherical surface. Sometimes they are fixed on the end of a hollow tube and kept dexterously turning in the hand until smooth. The final polishing is effected with crocus or rouge, finely divided hematite, giving a splendid lustrous surface. As hand labor is exclusively used, the manufacture of crystal objects according to the Japanese methods is extremely laborious and slow. In Germany and France and in the United States, the fabrication of rock crystal is accomplished almost entirely by machinery. The crystal to be shaped into a ball is placed against a semicircular groove worn in huge grindstones. This is illustrated in the case of the method practiced in Oberstein, Germany. The workman has his feet firmly braced against a support, and resting upon his chest, presses the crystal against the revolving grindstone. It is unnecessary to add that the practice is extremely unwholesome and develops early consumption among the workers. A constant stream of water is kept flowing over the stone so that the crystal shall always be moist, as the friction would otherwise hurt it, and the subsequent addition of water would be liable to cause a fracture. The final polishing is done on a wooden wheel with tripoli, or by means of a leather buffer with tripoli or rouge. There are 3 fine crystal balls in the collection of the American Museum of Natural History. One, apparently perfect, measures 5½ inches in diameter and was cut from a crystal found in Mokelumne, Calaveras County, California. The second is 6½ inches in diameter and is from the same locality, but not entirely perfect. These were shown in the department of the Tiffany collection prepared by the author, and were exhibited at the Paris Exposition of 1900 as part of the J. Pierpont Morgan gift to the American Museum of Natural History. Another fine crystal ball is now to be seen in the American Museum of Natural History, New York. This was donated to the institution. It measures 4 11/16 inches in diameter, is of wonderful purity, and the cutting has been executed with such a high degree of precision that an ideally perfect sphere has been produced. Crystal balls have been found occasionally in tombs or in funerary urns, and their presence in sepulchres may perhaps be considered to have been due to a belief that they possessed certain magic properties. In the tomb of Childeric, circa 436 to 481 A.D., the father of Clovis, a rock crystal sphere was found which was for a time preserved in the Bibliothèque Royale, Paris, and later in the Louvre Museum. It measures 1 1/2 inches in diameter. The chance discovery of a number of crystal balls is related to Montfaucon. Toward the end of the 16th century, the canons of San Giovanni in Laterano, Rome, wished to have some repairs made to a house they owned just outside of the city walls, and sent thither some workmen with the order to break up or remove 2 large superimposed stones which were much in the way. The workmen proceeded to break the upper stone, but were much astonished to find embedded within it an alabaster funerary urn with its cover. This had been hidden between the 2 stones, a space for its reception having been hollowed out in the upper and lower stones, so that it fitted within them. Opening the urn, there were found inside, mingled with the ashes, 20 crystal balls, a gold ring with a stone setting, a needle, an ivory comb, and some bits of gold wire. The presence of the needle was taken to indicate conclusively that the ashes were those of a woman. The discovery of the tomb of Childeric was made May 27, 1653, by a deaf-mute mason named Adrien Quinquin, while he was excavating for the restoration of one of the dependencies of the church of Saint Brice de Tournai. One of the most interesting objects found in the tomb was the golden signet of Childeric bearing his head and the legend Childerici Regis. The earliest description is given in a work by Chiflet entitled Anastasis Childerici, Resurrection of Childeric, published by Plantin of Antwerp in 1655. The various ornaments were sent by the Spanish Governor General of the Netherlands to the Austrian treasury in Vienna, and were not long afterward, in 1664, graciously donated by Emperor Leopold I to King Louis XIV at the instance of Johann Philipp of Schönborn, Archbishop of Mainz, who was under great obligation to the French sovereign. In Paris, the various ornaments were preserved in the Bibliothèque Royale until the night of November 5th to 6th, 1831, when many of them, with other valuables, were stolen by an ex-convict. Closely pursued by the police, the thief threw his booty into the Seine. Much of the plunder was subsequently recovered, but the signet of Childeric was lost forever. The crystal ball had not seemed of sufficient value to tempt the thief and was left undisturbed. It was later, in 1852, deposited in the Louvre Museum. In a personal communication to Abbé Cochet made in 1858 by Mr. Thomas Wright, the latter stated that he had seen at Downing in Flintshire, with Lord Fielding, 5 crystal balls bearing labels declaring that they came from the sepulchres of the kings of France, violated at the time of the French Revolution. They had been purchased about 1810 at the sale of the Duchess of Portland's effects. Among the crystal balls found in French sepulchres may be noted one discovered by Rijolot in 1853 at Arras, and preserved in the museum of that city. This still has the original gold mounting, serving to attach it to the necklace from which it had been worn suspended. Another, found at or near Levas, was in the possession of M. d'Angsois, a notary of Henin-l'Étard, Department Pas-de-Calais. In the Bibliothèque at Dieppe there is a crystal ball 32 millimeters in diameter, found at Douvrin, Department Seine-Inférieure, in 1838 in a Merovingian tomb. This is pierced through. The Department of Moselle supplied 3 discoveries of this kind, crystal balls having been found in a tomb at Saint-Preux-la-Montagne, Sablon, and Montville-Nébrier, the latter measuring 36 millimeters in diameter. The Saxon tombs of England have also furnished a contingent of crystal balls, for example at Chatham, at Chesildown on the Isle of Wight, where 4 were discovered, at Breachdown, Barham, near Canterbury, at Fairford, Gloucestershire, and also in Kent. We should also note a crystal ball found in a funerary urn at Hinsbury Hill, Northamptonshire. This, as well as the one found at Fairford, was faceted. From St. Nicholas, Worcestershire, is reported a crystal ball 1½ inches in diameter. In his Hydrotaphia, or Urn Burial, published in 1658, Sir Thomas Browne (1605 1682), author of the Religio Medici, relates that there was at that time in the possession of Cardinal Farnese an urn in which, besides a number of antique engraved gems, an ape of agate, and an elephant of amber, there had been found a crystal ball and 6 nuts of crystal. One of the largest and most perfect crystal balls is in the Dresden Grün Gewölbe (green vaults). This weighs 15 German pounds and measures 6 2/3 inches in diameter. It was undoubtedly used for purposes of augury. $10,000 was the price paid for it in 1780. A crystal ball known as the Currahmore crystal, because it is kept at the seat of that name belonging to the Marquis of Waterford, has long enjoyed and still enjoys the repute of possessing magical powers. It is of rock crystal, and the legend runs that one of the lepers bought it from the Holy Land, where it had been given him by the great Crusader Godfrey de Bouillon, 1058 to 1100. The ball is a trifle larger than an orange, and a silver ring encircles it at the middle. The chief and much prized virtue of this crystal is its power to cure cattle of any one of the many distempers to which they are subject. Its application for this purpose is rather peculiar, for the cattle are not touched with it, but driven up and down a stream in which it has been laid. Not only in the immediate neighborhood of Curramore is resort had to this magic stone by the peasants, but requests for its loan are often made from far distant parts of Ireland. The privilege is almost always accorded and has never been abused, the crystal being in every case conscientiously returned to its rightful owner. The names ghost crystals, phantom crystals, specter crystals, shadow crystals, etc., are applied to a form of quartz in which the crystallization was interrupted from time to time, so that in the transparent successive layers there is an occasional opaque layer, often no thicker than the finest possible dusting of a whiter material. Sometimes as many as 15 or 20 of these successive growths are observable, one over the other. When these crystals are in the natural form, they show beautifully from the sides and ends. Sometimes such crystals are found after they have been rolled in the beds of mountain torrents until they have become entirely opaque. But when the surfaces are polished, the phantom, specter, or ghost appears with wonderful beauty. Occasionally the entire crystal has been worn down to a small part of the original prism, in which case it is cut into a ball. The ball may seem to be absolutely pure, but when held in certain lights, little tent-like markings can often be observed. Sometimes only one marking is visible, but there may be as many as 20. These are occasionally due to a layer of smoky material, and though they add a charm to the ball, they detract from its value. Nevertheless, crystal gazers may find an additional interest when the ghostly or spectral interior exists in a crystal ball. This growth is similar in kind to that seen at times in opaque quartz, forming what is known as cap quartz. Here the crystallizations can frequently be broken apart so that they fit one over the other in many successive layers. Occasionally the regular crystalline development will be interrupted, as it were, and in place of the original crystal continuing its growth harmoniously, a larger crystal will form on a smaller one, forming a sort of mushroom, or cap, or stilt quartz, as it is termed. End of Chapter 6, Part 5.